doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Wallace. An Iraqi national who has allegedly plotting terror attacks on Jewish institutions in the U.S. smiled as he made his first court appearance in New York. CBS's Anna Schechter reports Mohammed Bakr Saad Dawood al-Sadi allegedly carried out attacks in Europe and Canada.
He was getting closer to carrying out attacks on U.S. soil.
Federal prosecutors say al-Sadi planned to attack a synagogue in New York, but they wouldn't say which one.
The motive, according to prosecutors, is retaliation for the war with Iran and those strikes that killed the leadership of the Iranian regime.
The Long Island Railroad has screeched to a halt. Its workers went on strike just after midnight. The two sides had agreed on 9.5% pay raises over 3 years, but could not agree on a fourth year. Jen O'Lieber chairs the MTA, which runs the LIRR.
We cannot and will not do a deal that shifts huge costs to our riders by forcing extra fare hikes.
Kevin Sexton is the vice president of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen.
We are truly sorry that we're in this situation.
He says no new talks have been scheduled.
There were things that we had tried to talk about, and they flat out said they weren't interested.
The LIRR is North America's busiest commuter railroad with 270,000 riders each weekday. Democratic Senators Tammy Duckworth and Tammy Baldwin want the FAA to review the safety of airline evacuations.
Right now, the standard is you have to be able to evacuate an airplane in 90 seconds or less. They have concerns that that's not actually what plays out in the real world. They're also concerned about these minimum staffing on some wide-body aircraft, fewer flight attendants than exit doors. The FAA standard is one flight attendant for every 50 people. The airlines are well within that requirement, and in order to set a minimum staffing, they have to demonstrate that it can be safely evacuated in a certain amount of time. The lawmakers would like to see the regulation change to require at least one flight attendant for every exit door on a wide-body airplane, and they want an update on why the FAA evacuation testing hasn't been done. It's 2 years overdue.
At least 65 people have died in the Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder says battling this outbreak will be different.
We've pulled out of the World Health Organization. We also essentially dismantled USAID. We do still have the CDC providing some technical expertise, but USAID was the real boots-on-the-ground arm of the U.S. government to respond.
43 people died in Congo's last Ebola outbreak 5 months ago. Movie mogul Harvey Weinstein's rape retrial has ended in a mistrial. Defense lawyers argued his 2013 encounter with a woman at a New York hotel was consensual. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible?
Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
CBS News travel editor Peter Greenberg has tips for finding the lowest airfares.
When's the best time, if you're looking for a deal, and the best day of the week to fly? Not long ago, the best time to book that ticket was 1 minute after midnight on Tuesdays or 12:01 a.m. Wednesday morning in the time zone where your airline was based, as unsold discount fares came rushing back into their system at that time. But today, it's more important what day of the week you want to fly that makes the difference. The cheapest day of the week to fly this summer? Tuesday, when the average price is nearly 18% cheaper, followed by Wednesdays and Saturdays. The most expensive days to fly? Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays. Peter Greenberg, CBS News.
Mixed martial arts fighter Gina Carano has disclosed she lost 100 pounds to make weight for her fight tonight with another MMA legend, Ronda Rousey. Carano says she was pre-diabetic. She hasn't fought since 2009. Rousey's last match was in 2016. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell GoodRx wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Hot foot it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for an afternoon thunderstorm around. Until then, it looks like clouds and sun today with a high of 75. Then more clouds for tonight with another shower and thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow also brings some sun with a thunderstorm in a couple of spots, most likely south of the city, high 84. Then hot for Monday with a good deal of sun, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome to your Saturday with your Pratt Pack. We have a lot to get to, and let's begin with a local story that I absolutely love. A Northside Hospital landmark is getting a facelift valued at $36 million. Allegheny General Hospital's iconic 22-story South Tower will start to undergo an exterior renovation in June, which will last 4 years. Patient care and hospital operations are not expected to be affected. Why is this such a big deal? Because anytime you're advancing the future when it comes to healthcare, the technology, agriculture, architecture, anything, I don't care, when you're digging in Mother Earth to build something new moving forward, it's just like reaping the harvest on a farm, because we are going to benefit from this long term. You know, Allegheny General Hospital, I've said many times, Pittsburgh's first hospital on that historic strip of land over there on the North Shore, has been such a big part of my life. I've recovered there many times. Obviously, my many years working alongside some of the best physicians, nurses, clinicians, dietitians, you name it, therapists. I have worked with them, from parking staff to those who work the front desk. And I absolutely love it because it's such a flavor of Pittsburgh. That's right. It really is Pittsburgh. And to know that they're going to invest, meaning Highmark, that kind of money, along with the folks at AHN, into that historic landscape and landmark, it tells me that they are believing in the city of Pittsburgh. They are believing in this region, and more importantly, they are putting down money to stake claim to a brighter future when it comes to health care. You know, many historic things have taken place at that historic landmark over there on the North Shore. And now with this investment, we all know, baby boomers and beyond, Generation X, Y, and Z, that they are going to be a part of who we are. You know, it is like that farmer planting that first seed and nurturing it and watching it grow and turn into something that blossoms and really has a big-time dividend to it, because it's the nourishment from the food, it's the beauty of watching it grow, but more importantly, it's about mental health. You're actually working at making something better, clearing the path for a brighter future. And that's exactly what they're doing. So the seed has been planted. We now know they're going to go to work and start planting a better future beginning in June. And within a matter of just a few short years, fresh coat of paint, brand new structure, moving forward when it comes to healthcare in this region, right smack dab in the city that we love, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So that's really exciting news. All right, the U.S., not Iran, is in control of the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump said yesterday, adding, we wiped out their armed forces. Essentially, Iran's foreign minister said yesterday that his country cannot trust the Americans at all, and Iran is trying to maintain the shaky ceasefire to give diplomacy a chance. Are you sure about that, Mr. Foreign Minister? How many times have you literally turned around 90 degrees and went completely in a different direction? We would not be at this point with this whole shenanigan that is the Straits of Hormuz if you would have stuck to your word the very first time when the president gave you 2 weeks to think about it, which is now long ago in the rearview mirror. Listen, I really believe the president. I think he is standing and he is not going to budge when it comes to no more nuclear weapons. But the only caveat, there should not be this current regime with their foreign minister. This country needs to be turned back over to the Iranian people. And if we have to help them with the startup, be more than happy to do it. But you have to understand, these Arab states are willing as well to help out the Iranian people. They want this regime gone because they know they're a loose cannon. And they start dropping bombs, flying drones, killing innocent people across their border, whether they be a so-called ally or a friendly community or not. They just don't care. This regime, we have to face reality. This is not a government entity. This is nothing more than a bunch of cold-blooded criminals who will do anything to accomplish their dastardly deed of creating nuclear weapons to where they're able to launch them anywhere around the world. And because of the deep pockets and a continual cash flow because of the Strait of Hormuz and the rich oil supply, they will be able to not just control that part of the world, but it won't be long before the rest of the world will start to fear what they're going to do. They're looking for total domination. Don't you understand? They want to lead by fear and destruction and devastation, and they will kill anything or anyone that gets in their path. They have to go, and every opportunity for them to make nuclear weapons has to be gone. The president is not going to back down. The only fear I have in the big picture, once this happens and it gets done and we stop complaining about the price of everything and blaming it on what's going on in the Middle East, I hope that future administrations remember what our president did and why he stood tall to make a point, not just for his administration, not just for this country and the world in 2026, but a statement for what lies ahead for future generations. The buck stops here, and they, the current regime in Iran, must be held accountable. All right, it's going to be a nice day today on KDKA. We have a lot of good things coming your way. Lots of sports news minutes away. Pirates blew a 6-0 lead last night to Philadelphia. We've got a two-way tie at that course that's just outside of Philadelphia. Of course, the PGA Championship, we'll give you details on that. NBA continues this weekend postseason. The NHL continues this weekend postseason. The Preakness Stakes will be run later today. We're going to have it all for you. And, of course, a recap and that Steelers schedule that everybody's talking about, especially the game in Paris. All of it on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. But that's tomorrow. That's hours away. Today, we're going to take your phone calls. Lots of stuff to get to. We've got the primary coming up on Tuesday. So if you want to jump in here and you haven't talked to me in a couple of days, we'd love to hear from you at 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. So, big news. AGH getting a facelift. That's fantastic. That's the local story. And the international story, the war in Iran rages on. But I have some harsh comments about the president and what we have just seen in China. More pomp and circumstance, not really what I wanted to see. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But again, if you haven't talked to me in a couple of days, I'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020 or NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantaccess, kdkradio.com. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK on that Odyssey app, AUDACY, but you can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream, or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and watch everything we are doing in the studio. Hey, if you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them right now at kdkradio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. All right, so if you haven't talked in a couple of days, I'm ready. I got the coffee on. I got a lot on my mind, a lot of things to get to, including why I think the president and this whole China trip was, well, we got sold a bill of goods. I'll explain that and take some calls on the other side. Let's go. 866-391-1020. Time to get up. It is Saturday morning with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
News Radio KDKA Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates blew a 6-0 lead last night. Lost to Philadelphia at PNC Park 11-9. Two teams again today. 4:05 first pitch, 93.7 the Fan. 2026 Preakness Stakes later today. Bob Bafford's trained horse Crude Velocity is widely considered the horse to beat. And at the PGA Championship through 2 rounds, it's Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley tied for the lead at 4 under. Scotty Scheffler, world number 1, is 2 shots off the pace at 2 under. NHL tonight's schedule, it has Buffalo taking on Montreal. The Canadiens lead the best-of-7 set, 3-2. Spurs finished off Minnesota 139-109, win the series 4-2. Elsewhere in the NBA, there will be a Game 7 between Detroit and Cleveland. Pistons won last night 115-94. Riverhounds played to a 1-1 draw against Charlotte but lost 4-2 in a shootout. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so as much as I really don't like doing this, I'm going to do it anyway because I speak from the heart. I really thought that the president was going to hold the president of China his feet to the fire and start to make some major demands and be very gregarious over there. I mean, not fly off the handle, but show really who's in charge. But it turned into a love fest. And unless we get China to understand you can't be threatening Taiwan, you cannot side with Russia. And, hey, before we start just writing checks and you fill in the amount to buy your product, you're going to have to start investing in America. You're going to have to actually start building things in America. You are going to have to start doing something in this country. He needs to turn it around as far as this relationship that we've had with China for years. It's been devastating. It's absolutely been devastating. It's the reason why we are crippled as far as our economy is concerned. You know, I go back basically to Richard Nixon before he left the White House in shambles and obviously in disgrace. He opened up these relationships with Russia and China. And I'm really wondering now if they did not open the doors because their economies were sinking and they did a number on us. Because think about it. Ever since that so-called time and period where, Nixon goes to the Great Wall, our country has been spiraling out of control. And the sad thing of it is it's a double dose, meaning a whammy, because Richard Nixon, left in disgrace. People have never trusted the president since. I mean, think about it. When he left, got on Marine One and flew off to San Clemente, nobody has ever trusted the United States government again. Really haven't. So, Mr. President, I don't want to see you let me down, but I just expected more. I thought you could actually go there and rattle your saber a little bit and show China who's in charge. But, once again, China just rolled out the red carpet, all this pomp and circumstance, cheering people, waving, almost like extras at a movie set to make a good photo op. It just looked phony to me. It didn't look real to me. I mean, these are two countries that have been battling forever, but especially since COVID, because we pretty much, including this guy, the president, blamed them for that horrific virus that killed 1 million people in this country and a whole lot more around the world. And now all of a sudden, they're both kind of like playing, let's make up. We're best buds again. Let's hang out again. We cannot let China dictate to us. We can't. We have to be in charge. We have to be the ones that set an example. Because China for too long has been basically doing what they want to do. That's right. They've been doing what they want to do. And it's supply and demand. We need the supply, and they demand you got to take our product. I mean, think about it. So you had Nixon leave. First off, he opens the door to the Great Wall and to the former hammer and sickle, the USSR. And it's like, hey, we're all in this together. We're going to move forward as one big planet. Everybody's going to benefit. And then years later, Bill Clinton comes in with NAFTA and the Asian Pacific Partnership, and it's the global economy. But nobody has won other than China. That's it. For the most part, everybody else has had to basically make it on their own. India turned into a nation of technology and steel. Russia continued to pump out oil and whatever else they could do, criminal activity, under these so-called presidents. The only one that I really would ever trust was Mikhail Gorbachev. And when he died, the only one, by the way, to actually leave office standing upright, when he died of natural causes, Putin didn't even attend his funeral because he was just a good guy, Mikhail Gorbachev. I mean, but when Ronald Reagan went to Europe, when Kennedy went to Europe, I mean, this was like a major deal. When they traveled around the world, there was this respect factor, and these presidents, they spoke to the people, such as JFK, Berlin, Ireland. Ronald Reagan goes to Normandy to celebrate an anniversary of that horrific D-Day. These people actually revered. And it was like they listened to every single syllable of every single statement. All I saw was a bunch of photo apps, and they were just like gushing on each other. And Ping looked as though he didn't even really want to be there. So I'm just saying I expected more, and we didn't get it. And it just, I don't know. It just was sad, very, very sad. And I just think there should be more, much more than this, what I have witnessed. He should have basically put the hammer down and said, look, the only way we're going to do any future business with you, Mr. Ping, is that you're going to come to our country and you're going to not just buy land to basically hang on to it and eventually get a monopoly as far as real estate is concerned, to where you can basically dictate, because of the amount of real estate that you own, what happens in America. Even maybe interfere with some political elections and do it legally because of the deep pockets and the money that you will get from business and agriculture, which China, by the way, owns a lot of farms in the United States. and also have a chance to spy on our military operations and do everything that is going to only make it worse, to where eventually your flag will be flying over our country as opposed to our flag. And listen, if you don't think that that's not in the back of their mind, talk to anybody who knows what China has been up to with real estate and especially agriculture. And if you know anything about the art of war, if you can cut the supply line off, especially when it comes to food of your enemy, more times than not, you're going to win. Look, they've just been very calculating, and they've just been a very scary government, not the people. The people are out working harder than most Americans could ever imagine for a whole lot less. And they're under the thumb of this government, right? You remember Tiananmen Square, right? This has been going on forever. This isn't something that just happened overnight. So I was hoping he would go over there and be the bull in the china shop that he can be. And I thought he'd give him a little WWE and, you know, put him in that or should I say virtual reality chokehold, right? And just kind of said, look, I'm the president of the United States. If not for anything, you will appreciate me because of what I bring to the table here. Hey, as bad as we've had it in this country, I mean, it's been bad. I mean, you know, 2008, we had that horrible recession. We climb out of a little bit, and then we kind of fall back now. And I know the price at the pump is horrible, and I know with Memorial Day next weekend and people making plans for the summer, it could really turn things upside down. And I know even the president has said, I'm not worried about the pain of the American people. Well, he needs to be. He needs to figure this out. And isn't it ironic, all of a sudden, China and America both agree we want peace in the Middle East. Now, if this is because the economies of our country and their country is suffering, shame on them. You cannot let tyranny remain in power that is brutally murdering people on a regular basis and has for over 50 years just because it's hurting your pocketbook. Look, you're the two of the three biggest powers on the planet. Two of the biggest three. Figure it out. Okay, China should be coming here and building natural gas rigs and drilling for natural gas and taking it back to their country. And they should be paying the freight in this country. And with that revenue that we would be getting, we should be investing in drilling in America for natural gas and oil. We have enough resources here. We don't need anybody else. And it would be a good deal for both sides. It would be a great deal for both sides. So don't placate this guy because you think he controls the future to the economy and you're worried about the midterms because some of your constituents are getting banged on because of certain things and the price of certain things going up. And here's the other thing. If you get the age-old argument, well, manufacturing in this country is out of control. So people, they need those products from China because they can't afford to pay the price that it costs them because of labor and materials. Then you know what you do? You figure it out. If you're an entrepreneur, you figure it out. Look, we have so many things happening in this region right now. I mean, we're trying to reset Pittsburgh. We're trying to reset Allegheny County. Property assessment, you know, businesses, the COVID situation, trying to get people back downtown, trying to, you know, do something positive after the NFL draft to market the city, to grow the city. You know, we did the $1.7 billion project at the airport. And then on the other side of things, we lose Spirit Airlines. Arnold Palmer Airport is suffering a little bit. We have to find a way to get it going around the world because you see, what's happening in China with the president, believe it or not, affects right where you live here in Western Pennsylvania, where you live in Ohio, West Virginia, Maryland. I don't care where you're listening to me, New York to California. Everybody is hanging on by a thread because of what's happening in Washington. And the president has to figure this out, which I hope he has, and I believed he did until he went off for this, you know, let's be best buddies at the playground, right? Let's be on the same team. It doesn't work. And this was China's, the reason they did this, the reason they welcomed him is because that government said, we are drowning in debt. We have 2 billion people that we have to take care of in China, and we're not able to do that because we have no money coming in from our very wealthy friends in the United States. Yeah, you know why? Because they know We just keep printing money. It's like every few months we have to pass more legislation to keep the government running. We just keep getting another home equity loan, another home equity loan, another home equity loan. And as long as we're printing money, we can stay in debt or even go more, trillions more in debt. They would love nothing more than to see America at 48 trillion, 58 trillion. I want to know what their debt really is. I bet they're still living on money that they made from this country in the 1980s. That's why this Nippon U.S. Steel deal was so important, because we didn't want some Chinese steel company buying U.S. Steel, because most of the companies in China, most of them, are controlled by the government, and that's frightening. All right, we got some folks who want to talk to me. I'm going to get to all of you on the other side, but I had to get it off my chest. I was very unimpressed. I just thought there would be more from this guy. As I told you, this isn't about me being a Donald Trump cheerleader. It's about me being on point what matters in America and what matters here. Look, we got roads and bridges to fix. That's why I led with that AGH story. That's a positive story. We need to have more positive stories, and we shouldn't be depending on other countries to figure it out. We have the labor force here. We have the building trades here. We have the people that can get it done. We're the United States of America. Stay with us.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Federal prosecutors have charged an Iraqi national with plotting terror attacks in the U.S. CBS's Anna Schechter reports one of the targets was a prominent synagogue in New York.
The motive, according to prosecutors, is retaliation for the war with Iran and those strikes that killed the leadership of the Iranian regime.
Workers at the nation's busiest commuter railroad, the Long Island Railroad, have gone on strike, bringing trains to a halt. MTA Chair Jano Lieber.
We cannot and will not do a deal that shifts huge costs to our riders by forcing fare hikes.
Union leader Kevin Sexton.
There were things that we had tried to talk about, and they flat out said they weren't interested.
2 U.S. senators want improvements made to airline evacuation procedures. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
Right now, the standard is you have to be able to evacuate an airplane in 90 seconds or less. They have concerns that that's not actually what plays out in the real world.
The senators say minimum flight attendant staffing may not be enough. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Road and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'll put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify. apply.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we discover robotics, student clubs, and real-world experiences. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos and the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of clouds and sun with an afternoon thunderstorm and a high of 75. A shower and thunderstorm for tonight as well with clouds and a low of 61. Even tomorrow brings a thunderstorm to a couple of spots mainly south of the city, otherwise rather warm, the high 84. Then hot for Monday with sun much of the time, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Another big thing coming to Pittsburgh. We'll tell you about it first thing Monday.
All right, here we go. Time to get to the phones. We only have one line available, so feel free to call 866-391-1020. Here's Ken. It's been a week. Good to hear your voice, Ken. Good morning and welcome back to KDKA. How are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm good, man. Good.
Yeah, you started a subject I didn't anticipate. You were talking about the hospitals. The Allegheny General investing some money into the city of Pittsburgh. I did look about 3 weeks ago. I was looking at hospitals in the state. Looks like we've closed 26 under Shapiro. So I keep saying this, and I preach it at the top of my lungs, at the highest mountain. Population is the problem. That's just one. Then I comes across this morning, I don't know if this radio station has reported on it yet, we're looking at, what, a $5.7 billion deficit this year? Did Jens come up with that?
Not a good number, is it? Not a good number.
No, we're in critical condition here. They're saying this could be critical for Pennsylvania. So we're looking at less people, high deficit. What's going to happen there? What's the solution on that? Raise taxes again? I mean, the people are struggling here. I mean, and then we talk about people not keeping their homes in order or their houses, their finances in order. Our own local governments can't do it. Just this week, I'm boots on the ground. 3 houses that should never, ever be vacated in the nicest areas, grass about 1.5 feet high. Did they leave? Are they not there? Another lady yesterday, a moving van in her driveway across the street from one of my customers. Been there for 27 years. Going to Virginia. This is not stuff I'm just reporting on this. They need to stop this. I talked to her. Her name was Shannon. I hadn't talked to her before. She goes, yeah, we're going to retire down there. It's just cheaper. I don't know anything about Virginia. This is a woman I have not talked to. And like I said, I'm seeing this everywhere. You have to be seeing this. I try to tell you, we have to reduce our government here. It's just it's too big. It's too big. There's not enough people to support it. They're going to have to do something.
Well, here's the thing. Wait, Ken, let me jump in here. Here's the thing. If you're going to give businesses tax breaks to get them to come here, you're going to have to figure a way to make it attractive for people to move here. And I don't know how you do that, but you got to figure it out.
It's not the incentives for the businesses to come here. They will come if everything else is cheaper. And you'll have people staying if things are cheaper. People cannot afford what's going on here. I don't know what it is. The infrastructure's too hard to maintain here, or what's going on. I mean, there are too many government employees. I don't know what the problem is. Too many legacy costs. I don't know. They know the problem. They have to fix it.
Well, hopefully they'll figure it out because they need to. I appreciate the call, buddy. Let's go to Robert in Plum. Good morning, Robert. Been a week. How are you?
Good, Rob. How are you doing today?
I am absolutely spectacular.
I just want to say the big issue here in our area is our educational system. This is what's failing us here. The people today, I was at Sheetz about a week ago, and I saw people walking on top of money, and I almost fell over. You know, there was all this change on the ground, and instead of picking it up, these young people were walking on top of it, and I was like, this can't be going on. They don't know that like quarters, dimes, and nickels are actual money. They think if everything's on the card, today. I mean, our educational system is really bad. And what's happening is our government, keeps taxing us. I mean, this is like, I've never seen anything like it. Every time I turn around, the government wants to get involved in our lives. Let's get the government out of our lives. Let's start doing things. And I think President Trump was smart bringing all the business leaders there, because they did get some good business deals out of China, but they didn't get the thing I wanted out of China. I wanted them to make sure they weren't going to attack Taiwan. That would have been the biggest thing I would have wanted over there for. But the economy, I don't know. The economy seems to be like retracting in Pittsburgh, but outside of Pittsburgh, it seems to be doing well out there. If you go outside of Pittsburgh, it's doing well. It's in the Pittsburgh seems to be the problem there. On it, Rob. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, listen, Pittsburgh is at the pulse. We got to figure a way to get Pittsburgh back on stable ground. And I do believe that Corey O'Connor, we have Rachel Heisler on with us Monday night at 9. I think they are headed in the right direction. But unless you get back to what made this region famous, meaning manufacturing, you're never going to do it through meds and ends. You're never going to do it through technology. You got to get people building things, becoming members of the building trades, and you've got to get back into steel. You've got to get all in on this natural gas. I don't know how else I can say it. If we do not do something with all this energy and this natural gas, someone else will. You know what really frightens me, and I'm so glad you brought this stuff up, Robert. If and when this war in Ukraine ends, Ukraine is going to have to completely rebuild their country, and they have as much natural gas as we do. So when the bombs stop being dropped and the bullets stop flying and people, sadly, who have been dying, stop dying, they're going to have a chance to be the catalyst when it comes to energy, not just for Ukraine, but for Europe because of the Black Sea ports. And they also are going to have an opportunity to basically start selling us energy. Now, are they going to be friendlier towards us because of all of the gazillions of dollars we've given them? Maybe, but you can't count on anything until that money is in your hand. I'm telling you, if we miss this opportunity right now, Robert, in our country when it comes to energy, we're never going to get this chance again. And there's no way that this place in our country recovers unless we start drilling for natural gas here, there, and everywhere right here in Pennsylvania. It's the only hope we have.
I agree. Totally agree.
All right, Robert. Good call. 866-391-1020. Let's go. Keep them coming, folks. We want to talk to Ted now up on Mount Washington. Hey, Teddy, how are you? Good morning.
What's going on, Rob?
It's Saturday morning. Haven't talked to you in a week. How have you been?
Oh, man. Still living that American dream, man.
So let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. You'll appreciate this. So I finally broke down and had to get a new phone. So the last couple of days, my friends at AT&T and I'm doing our thing, and I've known these folks forever. I've always been an AT&T customer, either Samsung or Apple, depending on what I need for my business, right? So they can transfer everything but your calendar, okay? And if you're retired or you're older, most people have their dentist appointment every 6 months and a few other things, pick up dog food or whatever the case may be. But because I've got so many moving parts, especially in my business, interviews that I have to do, scheduling people, different shows on the weekend, throughout the week, it took me, because I had my old phone until I had to turn it in for my trade, it took me 6 hours yesterday while I was filming, doing a lot of stuff to promote the weekend in and around where I live. I mean, I had to sit for 6 hours and transfer every date from the old phone into my new phone. I am so glad it is done. But I got to tell you, it was a long day yesterday, Ted.
Well, look, hey, I agree 1,000%. It's going to get worse.
Whatever happened to the phones with the big cords in the kitchen and the rotary dial, and you'd say, okay, hello and goodbye, and that was it. I love the technology. I can't get enough of it. But my goodness gracious, there's just so much to be done. But I want to thank the folks at AT&T, and I got a really cool phone, Samsung 26. But, man, oh, man, I started thinking about what I'm going to do between now and the end of the year. I haven't even done it yet, and then I started thinking about what I've already done in 2026. It's a little overwhelming to realize not many people in this world have a chance to breathe and relax. You know what I mean?
Hey, look, you got to smell the coffee sometimes. I mean,
well, you know what? You're my hero. You're doing it. You did it right, brother. I mean, I give you all the credit in the world. I don't know how you did it, but you did it.
I appreciate it. But look, hey, I always say when you get older and with technology, they should call it elderly abuse. It just gets worse with cell phones, baby. You lose your cell phone, you got to reprogram it. It's horrible. I remember I went through that a couple of times. So, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Once you get a new phone, it's not a good thing.
Well, listen, hopefully maybe one more, but that'll be it. And I think next one, when I retire, I'm going to get a flip phone, and all I'm going to have is my number. Look, emails, text messages, direct messaging.
Yes.
I mean, every news service on the planet. I mean, news alerts, sports alerts. It's crazy, but I love it. I love it. It was just a very tedious day yesterday, but it's all done. Listen, couple of minutes, all yours, and if you can't finish, I'll bring you back after the break. But go ahead. Thanks for listening to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. With Shishi and Trump, I don't think Trump really got anything from Shishi.
That was a waste of time.
Yes, Rob. You took the words right out of my mouth. He didn't get nothing. She didn't give anything either. And I agree with you. It was nothing but a waste of time. And I don't know why this president is negotiating with Iran. I really don't get it. Any deal you do get, Iran's going to break it anyway. So that's a waste of time for me. And I'm worried about that economy, Rob. I think you're right. It looks like stagflation. You've seen foreclosures when it comes to homes. Prices still up to high. And there's just a lot of uncertainty. In the stock market, we're not seeing it yet, but I'm being honest, I'm a little bit worried about the bond fund. Interest rates is going up a little bit too high. So I don't know. I don't know what's coming, but it's not good.
Well, let me just tell you this. Unless we find a way to start generating income in our country, we're doomed. We're doomed. We're being held hostage, and it's a good example what's happening with the Strait of Hormuz right now. One little country, a third world country. If they didn't have oil, they wouldn't even be considered in any conversation, sadly. They have nothing else to offer, okay? And the people who should be reaping the benefits aren't. But because of this one little government, the entire world is upside down. Let me give you the last word. Go ahead, Teddy.
Well, I agree with you. But, the president has to, for some reason, he's not committing. I have no idea. That's the question. When you're president of the United States, you got to lead. And you can't be sending mixed messages. One day you open, next day you closed. And I'll be honest, with the region of Pittsburgh, the only way we're going to survive, you got to have leadership, not just on the city level, but also on the county to the state. We don't have it, Rob, right now. There's no vision in Pittsburgh. There's no vision in the county and also the state. So until that happens, this state's going to struggle.
Well, I'm telling you, this governor's race, and we're going to have Oliver Bateman here to preview the primary Monday, and then he'll be back on Tuesday night, and hopefully we're going to get John Delano in here too. But listen, this governor's race, once they get past the primary, it can be a lot closer than people think. I'm telling you.
Oh, look, I told you about Shapiro. The reason I don't like him, he's arrogant and he's petty. Even what he said about Fetterman, it makes no sense. And he's using his as far as speech pattern, to me, he's trying to be like Obama, and you can't do that. And I agree with what you said about Shapiro. He should just forget about governor and just run for president.
Yeah, because
that's what he wants.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. And Teddy, I got to get to a commercial break. Thanks for the call. 866-391-1020. Let's go, folks. You haven't talked to me for a week. I want a couple of days, whatever. I'd love to hear from you today, whatever is on your mind. But we're kind of tying it all into what's happening in the Middle East, too. Not just the country, but the state of Pennsylvania. But honestly, if I were him, I think the only chance that we Democrats have a chance to get a president back in the White House in 2028, they got to be all in. He's got to be barnstorming the country. And I know you have administrators to help you, but there's no way. How can you run Pennsylvania, especially in the time that Pennsylvania is in right now, and be thinking about 2028? And then you're going to disappear midway through this term because you're going to run for president. and you're going to be out campaigning. I just think if you want to help the Democratic Party, Governor, you should be thinking about the big picture. 866-391-1020. More to come in a moment.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates blew a 6-0 lead last night. Lost to Philadelphia at PNC Park 11-9. 2 teams again today. 4:05 first pitch, 93.7 The Fan. 2026 Preakness Stakes later today. Bob Bafford's trained horse Crude Velocity is widely considered the horse to beat. And at the PGA Championship through 2 rounds, it's Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley tied for the lead at 4 under. Scotty Scheffler, world number 1, is 2 shots off the pace at 2 under. NHL tonight's schedule, it has Buffalo taking on Montreal. The Canadiens lead the best-of-7 set, 3-2. Spurs finished off Minnesota 139-109, win the series 4-2. Elsewhere in the NBA, there will be a Game 7 between Detroit and Cleveland. Pistons won last night 115-94. Riverhounds played to a 1-1 draw against Charlotte but lost 4-2 in a shootout. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you. What can make me feel this?
The Temptations.
My girl,
and the Four Tops. Friday, June 5th, 7:30 p.m., the Benedum Center. The Temptations. And the Four Tops. On sale at trustarts.org and 412-456-6666.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. Here's Bob somewhere in Pittsburgh. Good morning, Bob. Welcome to KDKA.
Hello, Rob. How you doing today?
I'm good, sir. Where are you calling from in Pittsburgh?
I'm calling from West Mifflin, PA.
Oh, okay. Know it well. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hey, the reason for my call is I don't understand why nobody brings up the property taxes for seniors that are losing their homes and people are sick and on disability or whatever, older adults losing their homes. I don't understand why every time you have a death and a race or any kind of a race, nobody brings up the property taxes for seniors.
They need to. They need to. Listen.
I don't know why. I mean, you have access.
Listen, I'll bring it up right now. I'll bring it up right now, Bob. You don't have to go any further. I'll bring it up right now. I've talked about it before. You have 2 things that are happening to seniors in and around, not just Pittsburgh, but the crime is so bad. On a hot summer night, these people who have worked hard their entire life, burnt their mortgages, cannot even sit on their front porch of fear of something happening, and their property tax and taxes are so high that they're paying more a month than they were paying when they actually had a mortgage. That's where we're at. And listen, do you think that you're going to have young people moving into certain communities to replace those aging families when they know what they're dealing with and they hear the horror stories? Are you kidding me? You've got to find a way. And here's the thing, Bob. The only way you fix this stuff is do what those families that are having a tough time paying property tax were able to do 40, 50 years ago. purchase a home because there was manufacturing in Western Pennsylvania. I don't know how much more I have to explain this. Unless you get dirt and people moving that dirt and building things and then making a product that you can sell around the world. I mean, U.S. Steel and Nippon are already turning a profit in certain aspects of their business because of what they're doing, and you should know that better than anyone living in West Mifflin. I don't understand it, but dear God, it can't be that difficult to fix.
Yeah, I mean, the demands are just so much anymore. You know, you got to pay for this, pay for that, and nobody's income is going up. It's going down, and nothing's going up.
So let me ask you, how long have you lived in West Mifflin, Bob?
I've been here for 20-some years, and it's skyrocketing. And you know, you see all sale signs around the area. You know, people want to sell their homes; they want to leave. And this is the reason right here, because we're paying too much in school taxes and everything else, and everything's unaffordable.
You know, I was thinking about this the other day, about the future and what it holds. And the sad thing of it is, even though people are paying these enormous tax bills, the potholes are getting bigger. The schools are getting less students graduating. A brick and mortar is collapsing in front of our very eyes. Many people live in communities that their entire Main Street is boarded up. I mean, we're being sold a bill of goods here, man. We're being sold a bill of goods.
Right.
Where's the money going?
I mean, that's why I don't like politics, because it seems like everybody's for themselves, and you never hear about the people anymore. They don't discuss about the people. It's more about themselves and the people that's supporting you.
Well, listen, have you ever thought, hey, if this doesn't get better, I'm going to have to move out of West Mifflin?
It's everybody. I'm sure everybody's thinking about the same thing.
But where do you go? But I think it's also one of the reasons why Washington County, Beaver County have grown, because they don't have as high a tax rate as a lot of these other places do, like Allegheny County. And I think, you know, the drink tax, which was put into effect by Dan Honorato and John Weinstein when they were the chief exec and treasurer, respectively, I think it saved a lot of jobs. But unless you get manufacturing going, and Sarah Innamorato and them have to understand this, and Corey O'Connor, unless they start finding a way to bring manufacturing back, I don't care what it is, you're never going to be able to climb out of this. That's how bad it is. Well, Bob, listen, I appreciate the call, buddy. I've never had you on before, and I hope you call again sometime. All right, took care of a lot of folks there. If you haven't talked to me in a while, I'd love to hear from you. We've been off the air last couple of days. We're back at it and just getting started for another weekend. Next weekend, Memorial Day weekend, so the official start of summer is coming up. And I know a lot of you are saying, look, I want to go to the beach. I got plans. I want to do things. But, man, $5 a gallon? How much more is it going to go? I'm going to tell you after the news about what is going to happen that's going to change the face of travel when it comes to vehicles as we get ready for the summer of 2026. Something is going to change drastically the thought process of people when it comes to that little driving vacation to get away with a family. And it's going to be the more the merrier. I'll explain it. We are about to see something happen when it comes to family vacations, to where it becomes families' vacations. Look, there's people who work hard all year long. All of us do. People count the days until they go on that vacation. You remember as a kid, the night before, the week before, you're out of school for the summer and you know you're going to the beach, whether it's Lake Erie or Ocean City, Maryland, or Wildwood or Virginia Beach, or you're traveling down the East Coast to Florida. Carolinas are huge now, Nags Head. I mean, all of these places, they depend on this time of year. And without that revenue, it's going to hurt the country even more. And if anybody should know that, it's the president, who had a travel agency for years and obviously brought people to Atlantic City, something that he rebuilt for years. So I'm going to explain to you what's going to happen in the world of travel when it comes to driving vacations that are going to definitely change the course of how people travel. All right, if you want to talk, love to hear from you. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Rob Taylor getting ready with that first look at news at 6 a.m., and then we're coming right back. Another hour of Open Talk, and then we begin our Pittsburgh Works programming that will take us all the way until 1 o'clock. Saturday morning, 1 hour in, we're just underway at your Pratt Pack on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Rob, next with the news at 6.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Road and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'll put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 51 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are investigating after a person was shot Friday evening in Fayette County. Shooting happened around 6:30 on Hillview Lane. That's in Salt Lake Township. Person who was shot is in stable condition at a local hospital. State police say the person they say could be responsible for the shooting still not in custody as of this morning. The incident is under investigation. Butler Memorial Hospital and over 200 union workers ratified their first union contract on Friday. This comes after 10 months of talks and just 3 days before a possible strike. New contract includes guaranteed scheduled raises, an experience-based wage scale, and a policy that implements a financial penalty for too many involuntary schedule changes. Union says 96% of techs voted in favor of ratification. Well, new Pennsylvania law mandates defibrillators and CPR training for school sports, as we hear from News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush.
Senate Bill 375, sponsored by Senator Rosemary Brown, was shaped by the story of a Monroe County student athlete whose medical emergency sparked the push for stronger school preparedness.
He was 15 years old, healthy young man, playing basketball, and during halftime in the locker room, went down with cardiac arrest. No diagnosed cardiac issues, nothing known in his health history. And unfortunately, they did do CPR, but they did not have an AED present. And he passed away at the age of 15 in year 2000.
Under the new law, schools would need to have an AED at every interscholastic game and practice, plus someone on site trained to use it and perform CPR. Tamara Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Candlelight vigil was held Friday for Danielle Jackman of Churchill, one of the two people killed in a crash involving multiple vehicles downtown along the Fort Duquesne Bridge from last week.
Jackman's brother, Kevin Jackman, telling KDKA Television.
We didn't realize the reach that Danielle had. We knew how good of a person she was, but the amount of people that she touched through her career and through her personal life was more than most of us understood.
Vigil was held at Smitty's Place in McKeesport. That's where Jackman was a cook at the bar and grill since January. Nicole Jackman is Danielle's sister-in-law.
She was my confidant in the family. Every time something went wrong, she was my phone call.
The crash occurred on May 6th. Danielle Jackman was 58. The other person who died in the crash was 52-year-old Michael Smith of Sheridan. That crash still under investigation. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 6:03 on the dot. Time to call Highwood Cemetery to ensure your family's grave sites are protected now and in the future. 412-766-6600. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for an afternoon thunderstorm around. Until then, it looks like clouds and sun today with a high of 75. Then more clouds for tonight with another shower and thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow also brings some sun with a thunderstorm in a couple of spots, most likely south of the city, high 84. Then hot for Monday with a good deal of sun, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so Mr. Taylor, what have you been up to?
I guess the first thing on my mind is I'm not doing it. I'm not spending the money on Amazon Prime to watch these NBA playoffs. I just missed 2 games.
Frustrating.
Last night. And I hear that Sunday's Game 7 between the Pistons and the Cavaliers
is on Prime.
8 o'clock Sunday night. So now I've got to figure out. That's been on my mind. That's the only. I want my Cavs to pull it out, and I gotta either go to some sports bar or restaurant or something, and because I've already got Netflix. I've already got Peacock. I've already got and it's just too much coming out of my account. I can't have Amazon Prime being the another automatic withdrawal.
Well, so when I heard a clip from Cade Cunningham and they said he spoke to Prime, I went, oh my. I didn't even realize that game. I was so busy the last couple of days. I was watching some highlights early this morning when I was working out. But I do want Cleveland to win this thing. I do. And I'd like to see, I don't know. I want to see the Knicks win it all, but I at least want to see Cleveland get by Detroit. We'll see.
I mean, I kind of,
You know what's going to happen there, don't you? Harden's there. And he always has this way when he comes, he does well, gets a new contract, and things go bad. But I think LeBron's going to go finish his career in Cleveland next year. And this would be a great stepping stone if they could get to at least the conference final.
You know what? The more you say it after LeBron was, pondering his future after the Lakers got swept by the Thunder.
Oh.
Yeah, I can see LeBron coming back home, one last shot, Harden, LeBron, Donovan Mitchell, Spider as they call him for Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
One more go around. I could see that happening.
Well, the thing, too, they put Luka out front as the face of the franchise. And I get that because, LeBron's getting a little bit older. He's got 4 titles. I think he was in the finals like 8 straight times. But he's still one of the top 10 players in the league. I mean, he's averaging like 28 points, and he's healthy as healthy can be. I don't ever remember him missing an entire season or something really critical happening in the postseason. Luka can't stay healthy. And, if he wants $60 million, he deserves it. He's trying to cash out before he cashes in his chips. And this is an organization that just was bought for $10 billion off the Buss family. So I think you're going to make a big mistake if you let him leave. And the only way he would stay in L.A. is because he realizes his future as far as entertainment. He has his own brand. He won't be on the NBA pregame show with the crew on ESPN. He'll have his own platform. He'll be doing his own thing. The guy's going to make movies. He's going to do all sorts of incredible things, podcasting, you name it. So L.A. would be more conducive, but he can always go back there when he's done playing. I don't think the guy just wants to go 1 year. I think he wants to go 2 more years, and his body isn't telling him that he can't do it. And he puts people in the seats, and I think it would be really a great way to end a career and a way to kiss and make up after he went off to Miami to go back to Cleveland.
Could you see him coming off the bench in Cleveland? Could he be one of those, like a sixth man who plays only about 20, 25 minutes a night?
That would prolong his career.
Yeah.
But see, then what happens to Bronny? Now, that could be the other.
Well, here's what I think. I think it was opening night of this NBA season back in late October of 25 when they played at the same time and broke that record for LeBron and Bronny playing at the same time, father and son. That was earlier in the season. I think that was the first game. And now that that's happened, I think that LeBron is going to let Bronny kind of find his own way in the NBA. I don't think, they have to be on the same team. I don't think that has to be the case. I think LeBron's going to let Bronny do what he can. LeBron's going to do what he needs to do. I think they're basically going to split up.
Because I'm at that stage, and I could have won a couple of years ago. Financially, I'm good, but I love to work, and I love to compete, and I love the whole challenge. And I'm sure LeBron has a lot of the same feelings. Obviously, he's got a better bank account, but
not by much.
Not by much. But it's got to be tough realizing. I mean, that's your whole life, in the gym, working out, getting treatment, shoot-arounds, and then the game, and then life after the game, and, going home and, enjoying a glass of wine after you get a big win or maybe to drown your sorrows in it. But this is all he's ever known. And the guy has been doing it at this level since he was 18. So you do the math. It's going to be a tough transition for him.
Well, it might be a tough transition, but once he understands that it's going to be over for everybody, then I think he'll be okay with it. Charles Barkley always comes to mind. He always talks about, you can't beat Father Time, and everybody's going to have to. Charles used to play the game, and you saw what he was like in his last couple of years in Houston. Shaq was. He actually played for Phoenix and Cleveland. Yeah. So everybody's going to have their time, but I think LeBron will take it. He understands. He respects the game. He knows that in a few years his time will be up.
It's so sad because I think about Kobe a lot. And I was thinking the other day about, when he was Lou Alcindor and he was my hero and he played for Milwaukee and Oscar Robertson and they won the title. And then he went to the Lakers and Chamberlain and Jerry West growing up, Walt Frazier and the Knicks. It's tough watching your heroes get old. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I will say, Ernie and, Kenny and Charles and Shaq, that's a great show.
Oh, yeah.
They've got chemistry. And, Barkley says, well, this is my last year in television. And, they're paying him a bucket of money. But, boy, you can say what you want, but the Mouse, as in Disney, they do a lot of good things, and that's a good show.
Well, obviously, if you don't know the history, for those listening, of course, that was a Turner show.
Yep, TNT.
And it was so good, and that ESPN decided to basically keep the show going by putting it on their network on ESPN. So this is, I think, the first time that you're going to be seeing Charles Barkley and, that show on television during the NBA Finals, because ABC has the Finals. So you'll be seeing Charles Barkley all through the finals.
I hope it's the Knicks. That will be just great television. But I know you want Cleveland, but let's just see where. But how about the San Antonio Spurs? Everybody thinks OKC is going to get the automatic bid to get into the finals, back-to-back champs, first time that's happened, I think, since Golden State. But, man, this Wembanyama, I don't know, man. I mean, they took care of Minnesota last night rather easily. If I'm Anthony Edwards, I'm thinking, I got to get me somebody 7'4" with a 9-foot wingspan. But, man, he's a player, that kid.
As I said, he came into the league. He was from France. He was a little cute playing basketball. Now in his third year, he's understanding. The NBA's a lot tougher than those international leagues. And even though he threw that elbow and got ejected a couple of games ago, San Antonio came back and won the next two, including last night. So he's a tougher man on the court. That's what you need in the NBA. So this is going to be an outstanding series starting Monday night.
All right, so who do you think eventually ends up in the finals? What's your gut?
I think San Antonio is going to overtake Oklahoma City, and I think San Antonio is going to the finals against, I think it's going to be the Knicks, but I want it to be the Cavs, but I think it's going to be the Knicks.
They're playing in Detroit tomorrow, aren't they?
Detroit Game 7, Sunday night.
Listen, I love Detroit, too. Lambeer, Isaiah. I mean, they were great. I love them, but there's just, Cleveland, because I spent so much time in Ohio and used to listen to Joe Tate and all that. I mean, and kind of mirrored his style when I was doing play-by-play. I mean, I love it, man. I love the drama. And I still don't understand how Cleveland can have an NBA team and a soon-to-have WNBA team, and people still tell me that basketball wouldn't work in Pittsburgh. And these TV contracts, they're getting so much cash, and now with streaming, even if you don't sell an arena out every night, your pie is going to be nice and juicy because of what you're getting in the way of bank, because of the money they're making on all the other things. So I still think I don't know. WNBA team, I mean, look, they had that game the other day, which the Fever was involved, Caitlin Clark and Emma Cunningham, and they had 2.5 million viewers.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, I think about Pitt basketball and all the sellouts that were here back in the day, and you bring a basketball team here in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's just a sports town.
They would embrace it. Pittsburgh would embrace it, and I also think it would help improve getting more D1 players out of here. Because look what happened with the Penguins. Once Mario did what he did, and Sidney came in, we got all kinds of players who've made it to the NHL now. So I don't know. I'd love to see it, but I know one thing: you should never lose a baseball game when you're leading 6-0.
8-3 in the 8th inning.
Well, listen,
8-5.
I'm trying to get to sleep because I got to get up at 2. And I'm thinking, well, I don't have to. I'm trying to follow the PGA, the NBA, the NHL for my sportscast, and I'm like, I don't have to worry about the Pirates, so I just forgot about them. I wake up at 10 to 2 today. I pick up my phone. I'm like, what the heck? That's that bullpen. All right, Rob, good stuff. Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break, come back, get ready to wrap up this hour. Then we'll get into some Pittsburgh Works programming. And I'm going to tell you what's going to be happening because of the price of gasoline that's going to change the course of family, or should I say families' vacations next.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates blew a 6-0 lead last night. Lost to Philadelphia at PNC Park 11-9. 2 teams again today. 4:05 first pitch, 93.7 The Fan. 2026 Preakness Stakes later today. Bob Bafford's trained horse Crude Velocity is widely considered the horse to beat. And at the PGA Championship through 2 rounds, it's Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley tied for the lead at 4 under. Scotty Scheffler, world number 1, is 2 shots off the pace at 2 under. NHL tonight's schedule, it has Buffalo taking on Montreal. The Canadiens lead the best-of-7 set, 3-2. Spurs finished off Minnesota 139-109, win the series 4-2. Elsewhere in the NBA, there will be a Game 7 between Detroit and Cleveland. Pistons won last night 115-94. Riverhounds played to a 1-1 draw against Charlotte but lost 4-2 in a shootout. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Hey, folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
For women with postmenopausal osteoporosis at high risk for fracture, there's more you can do to strengthen your bones with Evenity. This is the sound of 4 women who think they're doing everything they can. A high fracture risk will cause 3 of them to break a bone in their lifetime. With Evenity, they could be rapidly building new bone in just 12 months. 2 think they already are building bone. And for 1, the game is about to change. To make an appointment, press 2. Because she's calling her doctor about Evenity. Evenity can increase the risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it. A serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Learn more about building new bone at Evenity.com.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, so when I was growing up back in the 60s, we would take a couple of weeks out of the summer and we would go to this place called Geneva on the Lake. And I don't know how many of you remember it or actually went there. There were 2 different properties. There was Shoreland and there was Harper's. And they were little cottages that had electricity and running water, but that was about it, right? So you'd go to the local grocery store. Say if you were leaving Saturday morning, you'd be there Saturday to Saturday or Saturday to Sunday, right? The following Sunday. You'd stock up on groceries and you'd go. But here was what the difference was. There was such a close-knit community where I lived, every single family within a couple of mile radius that my parents socialized with when couples really did a lot of things as couples back in the day, including that monthly card party and New Year's Eve at the fire hall. We all made the trip 224 into Ohio to the great shores of Lake Erie. And basically, we would live like we did in the neighborhood, but we would do things together. We'd swim together. We'd go to the little penny arcade. We'd go to downtown Geneva, which had a sunken bar. It just had, penny candy stores. It was incredible. And to make a little extra coin, you didn't actually have your dad just give you money. You would get a little red wagon that they would supply, either the Harper's location or the Shoreline location, and you would get firewood. And you would basically deliver it to these cottages throughout the day for a quarter or 50 cents. So we split everything. One night, one family would have pizza. Everybody would come over. Another night, they would grill hot dogs and hamburgers. Everyone would come. Now, look, I'm talking 10 families, if not more or a little less. But there were a lot of people, at least close to 100, right? We would all go together. And in some cases, because we knew each other, we would basically, as we used to say, bum a ride, right? So we made it work. Because you see, back then, even $1.25 for a gallon of gasoline wasn't cheap. And we always had that one thing, that motorist, that wonderful AAA motor club back then, and those triptychs that got us where we needed to go and all the things that we could see. And back then, the parents did it because kids could run wild during the day, late into the night. Parents could gather around a fire, have a couple of adult beverages, tell some stories, listen to music. So there was something to do for everyone. But the main thing was freedom, and it was no frills, right? Nobody put a whole lot of money into it. But we would go in large groups together on vacation. Now, you want to think that it went on forever, but I want to say at least 5 to maybe 7 years of my life, we did it, and we had so much fun. But we were always conscious of money because you had to be. There were 6 kids in my family. Other families had 4. Some had 6. Some had 8. I mean, there was just a lot of people. So you went to the grocery store and you bought lunch meat, hamburger meat, hot dogs, buns. And in many cases, to save a few bucks, you didn't even buy hamburger buns. You just bought more bread. Or you'd go to the local bakery that had day-old bread, and you'd pick it up, and they'd give it to you pretty much, right? We had a bakery known as Keystone Bakery back in the day in Bridgewater. You could go there and get day-old bread. You could get day-old Hostess cupcakes and all that other good stuff that really wasn't bad, but they had to reshelf and stuff that they didn't sell. And you went down and you picked it up and you put it in your car and you started preparing for this trip. Cast iron skillet, open fire, or on that stove. You had eggs and bologna, fried bologna in the morning, right? Nobody had bacon. You were saving money. But we carpooled. And then when we would go into Geneva, we would say, hey, so-and-so's driving tonight. This family's driving tomorrow night. I'm telling you right now, I am not worried because of the price at the pump that it's going to stop people from going on vacation. Because people will improvise. They will, and they'll figure a way to get it done. But what you need to understand, right now we are at DEFCON in America. People are stressed out to the max. Many people are working 2 and 3 jobs, and I guarantee you there's somebody listening to me right now who has just finished the overnight shift after coming off the 3 to 11 shift, and they just want to get home. And they've got the window rolled down, they got the volume turned up on the radio, and they're just like, hey, Pratt Pack, get me home. I'm tired. And they go home, they put their head on the pillow after they eat a quick breakfast, they wake up, shower, eat again, and repeat the same thing over again. So many of them, when they're waking up after just getting home, finishing one day to start another day, when the weather starts to get warmer, Memorial Day is staring you in the face, a lot of these folks are like, oh, in just a few months, I'm going to be on vacation. And that vacation may be Cedar Point. It may be Presque Isle up at Erie. It may be Geneva on the Lake, if anybody still goes there, or Conneaut Lake, whatever. But it's their little oasis, something that they work for. And I can promise you, even though right now they may not go on those Sunday drives anymore, they may not make 2 and 3 trips to the local store that they once did because of the price of gasoline, there's no more, hey, give the keys to the teenager and let them joyride, because you can't do it. But vacation, they will. But here's what I think is going to happen. Just like when the pandemic hit, everybody rediscovered the Mighty Five. They were going to the park, staying within the United States, Busch Gardens, Disney World, Disneyland, doing things that were right smack dab within our own country. And I think you're going to have more people doing more things in America than ever before. I look for Ocean City, Maryland, and New Jersey, and Wildwood, New Jersey to be packed. Virginia Beach, Topsail, Nags Head, Hilton Head, packed. Florida, all the way from Jacksonville to Key West, packed. Orlando will probably have one of its best years ever because it's reasonably priced. Plane fare, I think, is going to be good because people are going to be saying, look, we cannot push on the consumer because we have to pay more for jet fuel. So the airlines who have been stockpiling and reinventing and doing different things and picking up extra passengers because of things like Spirit Airlines and mergers that didn't work out. So the big ones like the Southwest, you got United, Delta, American, they're going to be offering all sorts of opportunities. So I think the travel season is going to be huge, but I think what's going to happen and how it's going to change the course of travel in our country, just as it did with the COVID period when they started rediscovering America, people are going to be traveling in groups. They're going to be going on cruise vacations with more than one family to help defray the cost. They're going to be going to beaches with groups of families, and they're going to defray the cost. They're going to be getting places to where they can cook on location, meaning some condominium or cottage or a beach house or whatever, so they can save money because of the price of gasoline. And they're going to also pick properties that if they've got a miniature golf course, a go-kart course that the family can walk to, or the beach, which is just a half a mile down the road, a short walk, they're going to do it because there's no way, the way people work today and how much time they put into their life during the calendar year, that they're going to miss out on vacation. I think it's going to be a very busy vacation season. And then if this thing gets control as far as back in the right direction and that gas price dips to like $3.30, $3.50 a gallon, it's going to be a great travel season. All right, 866-391-1020. More of your calls on the other side. It's your Pratt Pack Saturday morning.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Bring your home back to life with Zero Res, a pressure clean that you can actually feel. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $139 and whole home air duct cleaning starting at just $599. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
In 2026, I'd like to know exactly how cursive handwriting is a fundamental skill. Is there a study? Is there data? Is there something that supports such a claim? You don't live in 2026 if you keep rattling on about this cursive situation. I e-sign probably 95% of the things that I need to sign.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 51 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Right now, police investigating after a person was found shot Friday evening in Fayette County. Shooting happened around 6:30 Friday evening on Hillview Lane. That's in Salt Lake Township. Person who was shot is in stable condition at a local hospital. State police say the person they say could be responsible for the shooting not in custody as of this morning. The incident is under investigation. Well, an Aliquippa police officer recovering after a scary encounter with old evidence. According to Beaver County District Attorney Nate Bible, an officer with the Aliquippa Police Department came into contact with an opioid while destroying that old evidence. And after destroying the evidence, he went out in his patrol vehicle. His partner noticed something was wrong with his breathing. That officer passed out. He is recovering this morning. A Murraysville Medic 1 employee facing multiple felony charges after being accused of accessing and storing child sexual abuse material on a work computer. State Attorney General's office says 31-year-old Gregory Kelly was arrested and charged this week after an investigation. The office says Kelly was using a work computer, and while he was still logged in, another employee began using the computer and noticed files that contained child sexual abuse material. That employee then reported the findings. Matt Ponigos The Murraysville police chief telling KDKA-TV.
It was accessed through his Google account. He had left his browser open, and the next employee came in after him to use the same computer. And in the browser that was minimized, when he pulled up the browser, he noticed what was clearly child pornography.
Kelly has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th. Well, a candlelight vigil was held on Friday for Danielle Jackman of Churchill, one of the two people killed last week in a crash involving multiple vehicles downtown along the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Jackman's brother, Kevin Jackman, telling KDKA-TV.
We didn't realize the reach that Danielle had. We knew how good of a person she was, but the amount of people that she touched through her career and through her personal life was more than most of us understood.
Vigil was held on the vigil held Friday at Smitty's Place in McKeesport. That's where Jackman was a cook at the bar and grill since January. Nicole Jackman is Danielle's sister-in-law.
She was my confidant in the family. Every time something went wrong, she was my phone call.
A crash occurred on May 6th. Danielle Jackman was 58. Other person who died in the crash was 52-year-old Michael Smith of Sheridan. The crash is still under investigation. KDK Radio News Time at 6:33. We've got the AccuWeather forecast, a warm one. Coming up next.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care, starting now.
Freedom Care. We're here for you. Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of clouds and sun with an afternoon thunderstorm and a high of 75. A shower and thunderstorm for tonight as well, with clouds and a low of 61. Even tomorrow brings a thunderstorm to a couple of spots, mainly south of the city. Otherwise rather warm, the high 84. Then hot for Monday with sun much of the time, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let's get through that weekend, and I'll catch you on Monday. Lots going on Monday, and I'll talk to you then, 2 to 6. Colin Dunlap right here, KDK.
I'm loving that 90-degree Monday. I'm ready for some heat. I got to tell you, when I came out to go to work this morning, I was kind of, straightening the trash cans and straightening out Old Glory, my 250th Annan flag, celebrating that big birthday coming up in July. And I'm looking, the lamppost, the sidewalk illuminated, the night, the beautiful air. And I said, it's still chilly. It's like the middle of May, enough already. So 90 degrees will be definitely welcome. Listen, I just want to say this, then we're going to go to the phones. You got to find a way to be resilient. You got to find a way to make it work. Pinch your pennies, go on vacation. As I mentioned, those were very simple vacations when I was growing up. but there's such strong memories. I would love to be able to visit some of these places in my life one more time to see what's happened. I haven't been to Geneva on the Lake in, since the 60s, early 70s, maybe the late 60s, because it's been such a long time. But, I see the old Kodak black and white photos of my sisters and I in the lake, and you're wearing your tennis shoes because the rocks are in the lake, and your life jacket because your mom was always worried some current was going to take you away, and extra, skin suntan lotion, to sunblock. And it just seems like yesterday we didn't have a lot, but we did. So I don't want this price at the pump to frighten you. I want you to try to find a way to make it work. And I think if you could share some of those memories with me right now, you would say that those vacations were the simplest of times. And, even if you come to go to North Park or South Park for a day and hang out with the family, go to the wave pool out at Settlers Cabin, find a way to get some peace and quiet and go on a vacation, even if it's a staycation, meaning where you stay, close to home. I mean, Kennywood, what a great place to spend the day. Sandcastle, great place to spend the day. Idlewild, great place. Cook's Forest, there's so many things. Living Treasures, what they do there. I mean, Westmoreland County's got so many incredible things to do. So don't spare the expense of missing out on a family vacation, especially when your kids are young. When I took my kids to Disney World back in 2007, one of the greatest times of my life, and you know me, I never go on vacation, but it was worth every single cent. And I still think about that Disney brand to this day. When everybody mentions it to me, I go back to when my daughter was 5, my son was, just a couple of years older than her. We had such a great time. So you got to do those vacations because time slips by so quickly. 866-391-1020. Here's Bill somewhere in Pittsburgh with your Pratt Pack, KDKA. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Rob. Actually, I'm on my way. I'm just going west of Geneva. I got to go pick a piece of equipment up out there in Cleveland. But, hey, I think the reason the gas prices are so high and nobody's really talking about it is the insurance companies that are insuring these ships. Lloyd's of London increased their insurance drastically to cover these ships in case they would get blown up. I think that's what's driving a lot of this fuel prices up.
Well, listen, it's got to stop. I mean, I get it. You got to take a stance and somebody's going to have to suffer, but not one third world country, just because they have a whole lot of cash because of the oil, should be able to cripple the economy of not just this country, but other places. I mean, do you realize in California, which is a big vacation state, that's one of the best things they have going for them, it's like $6.30 a gallon now for a price of gasoline. How does anybody make a living if they're driving a truck when it's $6.30 a gallon with no end in sight? That alone should make people understand if we don't start buying into energy and drilling in this country and finding alternatives, this is going to go on forever. And if we leave that regime, Bill, in power, we're done. We're absolutely done. It'll happen again.
Oh, yeah. I'm out in Ohio, and I just passed the truck stop, and diesel fuel $6.29 a gallon out here. I mean, you figure this trip is going to take me 100 gallons, so $629 to run out to Cleveland and back in a big truck.
Does anybody, seriously, how do they make a living if they have to use a vehicle to make a living? I mean, how does any company, especially a small company, even delivering pizzas, how do you make it work?
Yeah. Just you got to charge the people, and it's sad, and I think that's what's causing a lot of this.
Well,
I think, once the fuel costs come down, I think things will get back to normal.
It's such a vicious cycle. I mean, it really is. I mean, we're the most powerful free nation in the world. We went through 2 world wars, a depression when people had to wait in line for a bowl of soup or a loaf of bread. I mean, haven't we suffered enough? We live in an age where people are walking around with a computer in their hand. Electric vehicles. Look, do you understand what this is going to do for Tesla stock? What it's going to do for Tesla? I'm curious to see how many people have already thrown in their combustible engine keys and have gone to a Tesla dealership and bought a vehicle. And I don't care what anybody tries to tell me, well, the price of charging as opposed to the price of at the pump, they really, even each other out. There's no way. If you have an electric vehicle right now, you should be doing cartwheels out to your garage or driveway to get in your vehicle. Because you're not, you drive by and you see, listen, I drive down the road all the time. I see the price of gasoline from one side of town to the next, like 50 cents per gallon in some cases. Talk about wanting to regulate. They regulate the price of milk in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but how can you spike gasoline in some cases 50 to 75 cents a gallon? That makes no sense.
Right. Well, I was questioning why the gas went up so quick. And after I read some articles, I come to find out it was from the insurance companies immediately raising the insurance on the tankers. But look at Forum down there in Weirton, West Virginia, that new battery plant. They didn't build that to just sit there. They're really developing these batteries.
Well, that's why I'll never discount Elon Musk. Everybody was starting to talk. When he was involved with Doge, people were like lashing out at Tesla, this and that. And I said, this guy will find a way. The cream always rises to the top. Look what he's doing with SpaceX. Now he's going to privatize that. It's going to be publicly held company. He's going to be worth $1 trillion before it's all said and done. And he's going to continue to develop things and do things. And people should let this guy run wild, because if it's not for Elon Musk, imagine where we would be right now if we didn't have Tesla and an alternative brand for people. The economy, when you take people out of the ability to be able to go from point A to point B and spend money along the way, it cripples not just Main Street, but it'll cripple this entire country from one side of the country to the next. Think of this. You have plans to go across the country this year and see the USA? I can promise you this. If you could rent a Tesla, you would do it in a heartbeat, because it's going to put more money in your pocket to spend with your family on vacation. This is either going to go two ways. It's either going to completely fall flat, and he's going to let them stay in power, and they're going to make another false promise, and the price of gas is going to go down until they hold us hostage again, or he's going to call their bluff. They're going to leave office, or whatever you call it in that part of the world. The price of gasoline will dip. The world economy will benefit moving forward. The Iranian people will basically control the purse strings of that country. And it'll also make us actually start to put our money where our mouth is and actually start drilling for more natural gas in this country. It'll create more building trades jobs. It'll create more jobs in the gas industry. And it'll also make it more beneficial for the consumer, who will start using natural gas to energize their life. So it's either going to go one or two ways. And I'll tell you, I thought it was going to end in our favor very soon, because we were putting pressure on China. But after this pomp and circumstance that I witnessed, even people I'm sure being paid to chant USA, USA, and the president giving them that fist bump, I don't know if it's going to end in favor of the U.S. I'm afraid from what I'm witnessing that the president may be backing down, and I hope that's not the case. He's got to finish this regime, and he's got to finish the job, because if he doesn't do what I think he needs to do, it's going to make us take 2 or 3 giant steps backward. And with a country that's trillions in debt, you can't afford to do that, Bill.
Right. Well, I get a kick out of everybody says that they want to get rid of bullies, and Iran is one of the biggest bullies in the world, and yet people don't want to get rid of them. I don't quite understand that.
Hey, listen, so you said you're outside of Geneva. Do you go through Geneva at all, ever?
Yeah, I sure do.
Is there still a place that families go to vacation?
Yeah, I move a lot of equipment for the Amish, and they build a lot of cottages and stuff up in there.
That's cool. Listen, in another life, I wouldn't mind spending my summers at Geneva. That would be kind of cool. That's a great that's a great little community. Well, what are you doing? So you drive a truck? What do you do?
Yeah, I haul equipment for like the Amish and just about anybody. I haul dozers, anything from a D8 to a man lift.
Let me tell you something. The Amish have figured it out. They put sweat equity into stuff, and it pays dividends, and nobody does better work. So you're with a good group for sure. Be safe and have a great summer, okay?
All right, Rob, you take care now.
All right, there we go. A lot of new callers today. Love hearing from you folks. We got one more segment of Open Talk, And then Mr. Coleman and Dina Schmidt will be here. One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com. Lots of stuff to get to with them. 8 o'clock, it's Brian Caranta and I with a edition of Secure Money Advisors on the Money. 9 o'clock, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. The guys from True Value at 10. Andrea Benacki will be here today. AAA Central Talking Travel. Then we're going to talk about estate planning and Alzheimer's today on that law show that is all about law for the elderly. Zachariah Brown Bradakovich. That's going to be in the noon hour. So we got a long way to go before we're done today. It's your Pratt Pack KDK. And when we come back, more ways to not feel the heat because of what's happening in the Middle East. That's next on KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio. KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates blew a 6-0 lead last night. Lost to Philadelphia at PNC Park 11-9. Two teams again today. 4:05 first pitch, 93.7 the Fan. 2026 Preakness Stakes later today. Bob Bafford's trained horse Crude Velocity is widely considered the horse to beat. And at the PGA Championship through 2 rounds, it's Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley tied for the lead at 4 under. Scotty Scheffler, world number 1, is 2 shots off the pace at 2 under. NHL tonight's schedule, it has Buffalo taking on Montreal. The Canadiens lead the best-of-7 set, 3-2. Spurs finished off Minnesota 139-109, win the series 4-2. Elsewhere in the NBA, there will be a Game 7 between Detroit and Cleveland. Pistons won last night 115-94. Riverhounds played to a 1-1 draw against Charlotte but lost 4-2 in a shootout. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Road and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions. I am so excited for the opening of my second Hunter Douglas Gallery. Stop by 3150 Washington Road, McMurray, PA on Monday, May 18th, 3 to 7. Food, fun, prizes, and more. Your journey to beautiful window treatments begins at Nest Expressions Window Fashions. 1-888-952-NEST or nestexpressions.com.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
right, listen, here's something else. And I'm just going to be blunt about this. You know, everybody wants to get out and, you know, spend time and going to their favorite restaurant. We want to support restaurants. And this is the way you can really beat the heat that's being turned up. And I'm not talking about the 90 degrees we're expecting on Monday that you heard in that AccuWeather forecast. I'm talking about, you know, summer travel season, more daylight to burn, more things to do, you know, just because we wait for summertime, right? And Memorial Day's next weekend, people already planning maybe a 3-day getaway. Told you what you can do with the price of the pump. You can carpool a little bit, stay closer to home. That'll definitely help. Maybe get various other ways to travel, whether it be by plane, by rail. Amtrak has some really great deals this time of year, and you can see the country, especially as we celebrate our 250. Very reasonable. And I've talked to so many people who have traveled Amtrak in recent years, and they absolutely love it. And I think the Jersey Shore, and I think the Maryland Shore, Virginia Beach, the Carolinas, Florida, I think it's going to be very busy, as it will be the same thing out on the West Coast. And I think you're going to have a lot of people from the heartland heading east or west to just kind of do these family vacations. But here's the other thing. And really, start next weekend. Cook out. Get that grill. Get it clean, get it going. We'll talk to the guys from True Value, give you a couple of tips about that today. And start cooking at home. Go to a Coons Market or wherever you buy your groceries, hopefully Coons Market. And we got that big 2-day of savings sale next weekend that we're going to tell you about as we begin the week starting tomorrow on the Coons Cooking Hour. But cook at home. You know, have everybody in the neighborhood pitch in. Have like a little neighborhood cookout every once in a while throughout the summer. Listen, you don't have to really feel crippled because of what's happening. Because everywhere you look, I know the first thing somebody asks, did you pay how much? Or did you see the price of? Don't panic. And I know it's like a slot machine every time you drive by one of your favorite convenience stores and you pull in to get gasoline. Look, I've come up with this idea that I fill up every day $10, $15 so I don't have to fill that big hit. And you let it go to under, a quarter of a tank, you're dropping a $100 bill. I don't care what type of car you're driving to get a full tank of gas. I know people who won't do any more than a half a tank of gas. So everybody's got their little tricks of the trade, but the price of gas will come down. But think of this. If the price comes down and you continue to do some of the things that you're doing, you'll have more money in the long run. You'll have a better idea of how to budget your money in the long run. And when you budget your money, you can have more fun throughout the summer season. And we're going to be talking all about travel today. And if you're not a card-carrying member of AAA, you need to be, because it's the only piece of plastic you put in your wallet or purse or carry on your person that actually pays you money. So there are ways to negotiate and navigate and to get through these very tough times. Don't let it scare you. It will get better. All right, coming up, it's Dina and Michael. It's OneHealthBenefits.com. Moments away on KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'll put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 51 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police continue to investigate after a person was shot on Friday evening in Fayette County. That shooting happened around 6:30 Friday evening in Salt Lick Township, Fayette County, along Hillview Lane. Person who was shot in stable condition at UPMC Presbyterian in Oakland. State police say the person they say could be responsible for the shooting still at large. The incident is under investigation. An Aliquippa police officer is recovering after a scary encounter with old evidence. According to Beaver County District Attorney Nate Bible, an officer with the Aliquippa Police Department came into contact with an opioid while destroying old drug evidence. After destroying that evidence, he went out on patrol, and his partner noticed something was wrong with his breathing. The officer passed out, nearly died. He had to be given 2 doses of Narcan back at the Aliquippa police station. The officer in question, who is the department's evidence custodian, said he had no recollection of what happened to him. Aliquippa police are now reviewing their protocols involving old drug evidence. A Murraysville Medic 1 employee facing multiple felony charges after being accused of accessing and storing child sexual abuse material on a work computer. State Attorney General's office says 31-year-old Gregory Kelly was arrested and charged this week following an investigation. The office says Kelly was using a work computer, and while he was still logged in, another employee began using the computer and noticed files that contained sexual abuse material. That employee reported the findings. Kelly has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th. Well, Butler Memorial Hospital and more than 200 union workers ratified their first union contract on Friday, and this comes after 10 months of talks and 3 days before a possible strike. New contract includes guaranteed scheduled raises, an experience-based wage scale, and a policy that will implement a financial penalty for too many involuntary schedule changes. The union says 96% of techs voted in favor of ratification. Well, a candlelight vigil was held on Friday for Danielle Jackman of Churchill, one of the 2 people killed last week at a crash involving multiple vehicles downtown along the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Jackman's brother, Kevin Jackman, told KDKA-TV,
"We didn't realize the reach that Danielle had. We knew how good of a person she was, but the amount of people that she touched through her career and through her personal life was more than most of us understood."
Vigil was held at Smitty's Place in McKeesport. That's where Jackman was a cook at the bar and grill since January. Nicole Jackman is Danielle's sister-in-law.
She was my confidant in the family. Every time something went wrong, she was my phone call.
Crash occurred on May 6th. Danielle Jackman was 58. The other person who died in the crash was 52-year-old Michael Smith of Sheridan. The crash is still under investigation. KDKA Radio News Time at 7:03. We've got the AccuWeather forecast next.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for an afternoon thunderstorm around. Until then, it looks like clouds and sun today with a high of 75. Then more clouds for tonight with another shower and thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow also brings some sun with a thunderstorm in a couple of spots, most likely south of the city, high 84. Then hot for Monday with a good deal of sun, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by One Health Benefits. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yes, things are starting to look up. Summer is almost here, 1 week from that official start. But in the meantime, it's ready, set, go, because it's the brand that never takes a day off. It's Medicare. Even if it isn't an enrollment period, we've got the dynamic duo here, and we are talking Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com. And we want to give you this opportunity because you need to be thinking about what you're dealing with when it comes to the most precious gift that you can have after that body of work, that Medicare. But healthcare in general, not just Medicare, they can handle it all. So jump in here with all those healthcare-related questions at 866-391-1020. All of our lines are available, 866-391-1020, and you can leave your information at their number, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. And remember, very interactive. Check out the website. I'm on it all the time, on it earlier today. Love what they do at onehealthbenefits.com. We always begin by saying hi to Dina, and then Michael will be on board, and we'll get rolling right now. Dina, great to have you back for your monthly visit on KDK with your Pratt Pack.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Rob. I tell you what, this is my favorite Saturday of the month. I absolutely love the opportunity to answer questions and help make a difference out there. And, you know, when people call in, I had one on Friday, yesterday, you know, a family that has listened to the show for the last couple of years. And she said to me, and imagine if someone said this to you and you knew you made a difference. She said, you know, at the end of our, you know, we went over Medicare, explained what it is. I explained the different options, specifically based on each one of them. And, you know, Jen, she said, I want to just thank you so much. I've listened to your show for years, and I knew when I heard you, you were the one I wanted to go with. And she's, you know, 4 years later, she called, and I just felt there's nothing better than when you do something to make a living and you know you're making a difference and you hear something like that. And they were such a wonderful couple. And I feel I have so many of those out there where, they've become friends. Many of them I've gone out to dinner with, and they're in my, rotation of doing things with, because we've just formed a great relationship. And that's one thing that I just want to start with that makes you guys have the opportunity to go to so many different places. You can go, walk into a kiosk or to one of the stores, and you can, talk to someone there. But this is what makes a difference. Every year you talk to me. I know your details. I know about you. You don't have to explain it again. It's wonderful to hear from you every year. When you have an issue, you don't have to explain it 10 times. Why? Because I know you. And Michael joined my team. I think it's been a year and a half, right, Michael? And
almost two now.
Almost two. See how time flies? Seriously. And I waited 25 years to find someone like Michael, because I didn't want to share you guys with anyone else. And it got to the point where it was just so busy, I had to give in. And I put him through the ringer to make sure that he wasn't going to change what One Health Benefits has been based on. This is how I roll, and this is what we are and who we are. And Michael is a mini Dina. He does a fabulous job. I trust him. It took a long time to find someone, and Michael is that person. He fits the bill. So I welcome anyone to join our family. Give us a call. There's no charge at all, as we've said 1,000 times, but if you're new to the show, it doesn't work that way. This is an industry where you pay nothing to use our services. The rates are not determined by us. If it was that way, I'd give everyone free insurance. But the rates are determined by the Department of Insurance. They are what they are, okay? And it doesn't, it stinks at times, right? It is what it is. But that's where we come in, okay? And we are creative in finding something, a solution specifically to your situation. There's so many things that go wrong out there. Michael had a call from somebody at a community college. They refer all their students to me. And this student didn't know. I mean, he's 26. I could see my son would have no clue. And his mother does this for a living, right? And he left the state of North Carolina, came to Pittsburgh to go to school at Seton Hill. And turned 26, lost his parents' insurance, so got insurance in North Carolina. He didn't realize that now he lives in another state that he couldn't still use that. And so he's been uninsured. Well, he had no idea. And being uninsured for over 60 days from a qualifying event, guess what? You're out of luck. You can't get insurance, okay, because you have to then wait till an enrollment period, which is in the fall. Well, we can't have that. We can't have a 26-year-old who seriously was just naive to it. So what did we do? We got our brains together, and he needed some specific things. He needed mental health support. And Michael and I, put our brains together and came up with a solution to get him insured. So those are the kind of things. I have a 26-year-old myself. The last thing I want is for somebody who seriously just didn't know. He didn't know. He wasn't trying to work the system. And those are the situations that we really enjoy. People who don't know we exist and are fortunate enough to hear the show or referred by somebody, and we're able to make a difference.
Listen, I just want to interject something. I have been around a long time in this industry. I mean, every weekend since the mid-'80s, and I've done so many different shows, but I've never met anyone, and I mean this, who is as passionate or dedicated about finding the answers for her clients than Dina Schmidt. She is such an inspiration, and I'm not being told or paid to say that. It's from the heart. She's the real deal, and there's no way Michael Coleman becomes a part of that team unless he's in it to win it. Dina, one of the things that I want you to explain, so folks, if you're out there and you've got issues with your health care, you're concerned, stuff that's keeping you up at night, waiting every day for that bill or the other shoe to drop to end up in the mailbox, I want you to call us right now, 866-391-1020. Hey, we're family here. Many of you have gone through exactly what I've gone through and others have gone through. And as I've always said, one person tells 5, tells 10. Lots of folks can get help by you calling in. And our number is 866-391-1020. What separates you, Dina, One Health Benefits, and Michael? It's not just Medicare. You're not a one-trick pony. You do a lot of different things. But your objective is to help people of all ages, from all walks of life, maneuver and not become bankrupt, literally, figuratively, and emotionally because of health care, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the reason I started One Health Benefits 25 years ago. There's a reason. So my husband worked for, and I'm sorry if you've heard this story before, but my husband worked for one of the largest carriers. You have a 50-50 guess on who that is in Pittsburgh, right? We have two. Worked for one of the largest carriers. And he said, Dina, I get people calling the office all the time, and they're individuals who have no idea. No one wants to give them service because the bulk of the business where they make their money is large groups like GE and large groups. That's where they make their money. So agents only want to work where they're getting a big bang with one customer, right? Nobody gives any attention to the individual. I think you should get your license. And I had, at the time, I was a pharmaceutical sales representative. I had decided to stay home. I adopted a little girl. I had a 2-year-old son, and I decided I was going to try staying home as a mom. And I enjoyed that, but I just needed a little more. So what I did is got my license. Literally, one day I got all dressed up in a skirt and everything, which is funny because I would hate to do that now. But I got all dressed up as a skirt in my skirt, and I had my license. I opened the Yellow Pages, and I just started calling. And from there, I mean, that is the American dream. I just opened the Yellow Pages. I had no one who trained me. And from there, I proved my dedication and my diligence. And from there, it became the hugest, one of the top agents in the country. It just became one of the biggest things. And to this day, I still act like I did 25 years ago, where I give everyone that same attention. Mm-hmm. But not only, I started working with small groups, and then I got into the individual, then it got into Medicare, and it's gone from there. So anybody who is looking for not just health insurance or Medicare, there's so many things that you need in addition to just that medical. Think about it. Why do people have GoFundMe pages? I was just listening to a book, and it's about, during COVID, it's a true story, obviously. It's a famous actor and his wife, and he was 44 when he got COVID. Right. And they had money. They were actors. and they had a GoFundMe page. Well, you know why they had a GoFundMe page? It wasn't because they needed help with their medical bills. It was because she was a stay-at-home mom, right? So they still had money because they were actors. However, what they needed, like the house needed to be changed to accommodate him. They needed food. He wasn't making money because he wasn't working. He was in the hospital on a ventilator. So the GoFundMe isn't because the medical bills. It's everything else that goes along with that.
It's day-to-day expenses. That's exactly right. All right, listen, we're going to take a break, but I highly urge you, don't miss this opportunity. If you're up on this Saturday morning and you're just trying to make sense of it all and healthcare is on your mind, your healthcare coverage, bills, lack of cash, you need help, you're wondering what you can do. And again, Medicare always welcome. 866-391-1020. First come, first serve. All of our lines are available. Dina and Michael, One Health Benefits until 8 o'clock. The hour will go by quickly. 866-391-1020, onehealthbenefits.com. If you want to just skip us and call them directly, leave your information. They will get back to you. 724-799-8873. 724-799-8873. But I want you, if you have a health care question, especially those questions that are keeping you up at night, they're here. One Health Benefits. Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman. Call us now. Take one of these available lines. Make the most of it on a Saturday morning. Get some peace of mind. 866-391-1020.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates blew a 6-0 lead last night. Lost to Philadelphia at PNC Park 11-9. Two teams again today. 4:05 first pitch, 93.7 The Fan. 2026 Preakness Stakes later today. Bob Bafford's trained horse Crude Velocity is widely considered the horse to beat. And at the PGA Championship through 2 rounds, it's Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley tied for the lead at 4 under. Scotty Scheffler, world number 1, is 2 shots off the pace at 2 under. NHL tonight's schedule, it has Buffalo taking on Montreal. The Canadiens lead the best-of-7 set, 3-2. Spurs finished off Minnesota 139-109, win the series 4-2. Elsewhere in the NBA, there will be a Game 7 between Detroit and Cleveland. Pistons won last night 115-94. Riverhounds played to a 1-1 draw against Charlotte but lost 4-2 in a shootout. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Calling all dog lovers and craft beer fans. Get ready for the 4th annual Barks and Brews on Saturday, May 16th from 4 to 7 p.m. Join the Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh at their Eastside location for an amazing afternoon of local craft brews, food trucks, and live entertainment. Bring your furry best friend along for a positively good time, all while supporting animals in need. This is a 21 and over event. Grab your tickets today at humaneanimalrescue.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're going to let Michael jump in here with some opening comments, and then we're going to get right to some questions. And again, this is an opportunity. Anything you're dealing with healthcare, and we always love talking about Medicare too, and this is a good time to review your current plan, and the best way to do it is to set up that free appointment with them. Leave your name and number. They will get back to you, 724-799-8873. hospital stays, co-pays, prescription, you name it, we'll handle it all. Healthcare right now, 866-391-1020. So, Michael, let me give you a couple of minutes to chime in on how Dina opened up the program, and I'll simply ask you, and I've asked many times as we start another program, what separates One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com from everyone else? Go ahead, Michael. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you and welcome. Good morning, Pittsburgh. So, yeah, definitely what sets us apart, I feel, is that we take that extra time to get to know our clients and know what their situation is. It's a one-on-one. It's not a cookie-cutter business. Everybody has their own situation. So we do take that time to make sure that we listen and give them exactly, the benefits that they're looking for, and make sure that everything that is in their concern is covered, through the plan that we get for them. And just like you say, Dina, in this business, I've never seen anybody so passionate about what they do with their business and with their job. And that's really one of the main reasons why I really like working with Dina, is that, she and I are on the same level. She's probably a little bit higher level than I am because, this is her baby. But, I take it on and make sure that I do exactly what she would do in a situation. And I think it's just that personal touch that we provide to our clients at no cost, of course, and making sure that they get exactly what they're looking for.
Dina, go ahead.
You agree, Dina?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I really would love today, you guys, for you to call in, because this is a perfect time to ask your questions. We're so crazy busy come September all the way through March that we are going on. And this is just a great time, not that it's a slow time, because we have so many people aging in, losing their jobs, getting into Medicare, retiring. But the question you have, guys, I am so sure that many people have that same question. So I'd absolutely encourage you now to call in and ask. Don't be shy. Rob is phenomenal. He doesn't make anyone feel more comfortable to be in our living room and sit down and have a conversation. I'd absolutely encourage you to do that. To me, I think the best way, when I was in pharmaceutical sales, I remember they always said to me, when you go in and you're talking to that physician, you have 1 second. And I'm telling you, it is 1 second. He looks up and I got to get a message across to him to make him understand why he should use my product over someone else's. And that way was to paint the picture. And that's what I'd like to do for you guys today, is because all this jargon, deductibles, co-pays, out of pocket, it does get confusing. And people, if you don't do this for a living and talk about it every day, it's hard to grasp, right? So by painting that picture, I'd love to give you some examples of some situations that Michael and I have had. And maybe you find yourself in that situation someday. And, a good one comes to mind, because this one, I think, I always say I'm the worst for woulda, coulda, shoulda. If I make a mistake, and I know it's a flaw in my personality, but I beat myself up to the point where it's just over and over. I should have. Why didn't I? I could have. I should have. I would have. My husband's not like that at all. And he's they say opposites attract. And he's like, Dina, get over it. It's okay. Move forward. But here's a situation. I want to tell you this example of a client who they lost their insurance, and they were getting ready to be into Medicare 3 months from now. Okay. And they're like, we don't need it. We're not on medications. We're not going to pay, a couple $1,000s for 3 months. We'll wait for Medicare. I begged them to get something. We have plans that are called short-term plans, and they're completely different than what we call Obamacare, which is really the Affordable Care Act, major medical. They cost less because you have to be healthy to get them, but it's a perfect gap between what you have ending until you get the other insurance. They are what they are, short-term plans. It would have given them a stop loss, and a stop loss is your worst case scenario, right? Because if you don't have insurance and you go and you have something done, there's no negotiated discount because there's no carrier. You're self-insured. So they don't give you a discount. And guess what? It goes on forever because there's no maximum out of pocket. Well, that's great. I'm glad you don't. But one bad thing happens, heck yeah, you're going to hit your deductible. And guess what? You have an out-of-pocket, and then you're done. They pay 100%. Well, you don't get that if you're self-insured. So they didn't want to take that, that suggestion and get insurance. So I went hiking in the mountains a couple weeks ago. I'm in Asheville, North Carolina, and I'm hiking, and he happened to get me when I had coverage because cell coverage, because in those mountains I didn't have much. And I see it says, it's from a client, it says, Dina, it's emergency, can you call me? I'm like, uh-oh. So I give him a call, and he says, my wife fell and broke her hand. She has to have emergency surgery. I have to pay up front because I'm uninsured. When you're insured, they know they're going to get the money, right? Okay, you don't pay up front. They're not going to do her surgery until he gives them, get this, $200,000. That's life-changing, okay? He's like, well, what do I do? Can you get me that plan now? No. Your house is burning down. You don't finally go get insurance on your house. You got to get it in advance. I'm like, you've got to. Like, it killed me more than it killed him.
Listen, we're going to pick up on that story. I got to get to a break because we're just 2 minutes away from the news. But don't put yourself in that position. You can handle this stuff now. Make the call, 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. And if you're right now wondering if you've got the right coverage and you have a question, you need to call us, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 55 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Right now this morning, police investigating after a person was found shot Friday evening in Fayette County. Shooting happened around 6:30 Friday evening on Hillview Lane in Salt Lake Township. Person who was shot is in stable condition at a local hospital. State police say the person they say could be responsible for the shooting still at large this morning. The incident is under investigation. A new Pennsylvania law mandates defibrillators along with CPR training for school sports. Here's News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush.
Senate Bill 375, sponsored by Senator Rosemary Brown, was shaped by the story of a Monroe County student athlete whose medical emergency sparked the push for stronger school preparedness.
He was 15 years old, healthy young man, playing basketball, and during halftime in the locker room, went down with cardiac arrest. No diagnosed cardiac issues, nothing known in his health history. And unfortunately, they did do CPR, but they did not have an AED present. And he passed away at the age of 15 in year 2000.
Under the new law, schools would need to have an AED at every interscholastic game and practice, plus someone on site trained to use it and perform CPR. Tamara Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Butler Memorial Hospital and more than 200 union workers ratified their first union contract on Friday. This comes after 10 months of talks and just 3 days before a possible strike. New contract includes guaranteed scheduled raises, an experience-based wage scale, and a policy that will implement a financial penalty for too many involuntary schedule changes. Union says 96% of techs voted in favor of ratification. KDK Radio News Time, 7:33. AccuWeather forecast next.
Yes, it's spring in Pittsburgh. The flowers have bloomed, the trees have leafed, and taxpayers have had their pockets picked for nearly $1.7 million to buy 4 of 6 privately built Tony Hill District townhomes that would not sell. What's wrong with this picture? Just about everything. Learn more about this topic and others in Colin McNichol at Large, and only at AlleghenyInstitute.org, where conventional public policy wisdom has been challenged since 1995.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of clouds and sun with an afternoon thunderstorm and a high of 75. A shower and thunderstorm for tonight as well with clouds and a low of 61. Even tomorrow brings a thunderstorm to a couple of spots mainly south of the city. Otherwise rather warm, the high 84. Then hot for Monday with sun much of the time, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by One Health Benefits.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Real health questions answered in real time. Our number is 866-391-1020. Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com till 8 o'clock. The hour is slipping by. Usually in the third segment, we start picking up as far as the phone lines are concerned. So if you have any issues about health care coverage, you need answers, right now would be the perfect time to give them a call. They're here for just 2 more segments, and then they'll be back with us next month. But you don't want to miss this opportunity to get those questions answered. It's 866-391-1020. All of our lines are available. Any health care questions, welcome right now. For Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com. You can also just call and leave your information. They will get back to you at the office. 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. So as we went to break, Dina was finishing a story about a gentleman who was in an emergency situation, and he had to pay up front for this operation. And I think a lot of people, Dina, and I'll let you finish that story, They don't realize these things do happen. And I think people get lulled into a false sense of security. They think, well, I've got health care. I just signed on the dotted line. It's not like they're going to refuse me. I think people need a cold, hard dose of reality that you have to have a game plan and you need an advocate. And that's what you and Michael are. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I get that. I get that you don't want to pay $1,000 a month and you only have 3 months and you're rolling the dice. But I'm not asking you. I'm coming up with a solution that you don't have to pay $1,000 a month, that we get you something that is affordable. But can you afford to be uninsured? He has $200,000 he had to find to pay to have surgery. I mean, that's just and you know what? It's very. I mean, that was rolling the dice. I mean, what's the chances that she would have an accident and break her hand, right? And it may not happen. But to be in that situation, that's life-changing. They're going to be 65. How would you like at 65 to know that now you're in debt $200,000? So, you know, you have any money in the bank or anything like that, you can't cry poor, you know, because they'll come get that stuff to pay. You know, you can't say, well, I didn't know. It doesn't work that way, guys. So, you know, there are solutions that we can come up with just to at least give you a stop loss. And that probably is the biggest misconception out there, is that people say, why should I buy insurance? I'm never going to hit my deductible. That's not why you need it. You need it because you get the negotiated discount that the carrier has. And here in Pittsburgh, we have an integrated health system. We have UPMCs integrated. They have UPMC hospitals. Highmark owns AHN. Okay, so when I mean, what a place to have a discount. If you have UPMC or Allegheny Health Insurance and you go to their facility, that discounted rate is going to be from 50 to 80%. So his $200,000. Okay, just for having insurance, okay, would have been discounted, but there's no out of pocket of $100,000. The most out of pocket I've seen is like $8,800. So that would have been his worst case, $8,800 over $200,000. But that discount of 50 to 80% on a service, just for having that carrier and using their facilities, that's what you guys need to see. And I know if you don't do it for a living, it's hard to understand that. But I think the biggest misconception out there is that people think, why should I get insurance? The deductibles are too high. Why am I paying for that? You're paying to have the stop loss so that you have your worst case scenario. And after you hit that out of pocket, you're not responsible for anything. The carrier, pays 100%. Here's an example. I get lots of blood work done. Okay, my blood work goes right to my deductible, then my out-of-pocket. My blood work costs about $2,500 every 6 weeks. Okay, so I got the least expensive plan. Okay, I got a health savings account plan, a plan that I could open in a health savings account, meaning I can put pre-tax dollars into a savings account to pay for qualified medical expenses. With that being said, I had a lower out-of-pocket. I do that because I know I'm going to hit it the month of January. Okay, so my out-of-pocket happened to be $4,000. I hit it the month of January. Okay, what does that mean? That means now every prescription, and this is under 65, this is not Medicare, but every prescription, every service, every piece of blood work, I don't pay a penny because I've already hit my out-of-pocket in January. So if I fall and break my wrist, I don't owe a penny. So guess what Dina's doing? I'm getting everything I have ever needed done this year because I've hit my out-of-pocket in January. So hopefully that paints a picture so you understand why it's important to be insured. And never. My son moved from Colorado to Florida, and his new insurance didn't start until his new company started on the 3rd of January. Okay. So he's like, well, Mom, I'm not going to be insured January 1 and 2. I'm like, heck, you're not. You're buying a plan for the whole month. He's like, Mom, I'm not buying a plan for 2 days and, you know, why, but have to pay for 30. I'm like, yeah, you are. My son paid $300 to be double covered from the 3rd on, because if something happened to him on the 1st or 2nd, he would be forever paying that. And at 26, it's the last thing I wanted.
Very smart.
So hopefully, I've got that point across. But honestly, guys, I really would appreciate if people called in. I know the question you're thinking about is ones other people have, and we'd love to get those answered. But those are just things to think about and hopefully resonate when you get in this situation. You know, we save you from having to be where he called. He's like, well, what do I do? I'm like, you're going to have to beg. I said, see if you can get the cash price. But think about it. It's $200,000. How much do you think they're going to give him grace on? Even if they give him 50%, which they'll never do, $100,000? Ugh.
See, Dina and Michael, what I really appreciate about you two, you tell the truth. You speak the facts. You've walked the walk. You know what goes on out there. Look, even people my age, you don't realize that it's not going to be perfect every day. And sadly, when sometimes bad things happen to good people, they don't wake up in the morning thinking that's not the first thing that crosses their mind. But just like those couple of grace days, meaning that you were talking about with your son, those could be the 2 days that one of those days it goes in the wrong direction and he's in debt before he even starts to live. You've got to look at the big picture. And Michael, the great thing about what you do, I don't care if it's traditional health care, if it's a business's health care for their employees, I don't care if it's Medicare. You guys look at the big picture and tailor-make the right health care plan for someone. And when it comes to people reviewing their Medicare coverage, even though we're not in an enrollment period, Michael, you actually save people money sometimes and get them the exact same coverage, if not better coverage. it's a free visit. All you need to do is to make the call to 724-799-8873. You'll never know unless you call, right, Michael?
Absolutely. And you know, in just like you said 2 weeks ago, talked to a couple that had been on the same plan for 5, 6, 7 years and never really looked at their plan. And after talking with us here at One Health, we ended up getting them the same exact coverage with a different carrier and saved them, you know, $320. And that's every single month.
You did that.
So yeah, let's talk about that. I mean, that's, you know, you're talking about almost $4,000 a year difference in premium for the exact same coverage. So we definitely
know. You're on a fixed income. That's significant.
Yeah, that's huge. Absolutely.
Yeah, tell them about the time, Michael. So we had a call, and we get this, and we're okay with it. We have thick skin. A client called, and she was on a med supplement plan and a Part D, and she called livid. I mean, screaming at us because she wasn't getting what's it called, a blood glucose monitor, a blood glucose monitor, BGM.
CGM.
She wasn't getting it. Yeah, she wasn't getting it covered. Well, she was, but they were making her pay a lot for it. And Michael spent the entire day, got the doctor on the phone, explained to them, because she didn't know the language to use. We do. Michael called, figured out why it wasn't being covered, because we know it is, figured out why it wasn't, realized that she wasn't going to where she was supposed to go to, ended up, he fixed the whole thing. It was no cost to her at all. But he spent his whole day getting on, and that's not easy. You guys know it's phone mail, HE double toothpick to call anybody anymore, right? You can't get anyone on the phone. You have to go through, hit this prompt, and then, I'm sorry, hit pound to go back to the beginning. And it's constant in its irritation and frustration through the roof. She was livid. She was screaming at us both and couldn't calm her down. Michael took over, spent his whole day and got it resolved. Those are the kind of things that we do. I tell you what, you go somewhere else, I guarantee you that 26-year-old who is working there part-time just to make some money during an enrollment period is going to go, I'm sorry you're upset. There's nothing we can do. I guarantee you that. There's not many people who are going to – Michael ended up being so behind because he spent the entire day when he had calls and everything else and got it resolved for her. Those are the things that make a difference because we know what to say. I just wish that we had power of attorney for every client, right? Make it a lot easier.
Absolutely. The passion is second to none. We're going to come back, overview some of the things we talked about, what you need to know, but what you really need to do. And I understand, look, you're busy. We're not in an enrollment period. People are thinking different things right now. But now's the time to get a handle on it. Get in for that free office review, whether it's Medicare, traditional, it doesn't matter. Just get in there and let them give you a fighting chance, because you just never know when, well, bad things are going to happen to good people, and we want you to be prepared, and we want to make sure that you have the necessary game plan to maneuver those very stormy conditions till you see some blue skies again, all right? So here's the number, 866-391-1020. You have a question here, call us. We've got time, 866-391-1020, or you can call, leave your information right now, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. One Health Benefits, Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, onehealthbenefits.com.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio. KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates blew a 6-0 lead last night. Lost to Philadelphia at PNC Park 11-9. Two teams again today. 4:05 first pitch, 93.7 The Fan. 2026 Preakness Stakes later today. Bob Bafford's trained horse Crude Velocity is widely considered the horse to beat. And at the PGA Championship through 2 rounds, it's Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley tied for the lead at 4 under. Scotty Scheffler, world number 1, is 2 shots off the pace at 2 under. NHL tonight's schedule, it has Buffalo taking on Montreal. The Canadiens lead the best-of-7 set, 3-2. Spurs finished off Minnesota 139-109, win the series 4-2. Elsewhere in the NBA, there will be a Game 7 between Detroit and Cleveland. Pistons won last night 115-94. Riverhounds played to a 1-1 draw against Charlotte but lost 4-2 in a shootout. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, final segment with Michael Coleman, Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits. They'll be back with us next month. You can find out more at onehealthbenefits.com. And if you want to set up that free review, that free appointment, all you need to do is call 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. And we have one more segment. If you'd like to join us on the radio, that number is 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. So just a quick review, but let's just start off by saying this, Dina. What are just maybe a few of the mistakes that people make, no fault of their own, when they're signing up for health care? They don't look at the big picture. Just a few examples, quickly, please.
They assume that the medical is all they need. They don't realize that, you may need skilled nursing, extra skilled nursing. What is your plan if you get sick? Do you have the money to go into a home, or do you want somebody to come to your house? That's what I want. I want someone to come to my house. I don't want my husband every day changing my diaper and feeding me. I don't want that. I want someone to come to my house. And guess what? It's affordable. It's not just for the rich. You know why? Because if you do it and you listen to us and you do it when you're younger, like 50s, 60s, yeah, that's young. You do it then, and it's affordable, like $30 a month. So let us educate you on the what ifs. Say to yourself, what is your plan? Do you want your kids taking care of you? You don't want that. You don't want them finally, no parent wants their kids to take care of them and change their diaper. I remember we did that for my mother-in-law, and I don't want to get into stories because we're at the last segment, but I don't want that for anybody. So give us a call. The other thing, Michael is a veteran, and I thank you so much for your service, Michael. But Michael has a specific message to all the veterans out there. And I'm going to let you take off from there, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. We just want to make sure our veterans know about the special benefits that are through Medicare, like Medicare Part B give back plans. They provide significant value for those people on TRICARE or who go to the Veterans Administration for their services. These Medicare Advantage plans that have the Part B give back can reduce or eliminate Part B premiums almost up to $202 per month. So, you're providing yourself an extra $2,400 a year in annual cash flow. I mean, it's great. The premium reduction is added back to your monthly Social Security, increases your net income. Many of the give back plans have no premium at all, which combined with the rebate makes them high value options. And the best thing is that because TRICARE for Life covers most deductibles and copays, beneficiaries may not even need to pay for a premium heavy Medicare Advantage plan, making it a high give back plan. It's a smart way to minimize your total cost. And obviously, TRICARE for Life is an incredible secondary payer. So selecting a Medicare Advantage plan with a high give back can lower the fixed cost of being retired, knowing that TRICARE for Life fills in those gaps for most services. It's a great way to minimize your cost. And, if you're a retired military member with TRICARE for Life, you're already covered. Using a Medicare Advantage plan with a Part B give back is a way to stop wasting your hard-earned cash on premiums and put up to $185, $190 back in your pocket monthly without sacrificing the safety net of TRICARE for Life. So give us a call. If you want more information about that, we certainly want to be able to educate our veterans on those options. There's so much out there for you to learn. So please give us a call on that.
Go ahead, Dina.
Yeah, so guys, we explained it very well. Michael explains it best as he is a veteran. You guys have the best insurance in this country, not only just TRICARE, but if you're just go to the VA, we have some phenomenal plans that give you money to help with your Part B. In my opinion, no one who served this country should pay a penny to have insurance in our country. That's my opinion, but I'm not the president. So there are plans out there that help give you money towards that Part B. Let us explain how they work. You don't have to just have TRICARE. You can have the VA. You can be a veteran, and we'll explain that to you. I remember a guy, he was so excited because he wanted a boat. The boat was $300 a month. If he, a body, he'd have to pay $300 a month to have it. And the give back gave him he's like, I got to get a boat now. I mean, it just made his day, and he's in his 60s. He's always wanted a boat. So, guys, bring it on. Give us a call. Set your appointments now for enrollment period, because guess what? The summer is going to be over in a heartbeat. So give us a call. Get on the calendar now for the month of October. We can look at your current plan, give you your review, and make sure you're where you need to be. If by all means you're where you need to be, we will move on and tell you to stay there. So all honesty is our policy. That's how we roll always. You got my word on that.
Hey, Dana and Michael, before you go, one of the things we've learned doing the show in recent years, for many years during the enrollment periods that we go through twice a year, they were giving a lot, but now it doesn't seem as though they're giving as much as they once did. So if there was ever a time, even though we're weeks and months removed from it and heading to the next one, people need to really get in now for that free review as far as their benefits with Medicare so they can get a jump on it and be prepared, because it'll be here before you know it. Now's the time to call and to get that free appointment. Wouldn't you agree, Dina?
Absolutely. You need to get on the schedule now, because it gets to the point where, we don't want to rush anybody through anything. And, there's only so many people that we can take. So if you'd like to be our client, we'd love to have you. but you got to get on the schedule now.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, Michael, always good catching up with you, too. Have a great rest of your weekend, okay?
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate it, Pittsburgh.
All right, Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com. Again, let me take a little bit of time before we get ready to head to the news at 8 and then begin our next hour. Now is the time. During this time of year, she said it'll start filling up quickly once we get closer to the fall, late summer. So get that free in-office review. Call right now. Just say, hey, so-and-so, heard you on the radio. Please call me back. I'd like to set up an appointment. They will make it happen for you, and they will break it all down so you'll be able to see it in real time, know exactly what you're dealing with, and if they can help, they will. And in more cases than not, many people discover they get great benefits, if not as good, better than what they once had, but they also save money. And you know what Dina was saying, the one gentleman, a couple of $100 a month. You're on a fixed income. I mean, for any of us in this world that we live in today, $200 or $300 extra a month goes an extremely long way to give you some fiscal sanity in your life, right? So right now, make the call, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. That number again, call right now, first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours, 724-799-8873. I'll give it to you again, 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. Rob Taylor next with the news at 8 on KDKA.
The preceding was paid for by One Health Benefits. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Take a walk around your house, and unless you've had CertaPro painters paint your exterior recently, you're thinking the same thing. I need to get rid of that drabby paint. I did this with CertaPro painters, and wow, what a difference. Get the job done right because you're working with the owners. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, and I love that. And 70,000 five-star reviews can't be wrong. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
I've been burned before. I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are investigating after a person was shot Friday evening in Fayette County. That shooting happened around 6:30 Friday evening on Hillview Lane in Salt Lake Township. Person who was shot is in stable condition at a local hospital. State police believe the person responsible for the shooting is still at large at this hour. The incident is under investigation. An Aliquippa police officer recovering after a scary encounter with old evidence. According to Beaver County District Attorney Nate Bible, an officer with the Aliquippa Police Department came into contact with an opioid while destroying old drug evidence. And after destroying the evidence, he went out on patrol and his partner noticed something was wrong with his breathing. The officer passed out, nearly died. He had to be given 2 doses of Narcan back at the Aliquippa Police Station. The officer in question, who's the department's evidence custodian, said he had no recollection of what happened to him. Aliquippa police are now reviewing their protocols involving discarding old drug evidence. Well, Murraysville Medic 1 employee facing multiple felony charges after being accused of accessing and storing child sexual abuse material on a work computer. State Attorney General's office says 31-year-old Gregory Kelly was arrested and charged this week following an investigation. The office says Kelly was using a work computer, and while he was still logged in, another employee began using the computer and noticed files that contained the child sexual abuse material. An employee reported the findings. Matt Panago is with Murraysville Police.
It was accessed through his Google account. He had left his browser open, and the next employee came in after him to use the same computer. And in the browser that was minimized, when he pulled up the browser, he noticed what was clearly child pornography.
That audio courtesy of KDKA TV. Kelly has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th. Well, a candlelight vigil was held Friday for Danielle Jackman of Churchill, one of the 2 people killed last week involving that multiple vehicle crash downtown along the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Jackman's brother, Kevin Jackman, telling KDKA TV.
We didn't realize the reach that Danielle had. We knew how good of a person she was, but the amount of people that she touched through her career and through her personal life was more than most of us understood.
Vigil was held at Smitty's Place in McKeesport. That's where Jackman was a cook at the bar and grill since January. Nicole Jackman is Danielle's sister-in-law.
She was my confidant in the family. Every time something went wrong, she was my phone call.
Crash occurred back on May 6th. Danielle Jackman was 58. The other person who died in the crash was 52-year-old Michael Smith of Sheridan. The crash is still under investigation. KDK Radio News Time. It's coming up on 8:03. We've got the AccuWeather forecast on the way.
30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
We've got some marvelous May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, whole pork tenderloins are $2.49 a pound. In the produce department, sweet California cherries, $1.99 a pound. In the deli, Coons deep-fried turkey breast is $9.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Blue Bunny Bomb Pops, 12-count packages, 2 for $5.
Marvelous May savings, Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for an afternoon thunderstorm around. Until then, it looks like clouds and sun today with a high of 75. Then more clouds for tonight with another shower and thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow also brings some sun with a thunderstorm in a couple of spots, most likely south of the city, high 84. Then hot for Monday with a good deal of sun, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is time for another edition of my favorite financial guy. He is Brian Carantis, Secure Money Advisors on the Money, joining us live from Studio 77, looking better each and every week. And it's become a hot commodity. People are loving it out there in Warrendale. He'll tell you more about that in a moment. But I want to remind you, don't forget, Right Track Your Retirement, righttrackpittsburgh.com. We're also going to give you the number that you can get a hold of Luke throughout the hour. Everything you need to know. We always begin talking about what's new in the world of retirement and finances. Here he is, Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on kdkradio.com, KDK Watch. Mr. Carantis, it's always great to see you. No better way to start a Saturday morning. How are you, sir?
I am doing fantastic. I got to tell you, we recently started doing these movie events. And I thought to myself, how in the world are we going to get somebody to come watch a movie about retirement planning? Now, it was written off of a great book called The Psychology of Money. It was written by Morgan Housel. It was a New York Times bestseller. Rob, we are packing these movie theaters. It's absolutely mind-blowing to me, but it reinforces how many people are still looking for the right information to make good decisions.
So why do you think they want to go to a movie theater when Hollywood would like to see more people go to the movie theaters? I mean, you guys are actually saving the box office. I love it. Why do you think they want to be? You know why I think? Because they can hear from you and your wonderful staff, but also they get a chance to talk amongst themselves and they can help each other because a lot of folks are in the same boat when it comes to their finances, right?
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, is that when you go to the movies, you kind of have this idea that you're not going to be spoken to. There's not going to be a 1-hour lecture about a topic, where this is just the basic fundamentals of how to retire, what's going on in retirement, and the things that you got to be careful of so that your retirement doesn't become a short-term thing and you have to go back to work. I think the idea of just sitting and consuming a movie versus having somebody speak at you is very appealing. Heck, we give away free popcorn, free soda. I mean, it's a good deal. What else you got to do on a Wednesday night?
Absolutely. You throw in some of those dots, my all-time favorite. I'll definitely make it a point to be there.
Those dots were good, Rob. They were good.
Loved them. That's why the dentist loved me so much back in the day. I was always pulling the fillings right out. But listen, I got to tell you, I just continue to get rave reviews for your staff and what you do and this whole annuity thing. I know it's tough getting up early on a Saturday morning and you don't drive downtown all the time because now you got that beautiful studio not too far from your house, but it's not next door. But it must make you feel good, even on what should be a day of rest after a very busy week and still a world traveler that you are, speaking engagements and doing all sorts of things. When you hear these success stories, taking the average person like me and others who are just trying to get to the finish line for some mailbox money, making it happen every single day. That's got to be more satisfying than just about anything you do helping Joe Q Public.
Well, I'll tell you, and the more challenging and more complicated it is, the more rewarding it becomes. Let me give you an example. I was just recording some videos on Social Security, all the different ways to collect Social Security, at what ages you can collect, what the pros and cons are for collecting earlier than later. And I told the story of a lady that I had met with probably about, 7 or 8 years ago. She was a homemaker for, I think, somewhere around 35 years, went through a divorce way later in her life, found herself with hardly any money at all, and had to go back to work, right? At this point in time, she's at her full retirement age, Rob. And, she was going to wait until age 70 to collect her Social Security. And when I looked at her entire portfolio, she had little saved, very little saved. So what we did was, because the Social Security rules work in our favor, we were able to turn that Social Security on at her full retirement age, get 100% of the Social Security without a penalty, invest that money, Rob, over from 67 to 72 at a modest rate of return of about 6%. She was able to accumulate from zero to over $500,000 in retirement savings.
That's fantastic.
Just by leveraging the Social Security. Incredible.
Something else I was just thinking about, and I've got 3 kids, and if I could do it over again, I definitely would be making the call. One of the greatest gifts you can give your kids is financial security. And, instead of giving them a new car when it comes to college graduation or even a down payment on a house, get them an annuity. You know what I mean? And say, here, this is my gift so you'll never be stranded in the cold or standing out in the rain, no matter what happens as far as your job, your personal life, you as an individual. You'll have a little nest egg. I mean, that's better than anything you could do for your children. Buy them an annuity.
Absolutely. Well, I've told you the story of me buying a life insurance policy on my father.
Loved it.
Right? I mean, he wanted to leave something to us kids anyway. And I said, well, look, you'll be the insured. I'll be the payee of the policy. And it worked out really, really well. When it comes to the annuity, I just bought Kate a new annuity last year, Rob. Why? Because, look, I feel very fortunate that, through my 25 plus years of doing this, I know how to attract business, right? And I know how to get it to come through the door. My biggest concern now is my wife, my kids, and things along those lines. So I buy these annuities now. Now, Kate's only 44 years old. Think about this. She could put in $250,000 into an annuity today at 44 years old. Somebody at the age of 62 could put $250,000 in, and if they go to turn income on the very next day, they're only getting $25,000. Whereas Kate, because she has time on her side and she defers it longer, that income's going to go almost up to $60,000 a year in guaranteed income. I mean, my gosh, you've heard me say it. You insure your cars, you insure your house, you insure your health. Why in the world wouldn't you insure the most important thing? And that is your monthly income. I think it is the most important part to consider. And, I was having a conversation. Larry had referred me to a guy, And I was talking to him and I said, well, look, you can't make a whole lot of decisions without first understanding what your income looks like.
Absolutely.
Once you understand what your income looks like, then you can kind of go from there.
All right, let me jump in here right now. We got to get to a break, but how can they get a hold of Luke?
Well, first off, I mean, a couple questions I want you to think about. Do you know where your income's coming from? How much can you safely spend? How long will that money last? What happens if the market drops? What happens if taxes go up? What happens if inflation stays high? What happens if you need long-term care? I can go on and on and on and on. If you can't answer any of those questions or you're not 100% clear, call Luke right now. He is standing by to take your call. I'll let Rob give you the phone number.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you do it? Give that phone number.
Yeah, hold on, Rob, because I gotta find it. They changed a million numbers on me, which means that you forgot it too.
I don't have a script today. Remember?
It's in your email.
Oh, you sent me an email.
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
I did. Let's see.
I don't have it though.
Well, first off, they can go to, here we go.
All right.
412-286-1470. Again, 412-286-1470. Sorry about that. Our phone numbers change like week to week to week.
But we know Luke is standing by at 412-286-1470. More ways to be prepared. But even though he's at Studio 77 and I'm at Studio K, as in KDKA, we will take your phone numbers at 866-391-1020. Anything that has to do with your finances, you can call us right now.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, it's me again.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
All right, it's your Pratt Pack again for Janoski's and Something Big Food Truck Night and Pop-Up Markets back for 2026, and they kick off next week, Thursday, May 21st from 3 to 7 p.m. This event will be held near their Lakeside Pavilion. In the back, signs will be posted. You can shop from local vendors, take a hayride through the fields at Janoski's Farm, and enjoy a food truck dinner while listening to live music. Find out more right now at Janoskis.com.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Brian Caranta live at Studio 77 in Warrendale, his other home base while I'm here at KDKA, and he's in the Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on kdkradio.com, KDK Watch. Don't forget Luke standing by the whole hour, 412-286-1470. Right Track Your Retirement. You can ask for a copy there or get that first in-office review absolutely free. So we're talking about some of the questions that you need to answer to let you know whether or not you're where you need to be. And if you can't say yes, then you need Secure Money Advisors. Brian Caranta. Go ahead, sir.
That's right. That's right. So we ended the segment with talking about a few things that you should be asking yourself. And that is, number one, where is my income going to come from? How much can I safely spend? How long will my money last? What happens if the market drops? What happens if taxes go up? What happens if inflation stays high? What happens if I need long-term care? What happens to my spouse if I pass away first? If you cannot answer any of those questions, you do not really have a retirement plan. Let me tell you why this is so important, Rob. You know, we focus on the 5 key areas of retirement planning, and that starts with income, most importantly, because you can't make any decisions about what you need to do with your financial plan until you understand what sources of income you have. Then the next step is, if you're married, you've got to kill your spouse off. Now, you can bring them back to life in the conference room. Usually people like that. But, what you want to do is look and see what happens if your husband dies first, within 5 years, within 10 years, within 15 years. Same thing with your wife. And the reason you want to do that is because I was just talking to a gentleman yesterday. As we all know, these police officers get an early retirement, right? I think it's 25 years or age 52, whichever is longer, or something like that. But, when he retired, his pension option that he chose was a 50% survivorship, which means that not only is his spouse going to lose 50% of the pension, but she'll also lose one of his Social Security checks. So you got to be able to answer these questions. I will tell you that my mentors told me a long time ago. They said, Brian, how do you plan on going out and helping as many people as you can? And I said, I'm going to study the markets and I'm going to get the best rates of returns possible. And he laughed at me. He said, Brian, if you think rates of returns are what make a good retirement, think again. You better understand everything about Social Security. You better understand everything about IRA withdrawals, 401k withdrawals. You better understand everything about Roth conversions, taxes, tax loss harvesting, gains versus losses. You better make sure that you understand that the strategies you used to grow your money are not the same strategies you're going to use to distribute your money and get through retirement. Of course, choosing your healthcare plan. If you're going to retire before the age of 65, how do we go about doing that? And then when the good Lord takes you home, we want to make sure that the estate plan is set up in place and that your family becomes the largest beneficiary and not the IRS. These are all the things. It seems very overwhelming, but I promise you, if you take the time to sit down, whether it's with Secure Money Advisors or it's with another advisor that's a fiduciary, just sit down with somebody that's a fiduciary to roll up your sleeves and work together on building out a plan.
Yeah, but they're not going to ask the same questions. Let's be honest. I've been around long enough. You guys do the deep dive. You look at what fits a person's needs and make it happen, whether it's an annuity or something else, or telling them, hey, you're over 67 and a half, start stockpiling that Social Security money and using that money for the benefit of you moving forward. It's the 3 buckets. It's the mailbox money. You guys think outside the box. That's what separates Secure Money Advisors from just about everyone else. Real problems settled in real time.
That's right. We call it financial engineering for a reason, because when you come in and you sit down and you start to give us your numbers, they're like little pieces of the puzzle. Not every puzzle can go together the same way. There's little nuances here and there. And you've got to understand the planning process at the depth that we do to know how to engineer it in a way to optimize your situation. So you're right. It's not cookie cutter. It's never been cookie cutter. It is customized towards their situation. And we know how to maneuver a lot of the strategies out there so that it works for their particular situation. So go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of my book. Again, Luke is standing by to take your phone call. He'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Go easy on him. But my suggestion is this. Every week I try to set aside at least 5 or 6 meetings throughout the course of the week. The reason we do that is because it's very simple. We don't charge for the appointments, and we want to make sure that we have adequate time to spend with you. So if you'd like to schedule, 412-286-1470. Again, 412-286-1470.
You know, one of the things that I've never asked you, Brian, so you write this book, Right Track Your Retirement, which has become a huge hit because it helps real people with real issues, as I say, in real time. Was it lethargic writing that book that kind of gave you an idea as far as the blueprint and the game plan that you do every day at Secure Money Advisors?
You know, I have to say that I had some really great mentors that taught me the fundamentals. I expanded upon it. I articulated it differently than what they did to simplify it. But I will tell you that whole book is the philosophy of Secure Money Advisors. As a matter of fact, Rob, we got a new one coming out here within the next 3 to 4 months called Financially Unbreakable. I'm super excited. I just got done.
That's a great title.
Yeah, just got done with the first draft. So, and I know that we're going to be launching the audio book of Right Track Your Retirement. And what's nice about that is not only do you get to listen to the book, but the author will interview me throughout each chapter for me to explain why I wrote each chapter.
Good stuff. All right, listen, we're going to get to a break. We're just getting started here. By the way, you know, in the recent weeks, we've opened up the phone lines because people want to talk to Brian and talk to the various hosts of this program. So if you're up on a Saturday morning enjoying a cup of coffee or maybe some eggs and toast and just kind of getting started for the day, and you got some questions about your portfolio, this is a great time to call us at 866-391-1020. What's hot, what's not, what you need to know, certain stocks, information, it's all right here and now. It's Brian Courant, Secure Money Advisors, on the money with your Pratt Pack. 866-391-1020. And you can call Luke to get the book, Right Track Your Retirement, absolutely free. They pick up the shipping too. 412-286-1470. 412-286-1470. Back with more with Brian Courant, Secure Money Advisors. And again, your calls are welcome. 866-391-1020 in just a couple of minutes. Good morning.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA-cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, D.C., and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
Rick from Irwin suffered for 14 years with peripheral neuropathy from an autoimmune disorder. He was super skeptical when he came in. He had been going to doctor after doctor, and they told him there was nothing that could be done. After qualifying Rick for our program, utilizing our FDA-approved, most powerful equipment on the market today that's non-invasive, no surgeries, no drugs, we were able to get him almost 100%.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Rick. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
While you sleep, There are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Right now, police investigating after a person was found shot Friday evening in Fayette County. It happened around 6:30 Friday evening in Salt Lake Township along Hillview Lane. Person who was shot was transported to UPMC Presbyterian in stable condition. Police believe the person responsible for the shooting not in custody at this time. The investigation continues. Murraysville Medic 1 employee facing multiple felony charges after being accused of accessing and storing child sexual abuse material on a work computer. State AG's office says 31-year-old Gregory Kelly was arrested and charged this week after an investigation. The office says Kelly was using a work computer, and while he was still logged in, another employee began using the computer and noticed files that contained child sexual abuse material. The employee reported the findings. Matt Penigal is a detective with the Murraysville Police Department. He told KDKA Television.
It was accessed through his Google account. He had left his browser open, and the next employee came in after him to use the same computer. And in the browser that was minimized, when he pulled up the browser, he noticed what was clearly child pornography.
Kelly has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th. Well, Butler Memorial Hospital and over 200 union workers ratified their first union contract Friday. This comes after 10 months of talks and just 3 days before a possible strike. New contract includes guaranteed scheduled raises, an experience-based wage scale, and a policy that will implement a financial penalty for too many involuntary schedule changes. The union says 96% of techs voted in favor of ratification. Well, some Pennsylvania school districts still don't have AEDs in every building. That raises questions about how they'll meet new statewide requirements. The law, sponsored by Senator Rosemary Brown, requires defibrillators at all PIAA games and practices, along with trained staff and emergency response plans.
Well, the goal is really to have them within 5 minutes of a person having a cardiac arrest event. And, while the 5-minute notation is not in the legislation, the goal is to have that and have it be readily accessible, meaning you respond before the first responders respond.
Brown says the effort was inspired by Monroe County teen Greg Moyer, who died after going into cardiac arrest during a basketball game more than 25 years ago. KDK Radio News Time, it's 8:33. We've got the AccuWeather forecast, a warm one, coming up.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of clouds and sun with an afternoon thunderstorm and a high of 75. A shower and thunderstorm for tonight as well with clouds and a low of 61. Even tomorrow brings a thunderstorm to a couple of spots mainly south of the city, otherwise rather warm, the high 84. Then hot for Monday with sun much of the time, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I got to tell you, this is how prepared my man Brian Carant is. If you can see this as we're streaming live, Metropolitan Window video screen, Brian, take a look. This is your masterpiece. This is the script that my producer and I just got out printed. Look at this. I mean, this is just a little bit of what this guy does every week before he comes on this show. So no one is smarter or more plugged in than the man behind the brand, Secure Money Advisors. He comes prepared. We come prepared. We bring our A game. And this is how they treat each and every one of their customers. So all of this knowledge right here can be a part of your journey by making that call and getting a hold of Luke and getting in the building for that review. 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. If you want the book, Right Track Your Retirement, hey, it's an easy read. It can go a long way to help you. They'll send it to you free. Pick up the shipping too, 412-286-1470. Now, third segment is when we always start going to the phone. So if you have a financial question and you'll want to get it answered by Brian right now, call this number. Our phones are open and every line is available, 866-391-1020. All right, here's one of the big questions, and I'll let you take it. It's the retirement readiness test, and more importantly, people simply want to know, hey, Brian, let's cut to the chase. Can I actually retire when I want to retire? Go ahead, Brian.
Well, a lot can go wrong if the plan is not built properly. The big risk are market risk, tax risk, inflation risk, healthcare risk, long-term care risk, longevity risk. Did you know, Rob, that Social Security, the real name of Social Security is old age insurance?
I did know that. I know. It doesn't make me feel good that I've been collecting now for a couple of years. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it was because most people died at 65. And you know, here we are relying on it all the time. But, you know, most people focus on the stock market because that is what they see every day. But taxes, inflation, healthcare can quietly do just as much damage. Let me explain this for a minute. So you were talking about buckets on the last segment. Okay. And one of the things that we have to realize is that the majority of the corporations no longer wanted to provide us with a pension. They didn't want to incur the cost. They didn't want to have the legacy cost. They just wanted to kind of wash their hands of it. So in replace of that, they decided to make a contribution to a retirement plan like a 401k, a 403b, 457, depending on what type of work you do. Most people have a 401k. Now, the challenge with that is this. When you're working, they tell you to be as aggressively as you can, which is true because every time the market goes down, if you're consistently buying week after week, your dollar cost averaging in, it's a great way to pick up additional shares and accelerate the pace in which your money will grow. Now, that is all fine when you're in this accumulation phase. That all works. But what gets really scary for me, Rob, is when I have somebody step into the office and I say, tell me a little bit about your income plan. And they said, well, my advisor said that we would just start taking money whenever we need it. So no order, no systematic structure, just take it out on a random basis when you need it. This is why, the movie that we're playing right now, the retirement movie, which, by the way, you can go to the website and find out where we're going to be next for that. But the reason why that's been such a big hit is because people really don't understand what they really need in order to retire. Plus, they have to realize that, like, we don't get a second chance at this. It's not a dress rehearsal. We don't get a do-over on this. You screw this thing up from the beginning, you are done. Highly recommend that you call Luke right now at 412. Oh, Rob, I lost the number.
I have
again.
it, 286-1470. I'll never lose it again. Well, you know what I told Brian? I have it always where your little slot is on my calendar, and I got a new phone 2 days ago, and everything could transfer but my calendar. And as I told my audience, if you have a dentist appointment in 6 months, and that's the big ticket item, you're good. But when you're like me and everything is to the detail, every guest, every minute, I spent 6 hours yesterday transporting all of my old Samsung phone, the calendar, into my new. So it only started as of this week. So I said,
no.
Brian, so that number from Luke was in my old phone. So that's why. And I got the script now that you just sent. And listen, I can't believe the detail-oriented information that you do every single day. This alone, me seeing this, would want to make me even more so make the call to Luke at 412-286-1470, because this is how you train everybody who's hosted this show and what they do every day representing your brand. You cannot leave one stone unturned. And this script that you sent me today is another indication that you leave no stone unturned. So I'm even more proud of you today than I was last week.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me give you an example. I've got a couple referrals this week, and the gentleman I was talking to yesterday, friend of the family, was trying to get him to take an appointment with him because he started working for a large firm in Pittsburgh. And I worked with these firms. They use what they call your natural market, or they use something called Project 100. They say every person's got to know at least 100 people. So they have you write all those names down. They go out there and you go out with your manager and you start selling things. Well, he said to me, he goes, I'm just really not comfortable with it. It started off okay, but things got pushy and blah, blah, blah. So I said, well, what conversations did you have around planning? And I said, let's talk about income for a moment. Did he talk about when to collect your Social Security, how to control taxes on it, when to do Roth conversions, whether or not you're going to hold off on your pension, whether or not you're going to take a survivorship benefit, whether it be 100% or 50%. And as I kept going through those questions, he kept saying to me, if only my wife could hear this right now, this is exactly what I've been telling her we need. But I just feel like we're getting pitched financial products. Look, Secure Money Advisors does very, very well financially, right, as a company. However, there is one promise I will always make. We will only work with you if we're able to solve a problem that puts you in a much, much better position.
Yeah, and the great thing about the process, and I've seen it firsthand, people know exactly where they stand. When I say you pull out a chart, this chart doesn't lie. The truth is in the numbers. You let people know from the jump where they stand, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody always says, well, what's the first thing that's going to happen when I walk into your office? Well, the first thing I like to think is you get greeted by probably one of the nicest ladies that we have ever hired. Her name's Kristen. She'll have a room reserved for you with the advisor so that you could start rolling up your sleeves and working together. She'll offer you some coffee or soda or something along those lines. You will feel right at home. But when we get in the conference room and we start to work, the first thing we're going to do, Rob, is we are going to lay out what the income currently looks like. What are all the sources? Are you working full-time, part-time? Is a job going to end soon? Do you plan on buying a house, selling a house? So once the first step is working off of a worksheet where we go through different iterations of what an income strategy would look like. The way I try to explain it to people is this. We want to build an income strategy that's more like an SUV. No matter what terrain is in front of us, we can climb over it.
All right. Once again, Luke standing by. You can give them a call right now. Set up that first in-office review absolutely free. And if you want a copy of his book, Right Track Your Retirement, they'll pick up the shipping too absolutely free. Tell Luke you want that. 412-286-1470. 412-286-1470. Back one more segment with Brian Caranta. He's live today, Metropolitan Window video screen, KDKRadio.com, KDKA Watch, at his Studio 77 in Warrendale, Pennsylvania. And I'm here at Studio K. It's your Pratt Pack. Our Saturday is just beginning, here till 1 o'clock today, so lots more to come. Stay with us on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Good morning.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Curb appeal. That's a real estate catchphrase when they want you to know a home looks really beautiful from the outside. You want the same thing anyway. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters, which, by the way, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. You're dealing with the owners. Now, there's no reason to procrastinate. All you have to do is get the professionals to do the job right from the start. And all you need to do is schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims. And in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said,
if it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, our final segment with Brian Corrant, Secure Money Advisors. He's live in the Metropolitan Window video screen, KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch at Studio 77. Brian, it's time for your final thoughts, so go right ahead.
Well, I want to start with this. There are 10 questions I think every person should answer before they retire. And I'm going to go through these because these are critical, Rob. Number one is, how much income do I need every single month? Rob, you and I call this mailbox money, right? Now, the next question is, where will that income come from? Is there risk of losing it? So, for example, if some of that income is coming from a dividend could be suspended. They may decide not to pay it that year. How much of your income is guaranteed? For now, we're going to call Social Security guaranteed. Your pension is going to be guaranteed. But if you don't take the time to guarantee any of your income from your investments, you are going to be at risk of what the stock market is doing. And when the stock market drops and you pull money out, you're going to compound those losses, lock into those losses. Here's what else happens, though. When the market is going up, you're taking money out of an account that's going up in value, you're actually destroying the compounding interest. What's your tax strategy? If I take $1,000 out of your retirement account, most of you are probably in a 20% tax bracket, which means you're only going to net $800. If tax brackets go to 30%, you're only going to net $700. So we haven't even added inflation in there yet. What will happen to healthcare costs? A lot of people, Rob, have not explored what would happen if there was a health event. I think everybody believes that it won't happen to them. Do I have a plan for long-term care? Lots of great plans out there today, easy to get. What do I want my money to do after I'm gone? That's a big question I want you to ponder on. What do you want your money to do for you after you're gone? You want your kids just to have it and spend it, as a windfall? Fine. But a lot of people that I talk to these days, they want to see that money do good in the community and for their families. So these are great things to answer. And it's a strong list. And, I hear this quite a bit. What kind of questions should I be asking myself? And retirement is not one decision. It's a series of coordinated decisions. When to stop working? When do I take Social Security? How do I turn savings into income? How much risk should I take? Which account do I withdraw from first? I can go on and on and on and on. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of my book. You can call Luke at the 412 number. He's standing by. Get scheduled right now. If you're thinking about it, if you're thinking, how would this apply to my situation? That's a sign to grab an appointment. Doesn't mean that we're going to be able to do anything for you. Just means that you're one step closer to figuring this out and getting yourself on the right track.
Yeah, and I hope people will take advantage to get that book. It's free. They pick up the shipping. All you got to do is call Luke at 412-286-1470 or go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. Again, Right Track Your Retirement. They send it to you, pick up the shipping, absolutely free. Do you sleep better at night looking back on your life knowing that you kind of took a different path and you're helping just regular people like me every day? That's got to give you a lot of satisfaction in the final minute. It must do you good to have that in the back of your mind when you go to work every day. Right, Brian?
Look, my industry didn't like me because my industry didn't like that I was promoting annuities in a positive light. But let me tell you something. I look at annuities as sleep insurance. And the most important thing I can give my clients is the ability to put their head on their pillow and go to sleep and know that everything's going to be fine the next day that they wake up. So I'm very proud of that, Rob. I would never take anything back. I feel it truly was my calling.
Well, there's no doubt. Whatever you were called to do, you're doing it to the best of your ability, and that's fantastic. Each and every week you join us. It's just another very enlightening show. We learn a lot about who we are. And what I love, it's giving people who are 10 years out, 20 years out, 30 years out, who are up on a Saturday morning know that there is help and there is that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that I happen to call mailbox money. So thank you.
You're welcome. And look, folks, if you had questions throughout the show, you didn't get them answered, call the office. My team's never going to sell you anything. We're there to help solve problems. If we can't help you, we'll refer you to somebody that can, or we'll just keep telling you to do what you're doing because you're in good shape. How good would that feel?
Feel real good. Brian, till we meet again, have a great rest of your day. Keep up the great work with that Studio 77. I'm loving it.
Take care, Rob. Appreciate it. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Stay tuned. News coming up next. Then it's Lance O'Brien.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions. I am so excited for the opening of my second Hunter Douglas Gallery. Stop by 3150 Washington Road, McMurray, PA on Monday, May 18th, 3 to 7. Food, fun, prizes, and more. Your journey to beautiful window treatments begins at Nest Expressions Window Fashions. 1-888-952-NEST or nestexpressions.com.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 62 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are investigating this morning after a person was found shot Friday evening in Fayette County. Shooting happened around 6:30 Friday evening on Hillview Lane in Salt Lake Township. Now, the person who was shot is in stable condition at UPMC Presbyterian Hospital in Oakland. State police say the person they say could be responsible for the shooting still not in custody at this hour. Incident is under investigation. Aliquippa police officers still recovering after a scary encounter with old evidence. According to Beaver County District Attorney Nate Bible, an officer with the Aliquippa Police Department came into contact with an opioid while destroying old drug evidence. After destroying that evidence, he went out on patrol and his partner noticed something was wrong with his breathing. The officer passed out, nearly died. He had to be given 2 doses of Narcan back at the Aliquippa police station. Officer in question, who's the department's evidence custodian, said he had no recollection of what happened to him. Aliquippa police are now reviewing their protocols involving old drug evidence. Well, candlelight vigil was held on Friday for Danielle Jackman of Churchill, one of the 2 people killed last week in a crash involving multiple vehicles downtown near the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Here's Jackman's brother, Kevin Jackman, telling KDKA TV on Friday.
We didn't realize the reach that Danielle had. We knew how good of a person she was, but the amount of people that she touched through her career and through her personal life was more than most of us understood.
A vigil was held at Smitty's Place in McKeesport, where Jackman was a cook at the bar and grill since January. Nicole Jackman is Danielle's sister-in-law.
She was my confidant in the family. Every time something went wrong, she was my phone call.
A crash occurred on May 6th. Danielle Jackman, 58 years old. The other person who died in that crash was 52-year-old Michael Smith of Sheridan. Crash is still under investigation. KDK Radio News Time, it's 9:02. We've got the AccuWeather forecast next.
Calling all dog lovers and craft beer fans. Get ready for the 4th annual Barks and Brews on Saturday, May 16th from 4 to 7 p.m. Join the Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh at their East Side location for an amazing afternoon of local craft brews, food trucks, and live entertainment. Bring your furry best friend along for a positively good time, all while supporting animals in need. This is a 21 and over event. Grab your tickets today at humaneanimalrescue.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for an afternoon thunderstorm around. Until then, it looks like clouds and sun today with a high of 75. Then more clouds for tonight with another shower and thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow also brings some sun with a thunderstorm in a couple of spots, most likely south of the city, high 84. Then hot for Monday with a good deal of sun, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020.
KDKA.
A guest in studio, that's still to come. We've got our list of seminars, that's still to come. But don't forget, they're there standing by for you. 888-818-6334. MediConnectInsurance.com. Lance O'Brien is in the building. We've got This Day in History. We've got our trivia questions. Some lucky listener's going to win a Get-Go gas card. And it's all going to be coming up between now and 10 o'clock. So let's get started. Welcome back to KDKA. It's great to see you. Look like you got a little sun.
How you doing, young man?
I'm good. I need to live your life a little bit.
I did get some sun. I spent a week in the out of the country, which was nice. Enjoyed it.
That's right.
Yeah, so got a little bit of sun. Reluctantly got back on the plane back to the Berg, but happy to be back with the good people of this city this morning.
Well, we're great to have you back. And remember, if you have a 6-0 lead in baseball, you're not supposed to lose the game. Like
I guess they should have kept Bednar.
Yes. Listen, here's the other thing. I was thinking about you the other day because of your love of sports. And I'm going to drag you into some of these videos that I do during the week on the road.
Let's do it.
Had Sean on not too long ago, and I said, that's the only time you'll be on because you'll be taking my job before much longer. Mm-hmm. You guys really know sports. Explain this to me, and I want to talk about this tomorrow on my Black and Gold Sunday show. How is it that the NFL, with a scheduling release, can dominate an entire day of the media? It's great, but are they that powerful that they can actually basically take over every form of media for an entire day, locally, nationally, and now playing like the Steelers in Paris and opening in Australia? They take over media around the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's big business, man. And, I mean, I'm a huge football fan, so I'm all about it. I was checking the schedule out, which games I was going to, so it's going to be a great year. Just got to figure out who's throwing the football.
Absolutely. We're working on that. And if he waits any longer, he'll be collecting Medicare. Will he not, Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I'll sit down and have an appointment with him.
Sounds good. And by the way, they're free of charge, so it won't cost them
That's
anything.
right. Never charge for our services.
All right, so let's get going. This day in history.
Yeah, before we do that, a bunch of things I do want to connect with. Great to have Alita Kale, broker manager with Devoted Health, is with us this morning. Devoted is a new Medicare Advantage provider in the Western PA market, and we're excited to be able to share about who they are and what they're doing. That's going to be coming up today in the second and the third segments. Great seminar this last week in Butler. It amazes me, never ceases to amaze me, Rob, just the different scenarios that we see and the challenges that people are facing as they're getting ready to go on to Medicare. I actually met with an individual down at the Omni William Penn Hotel yesterday, and they're moving to Italy for their retirement. And they were like, how does this all work for me, right? And I was like, well, first question I asked was like, are you ever coming back? I mean, because that's actually a huge question, So I think the big thing that I always want to get across to people and why we really started this show was the importance of making sure you're talking to an expert, right? Because when you're turning 65, if you have an HSA, that matters. If your company has less than 20 employees, that matters. If you are going to continue to work, that matters. If your spouse is younger than you, that matters. There's so many different aspects of this that really matter as they're trying to make a decision. Your budget comes into it. Your risk tolerance comes into it. So, I love this. I get pumped up to help people understand how to make great decisions.
So my question is, are they coming back?
No. Their intention is not to come back. Their intention is to move to Italy and
that's amazing.
Yeah, just enjoy a life there.
Wow. Maybe have a little vineyard.
Yeah, who knows?
I love it. All right, you ready for this day in history?
Yeah, let's hit this day in history. So a bunch of good ones today on, what are we, May 15th?
16th.
16th. Wow, time's flying, isn't it? May 16th, 1929 was the first Academy Awards ceremony held in Hollywood. Winners were announced before the ceremony even began. They should go back to that.
Yes, they should. Especially because you can place a bet on anything these days.
Yeah, it would be a 5-minute show instead of a 5-hour one.
Absolutely. How about 1960 on this date?
The first laser was successfully operated, which you're like, I don't really deal much with lasers, but think about how they've really been advanced medicine, communications, technology, barcode scanners, all of that stuff, all laser driven. So huge.
All right, 1975.
The first woman summits Mount Everest. Junko Tabai became the first woman to reach the summit.
That's pretty cool.
Ever had any interest in doing anything like that?
Mount Washington is about the highest mountain I'm going to climb.
on the tram?
Yes.
Yeah,
Or we might take the incline, and I'll just jog on the way up. All right, 2011 on this date.
The final launch of the Space Shuttle Endeavour. It seemed like the space program went dead for a while. Good to see some things happening again with that.
We need to get back to the moon, get people actually on the moon. 1985, hard to believe, 41 years ago.
I know. This one is near and dear to me, too. Michael Jordan wins Rookie of the Year after his sensational entrance into the league as the number 3 pick. And somebody who picked Sam Bowie wishes they didn't.
The young man from Kentucky. It's crazy, but how much of an influence he's had. So I got a new phone the other day, and I was at the AT&T store. My buddy was hooking me up. We were talking, and he had on a pair of Air Jordan that matched the color of AT&T. I mean, I said, where'd you get those shoes at? They're really awesome. But Michael Jordan, all these years later, and Sonny Vaccaro, friend of mine, Nike, had him on not too long ago. We talked about how that whole thing happened. Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, the movie.
You
obviously.
know Sonny?
Real well.
Dude.
Yeah, we go way
that's
back.
That's pretty amazing.
I know, it is. I've had a charmed life.
Yes.
But anyway, so I was just thinking, here it is all these years later, and that guy's still making the meter move, and it was 41 years ago he was the league's MVP.
Yeah. In the break, I'll tell you a story about Michael Jordan. So, good stuff.
Gotta wait till the break? we fly with no net here.
There you go.
1986.
Top Gun premieres in theaters. One of my favorite movies. I was 15 years old at the time. I went and saw it at the theater 4 times. It's actually back at the theater this weekend.
Maverick is. It's amazing.
So is the original Top Gun. They're both at the...
Tom, you need more money? But he did save the box office, though.
He did, because he was very adamant about still releasing major pictures there. So,
and this was a very sad day in my life and in my family's life. One of the greatest times my parents ever had when they went New Year's Eve and spent the night watching Frank Sinatra Jr., who was equally as talented, and sadly, he, like his father, no longer here. But on this date, the chairman of the board passed away at age 82.
Yeah, 1998. As a native New Yorker, Yankees fan, didn't always connect at all, the voice and the song and everything, but definitely a massive impact on the music of our country.
Oh, no doubt. I still love listening to him to this day. It's hard to believe he's been gone that long, though.
I know, almost 30 years.
Dean Martin, 1995. Sammy Davis, gone a long time. That whole Rat Pack. I mean, and hey, Sammy died in his 60s. Dean and Frank, for their life, they didn't do too bad.
Yeah.
They didn't do too bad.
You're going to beat them all.
I'm working on it.
Let's go, big dog.
I'm going to make sure I get some of that payback when it comes to Medicare.
That's right, buddy.
And listen, no matter what anyone says, Social Security and Medicare are 2 of the greatest gifts this country gives us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big safety net for our seniors. There's always things that can be improved and be made better, right? But thankfully, we do have them.
All right, and so tell everybody who's here today, coming up in our next segment, then we're going to do our trivia question.
Yes, we have Alita Kale here from Devoted Health. A new name in Western PA, but not on the national market. It's actually the fastest growing Medicare Advantage plan in the country right now. And I love their approach. They're very customer oriented, which is music to my ears. They pick up the phone quick, they answer, respond, and they really make a difference in the life of the customer and their Medicare journey. So excited to have her here.
All right, let's do the seminars real quick.
Absolutely. So if you're new to Medicare, in the next 12 months, you do not want to miss a seminar. We're going to go over what is Part A and B, what do they cost, what do they cover. We're going to talk about when should you sign up for Medicare, how do you sign up for Medicare. We'll talk about what is a Medicare supplement, Advantage plan, what are the differences between them. We'll also get into Part D coverage. It really lays the foundation. So May 19th, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin on Route 30. On the 26th, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville on Washington Pike. June 9th, back with our good friends at AHN in the McCandless Neighborhood Hospital on Duncan Ave. That's going to be at 4:30 and 6 because of registrations. On June 23rd, we're going to be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. And then on June 30th, we're going to be at the Imperial in Lifespan in Imperial, PA.
Tell them about the webinar.
Yeah, webinar every Wednesday at 11 and 6. Still getting between 300 and 500 people a week attending this webinar, getting the information on how to navigate Medicare. once you start to get to 63, 64.
And also a retirement panel you don't want to miss June 2nd. Tell them about that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the Upper St. Clair area, Peters Township, Bethel Park, Bridgeville, it's going to be worth the drive to come out on June 2nd at 5:30. We're hosting our second retirement panel. If you want to know not just about Medicare, but you want to learn about Social Security, if you don't yet have a will or a trust, if you have questions about long-term care, we're going to cover all of that and more. The first one, we had an incredible turnout, tons of people that were just really helping get themselves set to make great decisions.
All right, and again, free, but you got to set up an appointment as far as letting them know you're coming. They want to reserve your space, even though these are free events. Of course, the webinar you can do from the comfort of your home, but call 888-818-6334. You can let them know that way, or you can go to MediConnectInsurance.com. Here is this week's trivia question.
All righty. As I said before, big Michael Jordan fan growing up, and he won Rookie of the Year on this date in 1985. This is a two-parter, so I'm going to make them earn the gas card. How many league MVPs and championships did Michael Jordan win during his career? How many league MVPs and championships?
Can you say Google?
Nah, if there's a real sports fan out there, they're going to know it right off the top.
All right, so he's challenging you. 412-922-1020, 412-922-1020. You'll get a Get-Go gas card if you have the correct answers to both of those questions. Tell everybody who's coming up after the break.
Again, when we come back from the break, excited to introduce Devoted Health and Alita Kale, broker manager with them. Going to talk about who they are, their footprint, meaning where they offer service. We're going to get into some of their plans in the next couple of segments. So excited to be sharing and introducing them to the greater Pittsburgh audience.
MediConnect, your Pratt Pack, Lance O'Brien, the Inside Connection underway on KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Joe from Pittsburgh loved the excellent work NASCO did on replacing his roof and gutters. It was a big job that NASCO completed in just 2 days with excellent attention to every detail. Joe was also impressed with NASCO's cleanup that left his home spotless. NASCO has thousands of customers that are satisfied like Joe. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO. Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back with Lance O'Brien, MediConnect, the Inside Connection, and now it's our featured guest.
Yeah, so it's great to have Alita Kale. Thank you for joining us today. Could you start by sharing a bit about your role at Devoted Health?
Sure, and you're welcome. I am delighted to be here, Lance. I serve as one of the broker managers for the Western Pennsylvania market for Devoted Health. My primary focus is to build strong, supportive relationships with our broker partners, ensuring that they have the resources, education, and direct support they need to effectively serve Devoted Health members.
That's awesome. And for those of our listeners who may not be familiar with Devoted Health, could you spend a moment educating us on Devoted Health, who you guys are, and what your role is within the Medicare community?
Sure, I'd love to. Our mission is to dramatically improve the health and well-being of older Americans and all Medicare eligibles by caring for every person like family. Devoted Health offers Medicare Advantage plans across 29 states stretching geographically from Pennsylvania all the way to Washington State. Based on our internal 2026 data, Devoted Health expanded into 394 additional counties, increasing our total coverage to 999 counties. Of these, 135 counties are in states new to Devoted as of 2026, while 259 are in states that we are already serving. Because of this expansion, Devoted Health is now available to 45% of the individual Medicare Advantage population per CMS enrollment data from November of 2025.
Yeah, so I mean, the Medicare Advantage space is continuing to grow and develop. It was interesting, Rob, this week. Every 2 years, we have to do continuing education, as part of keeping our license. And one of the courses I did this week was on Medicare Advantage. And I don't know if you know this, but when Medicare Advantage first was passed in 2003, it came out as Medicare Choice. That's how it was positioned. Because you think about it, prior to that time, if you went on to Medicare, you either had to keep original Medicare or you had to purchase a supplement. There was really no choice or options for you. And what the government really looked at was, how do we create choices for the individual consumer where it will be able to fit into their budget? Because one of the things I hear a lot is nobody should ever get a Medicare Advantage plan. Everybody should always do a supplement. Okay, well, you're allowed to have that opinion. You're allowed to have that reasoning. But what a lot of people don't realize is that for some seniors, that does not fit the budget whatsoever. Average Social Security check in America today is around $1,800. If you have Part B, and you have a supplement that is $170 to $180, and you have to add a drug plan, you have to pay for your dental, vision, and hearing, you could be looking between $400 to up to $500 a month, which is 25%, if not more, of a senior's monthly income. I mean, that's very, very difficult for them to really even consider. So the fact that Medicare and Choice came into effect and really allowed people the opportunity to decide, okay, I want my health care to work a different way. Let's take the financial aspect out of it, Rob, completely. Let's just take people and insurance. Do you like paying for insurance, Rob?
No one does.
No one likes paying for insurance. But why do we do it?
Just in case.
Just in case. We purchase insurance, whether it's life insurance, whether it's property and casualty, whether it's health insurance. We purchase those things to transfer risk. We want to take a certain amount of risk that we're carrying, which without insurance, who's carrying all the risk? We are as an individual, right? We want to transfer some of that to an insurance carrier. Well, I would like to have the choice, Rob, and how much of that I do. I don't know about you, but I only like paying doctors and hospitals when I actually have to. I only like paying for insurance when I really need to.
No one wants to be in a hospital or pay.
No, they don't, right? So, like, the ability for someone to then maybe consider a zero premium Medicare Advantage plan, a $50 Medicare Advantage plan. And again, I'm not saying Medicare Advantage is better than supplement. How many times have we talked about this on the show? They're different options. And whenever I talk to anybody about Medicare and a beneficiary, I'm always presenting it as you need to understand your options. For some people, a supplement is definitely the right option for them. For others, it's Medicare Advantage, but they should have the choice in which they would like to do. So when we come back from the break in a few minutes, we're going to talk about some of the plan benefits, right, Alita?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to get into some of those plan benefits, some of the offerings that they provide. But it's just really, really important for the consumer to understand that they have a big choice. And there are a lot of choices. And that's where it gets confusing, because another part of my training this week, Rob, was seniors need more help now with Medicare than they did years ago because of the choices.
And also, they're living longer, too.
They are living longer, right? And you think about somebody that's living that went on Medicare in 2000, and now is still on Medicare, and all the changes that they've gone through. They went through just having the option of original Medicare and a supplement to then having the opportunity to get an Advantage plan where maybe there was only 10 or 15 Advantage plans available in a county. Then they had to get an individual prescription drug plan. Now there's, in Allegheny County, there's almost 70 Advantage plans to choose from. It's much more overwhelming, and people are like, well, why don't they just make it simpler? And there's an argument for that, but then once you make it simpler, what do? You're eliminating some of that choice. And trust me, people want the choice at the end of the day to be able to get the hospital copays, the dental coverage, the prescription coverage, the price point, the risk, the travel, the network. All of those things matter when you're picking your health care.
Yeah, but they also need, in my humble opinion, MediConnect to help them know, hey, this is where you are, this is what you get, and now you make the call.
And that's the thing. I mean, you just said it succinctly, everything that we believe in. We're going to give you all the tools to make an amazing decision, and then we're going to support you in getting enrolled and then helping you with any challenges that come down the line.
I think you should repeat this trivia question because we've stumped the band here today.
Really? Might be time to break out, Google. I guess I am more than an average Michael Jordan fan.
No, you're a rabid fan.
I remember in art class in 6th grade, true story, my project was actually whittling out a piece of wood for the Jordan for the last name with a 23 and then coloring it black and
I think what
red.
you should start a complete new branch of what you do. It would be for retired professional sports athletes. The best way to achieve the best Medicare plan for you. You would love catching up with some of these men and women.
They could pay out of pocket, but yeah. But yeah, so here's the trivia question again. Two-parter in honor of Michael Jordan winning the Rookie of the Year back in 1985 on this day. How many league MVPs and championships did Michael Jordan win during his career?
All right.
Two-part question.
If you think you know that two-part question, 412-922-1020, 412-922-1020, and you will get a gift card of gas from GetGo. All right, now, as we go to break, seminars, webinar, also the retirement panel information, and we'll come back and continue with our guest.
Yeah, so retirement panel, definitely want to hit that big. We're going to be at the Community Center on Mayview Road in Upper St. Clair on June 2nd at 5:30. Again, if you're 60 or older, you're starting to think about, when do I want to take my Social Security? How do I go about signing up for that? What about Medicare? How does that work? Maybe you're thinking about retiring early and you're wondering how you can get coverage for your health insurance between age whatever retirement and 65. If you need a will, a trust, anything related to retirement, we're going to have a great group of panelists, experts there that night to really give out some incredible information. You do not want to miss that event. You do need to register. We do have space for about 80, but we came close to that last time, so you're going to need to get registered as soon as you can.
All right, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab, but for everything, all you need to do is 888-818-6334. We always have those advisors standing by, not till the end of the show, but until noon. We'll come back. Much more of the Inside Connection today with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 63 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A Murraysville Medic 1 employee facing multiple felony charges after being accused of accessing and storing child sexual abuse material on a work computer. State Attorney General's office says 31-year-old Gregory Kelly was arrested and charged this week after an investigation. The office says Kelly was using a work computer, and while he was still logged in, another employee began using that computer and noticed files that contained child sexual abuse material. That employee reported the findings. Matt Penegal is a detective with the Murraysville Police Department. He told KDKA Television.
It was accessed through his Google account. He had left his browser open, and the next employee came in after him to use the same computer. And in the browser that was minimized, when he pulled up the browser, he noticed what was clearly child pornography.
Kelly has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th. KDK Sports, Pirates, after blowing that 3-run lead yesterday, they're back on the field at PNC Park later this afternoon, 4:05 first pitch, taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. You can hear the game on 93.7 A Fan. KDK Radio News Time, 9:31. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of clouds and sun with an afternoon thunderstorm and a high of 75. A shower and thunderstorm for tonight as well, with clouds and a low of 61. Even tomorrow brings a thunderstorm to a couple of spots, mainly south of the city. Otherwise rather warm, the high 84. Then hot for Monday with sun much of the time, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Finally, we have a winner. It's Joanne from McDonald, and here is the winning answers to this week's trivia question. Lance.
Yeah, so maybe no more two-parters in the future, but appreciate the persistence this morning. Michael Jordan won 5 MVPs during his playing career. Only one individual won more. which was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with 6, and another individual won 5. But one of his biggest motivations, if you ever watched The Last Dance, was the fact that Karl Malone won MVP one year when he thought he should, and Charles Barkley won MVP another year when he thought he should. So he made it a point to prove in the finals, and he won 6 championships.
Yeah,
2 3-peats.
He's the greatest player that's ever played the game, in my opinion.
I think so. My biggest question is would they have won 8? If he didn't go play baseball for the Birmingham Barons, would they have won 8?
The saddest thing was to see him end up in a Washington Wizards uniform. But, it's hard to walk away.
Here's a sad story.
Okay.
Back, it was his last year. He'd announced it was his last year with the Washington Wizards. I was living in New Hampshire at the time, and they were playing the Boston Celtics.
Oh.
And so my wife purchased tickets, $245 a pop, back in 1990 or 98.
Big money.
Yeah, it was a lot of money for me back then. And it was in literally the top row in the entire stadium, and he didn't play.
Oh.
So I never got to see him play a game live.
Well, that's been one of the big contentions of the NBA, that a lot of these stars, because of certain commitments, and they got to play X amount, but once they hit that 65 games, they basically sit down and tank it.
Yeah.
And you don't think about the fan that shows up because they want to see their favorite. So
yeah.
I guess they're not like me every weekend since 1985.
That's right, man. Mr. Dependable.
All right.
So thanks to Joanna McDonald. We appreciate you listening today.
All right. We've got a great guest here today, a new guest, first time ever in studio, and it's always nice to get caught up with someone new. So let's get back to Lance O'Brien.
Yeah, again, great to have Alita Kale with Devoted Health with us today. In the last segment, she shared a little bit about herself and her role within the company. As a broker manager, they actually work closely with people like us at MediConnect and make sure that we understand the plan offerings, that we have everything we need to be able to share with the client, the individual member, so that they can learn and make great choices. So one of the things we want to do in this segment is we want to look at their expansion. We looked at their expansion to Western PA and across the country. Now we want to discuss plans, premiums, and some of your benefits, especially what you guys are offering here in Allegheny County.
Devoted Health is proud to offer some of the most competitive and feature-rich Medicare Advantage plan options in the market. They are designed to meet a variety of health and financial needs. Some of these plan options are our Devoted C-SNP Plus 022. C-SNP Plus is a chronic special needs plan. This plan is specifically designed for individuals who qualify for both Medicare This plan is designed for members with specific chronic conditions. Qualified chronically ill individuals can receive a $406 monthly food and home allowance for healthy food, housing costs, and utilities.
Yeah, these types of plans are becoming very popular too. For people who have diabetes or COPD or other, chronic conditions, these can be incredibly helpful. So I know that's been a really popular plan. Then you have a D-SNP, correct?
We do. And our D-SNP is the Dole Full 025 plan. This plan is specifically designed for those individuals who qualify for both Medicare and Medicaid. For the chronically ill members who meet the requirements, it also includes a $300 monthly food and home allowance for healthy foods, housing costs, and utilities.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize that you can have Medicare and Medicaid at the same time. And if you do qualify that, plans like this really not only help with the medical costs, but they help a lot with being able to give additional benefits. And then I know over the last few years, the types of plans that have become very interesting people are give back plans. Can you talk to us about that one?
Yeah, super popular plans with Devoted. Our Devoted Give Back 015 plan, this plan provides a Part B premium reduction that puts $184.70 per month back in your Social Security check. This benefit may lower your monthly health care costs by covering a significant portion of your Medicare Part B premium. It may take a few months to show up in your Social Security, but don't worry. The first premium reduction will include all months you were covered.
Yeah, so Rob, this is a very interesting plan design where, people have to pay $202.90 for their Part B. This plan gives them almost $185 of that back. So it really lowers their responsibility. And then it frees up more money for copays or other things like that. And then you also have your devoted choice plan 010. Can you tell us about that?
Absolutely, which is another wonderful option. Our devoted choice 010 plan is a PPO. This plan features a 0 monthly plan premium and $3,000 yearly dental allowance to help pay for cleanings, x-rays, and more.
Yeah, I mean, dental coverage is such an important part. It's a often requested benefit of beneficiaries, so having that allowance, definitely some exciting benefits for the residents of Allegheny County. So, Alita, for listeners who are interested in learning more about Devoted Health, they heard something in what you just shared, and they were like, well, I'd like to know more about that. What do you recommend that they do?
Thank you, Lance. I highly recommend. We invite you all to call MediConnect, a local devoted licensed sales agency, at 888-818-6334. Again, 888-818-6334 to learn more about our plans. Medicare's annual enrollment period has passed. To be eligible to enroll in Devoted now, you must have a valid election period, such as newly enrolling into Medicare Part A and Part B, or moving out of your planned service area.
Yeah, there's a lot of special enrollment periods that people can qualify for. That's one of the things that we really help. If you're listening today and maybe you're not sure you're in the right plan or you've been having some costs with your prescriptions or other things, we would definitely love the opportunity to do a review. There's never a cost. There's never an obligation. We just want to make sure that you have complete confidence in your coverage. As we close again, Alita, I want to thank you for joining us today. Definitely want people to learn about Devoted Health. We learned a lot, and we look forward to learning more.
Thank you very much for having me, Lance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So maintaining compliance is very important to us as an agency here at MediConnect, for not just us as the agency, but also for our brokers. And whenever we have a carrier join us, it's vital that we share a few items with you. So I do need to share those right now. MediConnect does not offer every plan available in your area. Currently, we represent 7 organizations which offer over 100 products in your area. Please contact Medicare.gov, 1-800-MEDICARE, or your local state health insurance program SHIP to get information on all your options. Enrollment may be limited to specific times of the year unless you qualify for a special election period. Devoted Health is an HMO and or PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. To enroll in a Devoted Health plan, beneficiaries must meet certain eligibility requirements and reside in the plan's CMS-approved service area. Our plan's service area, and we're going to get a geographical lesson right now of everywhere Devoted is at, but they have plans available in select counties of Alabama, Arkansas, Arizona, Colorado. So if you're listening this morning and you have family and friends there, it may be something you may want to share with them. We also got Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii. I'll tell you something about Hawaii in a couple minutes. Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, of course, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, and the state of Washington. They're there from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, from October 1st to March 31st, and 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. The Food and Home Card is a special enrollment benefit offered on certain plans and available only to chronically ill members with conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart problems, or stroke. All applicable plan coverage criteria must be met and other conditions are to be eligible. Not all members qualify. And then lastly, benefits, premiums, and cost sharing may vary by plan. Dental limitations may apply. Dental coverage may be in the form of a card, allowance, or reimbursement-based benefit. Medicare Advantage plans may pay all or part of your Part B premium. This is sometimes called the Part B give back. The amount may vary and can take a few months to process before showing up with your Social Security check. And Rob, you know from the years that we've been here, we always like to have the carriers on.
Absolutely.
Right? Because we feel like there's a great value in getting to learn about all of your options, especially when new options come to the market, right? So that's why it was important for us to be able to get Alita on and share a little bit about Devoted today.
Well, that's what really makes MediConnect the leader as far as what is going on in the world of healthcare and Medicare.
Yeah, again, I don't expect the average beneficiary to be up on all the changes in Medicare. I don't expect them to know every plan or partner that could be there, but we want to be able to provide that for them.
We have a lot of information in the way of seminars, webinar, retirement panel. He's going to run through all of that now. I'm just going to tell you, 888-818-6334, advisors that can help you with everything until noon, and MediConnectInsurance.com. And when it comes to the seminars, they're free, but you got to reserve your space. You can either call them and let them know you're coming, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab.
Yeah, so new to Medicare in the next 12 months, not sure where to start. Did a little bit of research. You're even more confused now than you were before. Your mailbox is full of mail and you're not sure how to decipher it. We can clear up all of that in one of our 1-hour seminars on May 19th at 6 o'clock. We're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin on Route 30. On the 26th of May at 6 p.m., we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville on Washington Pike. June 9th, at 4:30 and 6, we're going to be at the AHN McCandless Neighborhood Hospital on Duncan Avenue. And then on the 23rd, again at 6, we'll be at Microtel Inn and Suites Beaver Falls on Darlington Road in Beaver Falls. And then the 30th, we're going to be at Imperial Lifespan on Penn Lincoln Drive in Imperial, PA. Of course, if you can't make one of those in-person seminars or it's not close to where you are, you can look on the website for other locations near you, or you can register for our weekly webinar every Wednesday at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. We'll deliver that same information right to your own home as long as you have a tablet or a computer, or you can view it on your phone, although it's a little more difficult to see. And then again, retirement panel, second one, June 2nd, 5:30 at the Upper St. Clair Community Center. If you're 60 or older, you do not want to miss this event.
All right, tell everybody what's coming up in our final segment.
Final segment, we're going to be wrapping up with things that are happening with this special enrollment period that we're in right now. People are trying to understand what their options are. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the things happening with MediConnect.
All that still to come, and we continue with Lance O'Brien, MediConnect, the Inside Connection, your Pratt Pack KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Spring has sprung, and so have the insects. Win the battle with Harmony Organic Insect Control. Nothing is safer, nothing works better. Harmony is earth-friendly, 100% non-toxic, and safe for plants, people, and pets. Harmony Organic Insect Control kills spiders, aphids, mites, soil lice, millipedes, and hundreds of other garden pests. Find Harmony at participating True Value hardware stores or online at harmonyoic.com. Hello, spring. Goodbye, bugs. Thanks to Harmony Organic Insect Control.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Down to a couple of more minutes with Lance. Going to throw it back to him for everything that you need to know. The Inside Connection winding down for this May 16th, 2026.
Yeah, so we're kind of mid-year now, right? You know, crazy to think about that. We're as far away from Christmas as we are as close to it, pretty much. So another year keeps going. We're five months or so away from the annual enrollment period. Yeah, I know. Before we know it, we're going to be on the air saying, now's the time, right?
I mean, it's Memorial Day next weekend.
I know. Time's flying, buddy.
Believe me, my hairline tells me that every day. I get it. Just keep rubbing it in. Anyway.
You're the one who brought up the hairline, bro. I didn't say anything.
The facts are the facts. You can't argue with the truth.
Can't stop Father Time, right?
You can't. I mean, you can't. So you got to make the most out of it. And you know we're all in that boat because during the commercial break, I was looking at pictures of your grandchildren.
That's right.
And that's a good thing. But just imagine my parents, to me, to my kids, to my grandkids, Medicare, and great people like you and MediConnect will be there helping them, well, negotiate these at times, very unsettling and very troubling times when it comes to health care.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, one of the things we're really tracking right now and we're seeing as it, unfolds is the result of the final notice, biggest kind of document that comes out every year from the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That gives us an idea of how Medicare is adjusting, what kind of reimbursement rate is being provided to the carriers so that they know how much they're getting paid. And then once they know how much they're getting paid, as well as what other restrictions or things may be coming in, with compliance and things of that nature, how they can shape their plan benefits, right? And there was a lot of consternation and concern early in the year when they came out with a 0.09 recommendation of reimbursement, which is basically as flat can be. And you know as well as I do, healthcare costs do change from one year to the next. So there needs to be increase there. It ended up about 2.49, so it increased quite a bit, which equates to about $14 billion more being poured into it. So, for the consumer that's kind of listening to me talk about that and they're like, well, I don't really care about that. Like, I understand that sentiment because it's kind of in the weeds, but where it should be important to them is how it's going to impact. Will premiums go up on plans next year? Will the deductibles and the cost of copays increase? Will there be a reduction in other benefits like dental, vision, and hearing? All of those things are incredibly important. Another thing that I'm really got my eye on, Rob, is the progression of what's happening with the vote for PACE and PACEnet here in the state. Obviously, this is a pharmaceutical assistance program provided to Pennsylvanians, and there hasn't been an increase in the rate or how much money you could make to qualify in quite a number of years, and we're still tracking that.
You realize, though, what you're doing at MediConnect, you're actually helping these carriers because you're giving people plans that they can afford. So that means, and I know people that are my age, a little younger, a little older, who will put off getting regular tests because they are fearful of copays and prescriptions because they just don't, they're on a fixed income. I mean, I plan very well, but listen, I've kind of changed my lifestyle as I'm heading towards the finish line because you got to be prepared to drill down a little bit. It's not like it is when you're working, but with you guys giving people the benefits they can afford, they're going to go get the EKG. They're going to go get the colonoscopy. They're going to go get their dental situation taken care of, their eyes examined. It's all about feeling comfortable because you know you have the coverage to pay for it.
It's so interesting that you bring that up, and I won't steal all of her thunder, but as you know, Lauren, who does our show once a month, she is the head of our client experience department.
She's amazing.
And she was telling me about something that happened this week. Had a client that called in, and they had a plan with a carrier, and they had a recent diagnosis. And they were like, we just can't afford to pay for it. And we were like, well, how much is it? And they were like, well, we don't know. So they said, get the codes from the doctors, physicians, call us back. We'll call in directly with the carrier with you, and we'll find out exactly what this is going to be. So this person was not going to get the necessary tests. Well, when they called back, one of the tests was preventative, $0 copay.
Wow.
The other had a $25 copay, and the other, I think, had a $60 copay.
And if they didn't have Lauren, they would have just simply said, nope.
Yeah, they would have just like, I can't afford to do this, right? Because that's our first thing, because nobody ever wants a medical emergency to become a financial emergency. And unfortunately, the way that we handle that sometimes is to avoid the medical emergency. The problem is that usually compounds the medical emergency. But I was just so happy when she was telling me that's exactly what that service is for, why we have 6 people in that department, so that anybody that has a question about their coverage, that is unsure, maybe is having a challenge getting through to a carrier, which does happen sometimes, which again, we didn't talk much about today, but Devoted has an incredible reputation about how quickly they answer the phone. You know, that stuff matters and is really important.
Absolutely. And
yes.
Listen, very much so matter.
Healthcare's not just dollars and cents. It's what people think about first, but it's not just dollars and cents.
It's also client relationships, too.
It's client relationships. It's being able to get answers that are correct and timely. So, again, for me, like, I could see the smile on Lauren's face. She was just so happy that she knew that she had made a difference in that person's life that day, which is what it's really all about.
Listen, I really believe this, and I've been to your offices many times and getting to meet your guests today. I really believe it's a calling, and I don't mean to make light of it, but I think people are driven to do this because they want to help people.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I like it so much is, you know, some jobs are thankless, right? Like, you just go and, you do what you have to do to make ends meet, and I applaud all the people that do that. You know, to be able to find something where you can put food on the table and help people at the same time is rewarding.
Listen, I took a tour of my dad's plant after he had died, did a TV thing there. And he always used to say to me early on in this business when I really wasn't making a good living, and I left a job as a waiter, busboy, maitre d', that I was making a really good living as a young man, he'd say, you're doing something you love. Money will come. And when I went into that mill and I came out on a starlit night in August many years ago, I literally started to shed tears because my dad did that every day. Went into this place that was so hot you couldn't hardly breathe. There was hot metal flying through the air, burning holes through my clothes. Later, I found out from being there that he did that for 41 years to raise the 6 kids, and I never forgot that.
I'm the youngest of 9. My dad was a stonemason. The day that he passed away, he was working. Unfortunately, had a heart attack while he was working and didn't make it to the hospital. I just have so much respect for the boomers. I really do. You know, because they worked hard, they rebuilt our country. They should be able to get affordable health care. They should be able to work with people they trust.
And my dad would always follow up with, you don't know what it's like to really work.
Yeah.
And I think he's right. All right, because it's always a pleasure seeing you. Nice meeting you today. Keep up the great work.
Looking forward to it. I'll see you in a couple weeks.
I'll be looking forward to it. Stay with us. News at 10, then the pride of Bethel Park. Andy and Company, EV True Value, the True Value Home Improvement Show. Next, KDKA.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Take a walk around your house, and unless you've had CertaPro painters paint your exterior recently, you're thinking the same thing. I need to get rid of that drabby paint. I did this with CertaPro painters, and wow, what a difference. Get the job done right because you're working with the owners. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, and I love that. And 70,000 five-star reviews can't be wrong. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are still searching for whomever shot a person Friday evening in Fayette County. This shooting happened around 6:30 Friday evening in Salt Lake Township, Fayette County on Hillview Lane. The person who was shot was transported to UPMC Presbyterian Hospital in stable condition in Oakland. State police say the person responsible, not in custody as of yet. Incident under investigation. Well, Prano's Bakery is responding on social media to a consumer alert issued to the bakery by the Allegheny County Health Department. The department's report found that the Shadyside Bakery had a presence of rodent droppings on multiple surfaces, soiled food equipment, and damaged exterior walls. The report called the pest management violations, quote, high risk. Joe Cugliari, owner of Prano's Bakery, responded on Facebook Friday, saying that the citation involved rodent activity and droppings in an empty basement of the building that's no longer used for baking or storage, and that the issue has not affected the safety or quality of the products they bake and serve each day to customers. County Health Department says that the violations aren't corrected in the next 10 days. The bakery will be ordered closed. A candlelight vigil held Friday for Danielle Jackman of Churchill, one of the two people killed last week in a crash involving multiple vehicles downtown along the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Jackman's brother, Kevin Jackman, telling KDKA-TV,
we didn't realize the reach that Danielle had. We knew how good of a person she was, but the amount of people that she touched through her career and through her personal life was more than most of us understood.
A vigil was held at Smitty's Place in McKeesport. That's where Jackman was a cook at the bar and grill since January. Nicole Jackman is Danielle's sister-in-law.
She was my confidant in the family. Every time something went wrong, she was my phone call.
That crash occurred back on May 6th. Danielle Jackman was 58. The other person who died in that multi-vehicle crash was 52-year-old Michael Smith of Sheridan. The crash is still under investigation. Some Pennsylvania school districts still don't have AEDs in every building, raising questions about how they'll meet new statewide requirements. The law, sponsored by Senator Rosemary Brown, requires defibrillators at all PIAA games and practices, along with trained staff and emergency response plans.
The goal is really to have them within 5 minutes of a person having a cardiac arrest event. And, while the 5-minute notation is not in the legislation, the goal is to have that and have it be readily accessible, meaning you respond before the first responders respond.
Brown says the effort was inspired by Monroe County teen Greg Moyer, who died after going into cardiac arrest during a basketball game more than 25 years ago. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:03. AccuWeather forecast coming up in 1 minute.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
First Lieutenant Walter J. Will of Allegheny County was awarded the Medal of Honor in World War II on March 30th, 1945. Will rescued 3 wounded men from an exposed position, himself painfully wounded during the rescue. Ignoring his wound, Will led his platoon forward until they were pinned down by 2 enemy machine guns. He fearlessly crawled alone to within 30 feet of the guns and silenced them both, capturing the 9-man crew of the second gun. Discovering 2 more machine gun nests, he then knocked them both out with hand grenades. Will continued to lead his platoon in a fierce charge, forcing the enemy back until he was mortally wounded.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for an afternoon thunderstorm around. Until then, it looks like clouds and sun today with a high of 75. Then more clouds for tonight with another shower and thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow also brings some sun with a thunderstorm in a couple of spots, most likely south of the city, high 84. Then hot for Monday with a good deal of sun, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, last hour we had a guest, and I said, so where are you from originally? And she said, Bethel Park. I said, have you ever heard of Evie? I didn't even get it out of my mouth. Everybody knows Evie True Value, and everybody knows Mr. True Value. So
wonderful.
Today, it's a treat because you have a chance to have them all to yourself. So anybody who has any home improvement question, inside or out, it's going to be a beautiful day, going to warm up over the next couple of days. Heading into Memorial Day weekend, you're going to want to get that N 250 flag like I have hanging off my front porch in that beautiful community of Monaca. Let's get ready for Memorial Day by getting the work done over the next couple of days so you can relax, grill some burgers, and just enjoy the festivities of the first holiday of the summer of 2026. So all of your home improvement questions are now welcomed at 866-391-1020. It's ready, set, go time in the hardware business, is it not?
Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Pittsburgh. Yeah, I tell you what, the weather's absolutely gorgeous today. It's going to be a wonderful weekend. So we've been waiting. We've been waiting for the warmer, sunnier days and weather, and boy, you're done waiting. So, take advantage of that sunshine, take advantage of the afternoon temperatures. I think it's already about 60 degrees outside there, and boy, it's gorgeous. So, anything that you've been waiting to do it, from getting that new Annan America 250 celebration flag. Boy, Rob, we've been selling lots and lots and lots of those flags, from the little wooden stick flags to put in your yard for Memorial Day parades, or the 3x5 or the 5x8s. We got them all. Boy, the coast of Maine soils have been flying out the door. People are getting things planted now. Last of the frosts are over. Time to get those tomatoes and peppers and go buy those flats of flowers or make those hanging baskets or get some fertilizer or some bone meal from coast of Maine or any of the different fertilizers. Or, how about getting your grill ready, Rob? It's barbecue season now. So go down to Coons Market and what do you want to cook, Rob? Kibasi or fried bologna on your griddle on your grill? I know that's your favorite. Or some hamburgers or barbecue chicken or whatever. But get that grill uncovered. Get that hosed off today. Get those cobwebs cleaned out from inside the burner tubes and go get that propane tank either filled or exchanged. Boy, there's absolutely no excuse now for not getting outside and not getting that work done today. Our rental fleet, I tell you, Rob, by 9 o'clock, we already had over 30 pieces of equipment that were picked up this morning. So from tillers to aerators to pressure washers to thatchers to the mud mixers to regular cement mixers. I mean, people were really anxious to get fired up this morning and get started. So come on down to your True Value stores and time to get those projects rolling, Rob.
Listen, being that I have them all to myself today, as you do, we're not going to waste any time on the phone line. So let's get going. Anything on your mind in the way of home improvement, you need to call us, 866-391-1020. Here's Susan. She joins us now on KDKA. Hi, Susan.
Hi, guys. Good morning. A quick question, Andy, and I know you've been asked this before. Excuse me. What is a good product to use, like if you're doing a quick patch of cement outside, like, that I don't have to get involved in mixing or anything?
Well, you still should be mixing it with water. I mean, you don't have to mix different products or so forth, but the best patching cement on the market is a product called Top and Bond made by Saccharine. It comes in little 10-pound tubs or it comes in 40-pound bags. But what makes Top and Bond so unique is that there's glue already mixed in with the cement. And that's always the biggest issue when you're trying to just replace a little patch or a puck mark or a seam or a corner or something with cement. It's making the old bond to the new. So having that glue mixed into it, like Top and Bond, it really helps to make it bond. So you just, clean the surfaces, make sure that there's no dirt and debris and leaves and anything around. You take out the Top and Bond. The Top and Bond's a slow setting, so it's not something that, you got 30 seconds to work with. It's something that is a slower setting, so it makes it easier for you to patch it and smooth it. And you can make it runny, you can make it thick, whatever you're more comfortable doing. But it's a very, very, very simple product to just mix with water and apply it to it. Now, they do have some crack fillers, and they do have a patching compound that comes pre-mixed. They're not as good. I really like using the Top and Bond, and because of the glue added to it, it's a very, very good patching product for cement.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you.
And keep the calls coming, 866-391-1020. So with the weather warming up next week, some people may actually be getting a couple of extra days off because of the holiday. What are some of that you need heat-related projects that you can do outside?
Well, if you haven't yet, you got to get your air conditioning, your condensing unit outside cleaned up. Some people have had them covered and there's dirty, there's debris and so forth. So getting that uncovered and getting it hosed off is a must for getting ready for the heat and so forth of it. Just like people will clean out their chambers and so forth of your furnaces, take a look at your air conditioner outside and make sure you get that hosed down and get those spider webs and sticks and everything off of that unit and get it uncovered before the air conditioning season really kicks in on it. But, from there, it's, you've been out in your yard, Rob. I'm sure you've probably cut your grass, 30, 40 times already, knowing you.
A lot.
But, there's no reason you can't be out in your yard cleaning things up, patching holes, getting that grass seed down. We're getting an organic fertilizer down, Milorganite or Jonathan Green. Getting that, you put something down today, it's really going to spike up that yard to look fabulous for the Memorial Day weekend and so forth. Most of the yards are already looking really green and plush just from the rain. But if you want to give it a shot in the arm, get a nice food down. You don't really need the weed and feeds, but get a nice food down on it, whether it's the organic Jonathan Green or Milorganite or a regular 2010 or 3210 type of nitrogen-based fertilizer is really going to make that yard pop for the holiday weekend and your parties and your barbecue. And you got to get that patio cleaned up. So whether you're using wet and forget or 30-second cleaner, get that patio furniture uncovered, get it hosed off, get it cleaned up. And like I said at the beginning of the show, you got to get that grill out and get it cleaned up, get those cobwebs out, and get it ready for the barbecue season.
All right, as we go to break, by the way, we got Kirk in Armstrong wants to talk about a roof, and Daryl in Finleyville. We've got room for you. Fill up these phones. Andy, you got them all to yourself today. 866-391-1020, EV True Value, EV True Value Rental, and the other True Value stores that help us with this show, Andy.
Absolutely. We got Sarver True Value and Sarver True Value Rental. We got Eddie Pfeiffer True Value up in Mars. You got Ramin out there at Slippery Rock True Value. You got Paul down at RC Walters, and then you got Daniel's True Value, both of their locations on it. So go shopping, tell them we said hi, and pick up your supplies you need for the weekend.
How about you? What do you got out there, pennies on the dollar today?
We got a lot of sales going on from the America 250 flags. We've been selling a lot of those mushroom kits. A lot of Coast and Maine soils, doing very well with all the eco equipment, getting the trimmers and so forth. People are already thinking Father's Day. We've been selling a lot of the Hunt Chef seasoning. Barbecue season is here, or getting ready for those Father Day gifts, and a lot of Broil King grills. This is the season for the grills, and I tell you what, we've been selling a lot of patio furniture and benches. Great deal on a lot of outdoor patio furniture right now.
Love it. All right, give us a call. Let's go. We want all your home improvement questions. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing. NASCO.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Kurt, you're up first with Andy Amron, EV True Value on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Andy. I have a full building. It has a red metal roof on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably about 10 years old. Probably about 6 years ago or so, it developed a black, I don't know if just dirt or mold.
Right.
I cleaned it off with like a simple green with, like a little brush I got up there. But it came back pretty quick.
Right.
I was just wondering if there's anything I could use on that to keep it cleaner.
Well, there is. There's some organic-based products that actually work very, very well on these roofs. Being a metal roof, it's not as critical and so forth with it, but it still does a better job than your cleaning products because you're not up there scrubbing. One is called Wet and Forget, and the other is called Moss Out for roofs. And both of them, they have attachments. They come in a bottle. You just attach it onto your hose. You spray it up there. And what it does is it organically dissolves all the black spots, which is an organic-based substance, and it also dissolves any moss and green spots on it. So what it does is you just spray it up there, you walk away, there's no rinsing, there's no scrubbing, and it just eats away at those organic matters that accumulate on roofs. So whether it's metal, whether it's shingles, whether it's the black dots, whether it's the black streaks, or whether it's the green moss growth on it. Those are really the best ways to do it because it's such a slow process eating away at it. It helps prevent those markings from coming back. So getting up there with your Simple Green or your Jungle Jake or your 30-second cleaners, all that is great, but they actually do come back pretty quickly. Where you use that wet and forget, it's such a slow process of doing it, it actually will help prevent them from coming back for months. And that'd be easy recommendations. You just attach it to the hose, spray it up there, and then go do another project.
Okay, great. And what was the second product?
The one is made by, Wet and Forget is one. The other is made by Lilly Corporation, and it's called Moss Out for Roofs.
Moss Out.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both, I guess, equal, kind of.
Yeah,
right?
I have no preference one over the other. I really don't. For what you're doing, one's going to be just as good. They're pretty much about the same price. The Wet and Forget's more of a general purpose, not just a design just for the roofs, but for what you're doing, they're equally in quality, price, value, and efficiency.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy.
Sure.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep it going. Here's Ruth in the North Hills on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Hey, how are you?
I am pretty good, but I'm in the middle of a battle.
Okay.
I have an invasive plant. I understand it's called chameleon.
Uh-huh.
And my friend gave it to me, and initially I liked it. It was pretty, but now it's everywhere, and I cannot get rid of it.
Okay.
I have tried pouring boiling water on it. I have tried Harris's vinegar with Dawn dish detergent, and I need help.
Okay. Where is it growing? What's around it? And are you afraid of killing other things?
No, actually, it's just in a small, it started just in a small, probably 10 by 3 foot patch.
Okay.
And I don't care. My brother-in-law pulled everything out, cut it last winter, put Corbird over it, and now it's creeping up the sides, so I've tried to block it up, but I'll do anything at this point.
Okay. The reason I ask is there's something that's going to sound very simple, but it works. But what it's going to do, it's going to sterilize the soil, and it's a leaching product, so it's going to spread. So if you pour it on one spot, it's going to kill a patch, probably a good 12-inch to 20-inch circumference all the way around it. So if it was in the middle of a grassy area, it's going to kill the grass also. If it's up along the house or in the mulch or so where you're not afraid of what's going to be around it, then it's going to be great for it. And actually what it is rock salt. Just your typical rock salt that you use on your roadway. Hopefully you have some left from this terrible winter we had, because it might be a little bit harder to find this type of year. But I tell you, rock salt is one of the best vegetation killers, but it's leaching, meaning it spreads through the soil and it sterilizes the soil for up to a year. So nothing's going to grow in that area on it because you're sterilizing the soil. But what you do is you get just some regular coarse rock salt and you dissolve it in a bucket of hot water. And I use hot water because it dissolves the salt crystals faster. And once the crystals are dissolved, you dump it in that area and it starts killing pretty instantly. So generally I'm doing it along driveway cracks or around fence lines. Around our house, around my daughter's farm, who has miles and miles of fencing. And I'll mix, usually at a time, I'll get 20 pounds of rock salt, fill it with another 2 gallons of hot water, dissolve it, and I dump it along the fence lines or in the driveway, and nothing grows where I dump it for up to a year. So it will kill it, and it'll pretty much kill everything short of bamboo. Bamboo's the only thing I haven't been successful on even using rock salt because nothing kills bamboo. But it'll kill it. It's just nothing can be planted there for up to a year because it'll sterilize the soil. That's your best bet if you don't care what's around it. Now, if you're looking at something to work that's not going to sterilize the soil, then it's a high concentration of glyphosate on the leaves. And your best bet is using poison ivy killers on the leaves because that's a higher concentration of your herbicide products. Or they also make ground clear products by Ortho that aren't going to be as effective. as the rock salt, or if you're going to use a vinegar, you need a 40% vinegar or higher, meaning it's not your kitchen-based vinegars. It's a weed-killing vinegar, because those are usually your 40 to 44% vinegar that's going to really kill plants itself. So those are my best suggestions for you. You decide which one works best for you under your circumstances.
Those are excellent ideas. I have one more question.
Sure.
The plant has gone under my sidewalk, and it's underneath some well-established rhododendron bushes.
Okay.
So I don't want to probably put the rocks out, though, because that would probably kill the rhododendrons, don't you think?
Absolutely. It is, but if you're dumping it on the trunk area that's on the opposite side of the sidewalk, the poison in the salt is going to be absorbed into the ground and around the base of the tree, and that just because it's into the roots of the plant, the poison's not going to travel under the sidewalk to the other side of the plants. Where you're dumping the rock salt, you got to be willing to give up at least 12 to 18 inches around where you poured the salt, not 36 or 48 inches like a sidewalk is going to do. It's going to be right where you're pouring the base of the product, and it's absorbed into the ground and then absorbed into the trunk and the root of the bush or the plant that you're trying to kill.
Okay, well, I'm going to get out there right now and try it because it has me crazy.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Good luck.
All right, 866-391-1020. We've got room on the phone lines. It's just Andy. Mike, Paul, and Ed are busy at their store. I think Mike's a little busy on vacation.
Mike's, it's a happy birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday,
His
Mike.
birthday was yesterday, so him and Pam are celebrating Mike's birthday, and so they're probably not even awake yet today after last night's celebration. But Ed and Paul, they're just super busy at the stores. The stores have been jam-ass packed all day today, which is great, which is just the way we like to see it this time of year.
All right, 866-391-1020. Let's go to Daryl in Finleyville. Hey, Daryl.
Oh, hey, guys. Thanks for the show.
Sure.
I had a couple questions. About this time of the year, I typically power wash the house. It's vinyl siding.
Mm-hmm.
But the gutters get a little bit, they're white, but they don't shine like they do unless you clean them. And if I power wash them, the gutter, that doesn't help. And if I spray something on it and then power wash it, that doesn't help. I actually have to use whatever spray cleaner I'm using and kind of scrub it. Is there something that I can spray on there that would kind of dissolve the dirty cloudiness of the gutter?
Well, yes and no. Gutters are harder to deal with than, just sidings and so forth on it because they don't hold their luster itself like siding does. So typically most people do just what you're doing. They spray it down, they walk away, and they say, okay, it's cleaner, and that's about the end of it. Scrubbing it is going to be fine. It'll clean them, but it still really doesn't bring back its luster. Looking to do something with its luster, you're actually going into automotive grade products like car waxes and car washes, and that'll give it a little bit more luster itself. I tell you, really, the only thing that I do for the gutter cleaning itself, because I don't like getting up there and scrubbing them, instead of using a pressure washer, which I will use on the sidings of the house, is the product that I just mentioned, that Wet and Forget. I just spray it up there on the gutters, and within about 2 weeks, you come back and those gutters are going to be clean, and they're going to be better than taking a pressure washer to it. Because the dilemma with the pressure washers on the gutters is because of the high pressure itself, you get high spots and low spots areas. You cleaned it better than other spots on it, where with the Wet and Forget, it's a slow process that eats away all the dirt and grime and gets it back to its manufactured surface on it. So if you're in a situation where you can take a mop or a car wash mitt on a wand and actually be scrubbing the gutter, It'll do an excellent job, a lot better than just taking a pressure washer to it.
All right, thank you for the call. Got to get to a break. Roberta in Pittsburgh wants to talk wet and forget. We'll do that in a moment. Anybody else, feel free, jump on board. 866-391-1020. Andrew Benacki next hour, and then attorney Christine Brown Murphy, Zachariah Brown Brakovich, talking about Alzheimer's and estate planning with a very special guest. So we have lots more to do today, right up until 1 o'clock on KDKA with your Pratt Pack, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Rob Taylor's next with the news at 10:30.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKA-Radio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. An Aliquippa police officer recovering after a scary encounter with old evidence. According to Beaver County District Attorney Nate Bible, an officer with the Aliquippa Police Department came into contact with an opioid while destroying old drug evidence. Now, after destroying that evidence, he went out on patrol and his partner noticed something was wrong with his breathing. The officer passed out, nearly died. He had to be given 2 doses of Narcan back at the Aliquippa police station. The officer in question, who's the Department of Evidence custodian, said he had no recollection of what happened to him. Aliquippa police are now reviewing their protocols involving the disposal of old drug evidence. KDK Radio News Time, it's 10:31. Our next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of clouds and sun with an afternoon thunderstorm and a high of 75. A shower and thunderstorm for tonight as well, with clouds and a low of 61. Even tomorrow brings a thunderstorm to a couple of spots, mainly south of the city. Otherwise rather warm, the high 84. Then hot for Monday with sun much of the time, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Here's Roberta, as promised. Roberta, thanks for holding on and welcome to KDKA.
Hi, gentlemen. I wanted to ask you, Andy, with that wet and forget product, do you mix that with water, or can you spray directly from the bottle to put on like a monument at the cemetery?
Okay, for the cemetery, it comes both ways. It comes concentrated as a refill bottle, and it also comes ready to use. You know, when you're going out to the cemetery, you don't want to be mixing and so forth. It comes in a ready to use. I think it's a half-gallon bottle where it comes with a spray top on it, and you just go out there, you spray it, and the next time you come back, the tombstone's clean. But they do make refills that are concentrated, so if you have a tank sprayer or your own type of sprayers and you're doing big jobs and so forth, yeah, you can get it and mix it with water. But the two that I like the best is the one for you that is ready to use, you know, has its own spray top. You just carry it, walk, go do it. And then they also make one for a garden hose, which you can't use at the cemetery, but you can use when you're doing your roofs or your gutters or your house or all your patio furniture or something. So it's concentrated, but it's hooked up to your garden hose, so the water is diluting it as you are using itself. But for you, it's ready to use, has a nice handle on top of the bottle, you know, spray top. You just go out there to spray it, and that's it. You spray it and you walk away.
I have one more question. If we use up the entire bottle of the spray, and say we bought the other one, the half-gallon or the larger one, can we take some of that and pour it into the spray bottle?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So you could keep your spray bottle and just keep refilling it, but you'll have to dilute it as you refill it because it's a concentrated. So I'd have to read the instructions, but it's probably like half water and half wet and forget, and that's your refill, and away you go.
Oh, wait. I don't understand you. I'm lost.
Okay.
When you buy the bigger one, you have to...
When you buy the bigger refill, you generally have to dilute it.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll read the instructions and go from there. We'll let you know how it turns out.
All right. Wonderful.
So help me
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you for the call, Roberta. So Memorial Day is coming up, and you and I grew up in an era, and we hope that we taught our children to do the right thing. Memorial Day, you go and pay tribute to veterans by cleaning up around the grave.
Yep.
Now, what do you use to clean off some of these monuments again?
Wet and forget.
That's what I thought.
That's it. It's very, very simple. You don't need any water. You don't need scrub brushes. You don't need anything. Now, it's not instantaneous, so you can't go out there the day before, spray it, and it's going to look beautiful the very next day. It takes about 2 weeks. So, but you can take the wet and forget out to the cemetery, you spray down the monument or the tombstone, and Mother Nature takes care of the rest of it. It's an enzyme-based product that'll eat away at all the crud, and then just Mother Nature, it just brings it back to looking new again. But it's about a 2-week process. Depending on how bad it is, it could be a week. Normally about 2 weeks. So whether you're doing monuments, tombstone, bronze plaques, or whether you're doing your patio furniture or your vinyl fencing or your roofs or whatever, it's an enzyme. It's an enzyme-based product that just slowly eats away at organic matter stains.
So my grandfather was a World War I vet, died in 1963, a young man, only 63. And he's got one of those flat markers because that's what they kind of did for veterans.
Sure.
So would this actually help that?
Absolutely.
I was just thinking about that the other day.
Now, you're going to have to clean away all the grass and the dirt that builds up on it. So when I go out there, I'll have my little gardening trowel and, I'll clean up around it. And then I have a rag to wipe down the heavy stuff. Then I'll spray wet and forget on it, and I'm all done.
So here's what you do. You get one of those 250 flags that stick in the ground.
Hey,
get some wet and forget, go out and pay tribute to those folks who have served our country, the men and women.
Absolutely perfect.
Love it. 866-391-1020. Here's Gail in New Wilmington for Andy Amron, Mr. True Value. Hi, Gail.
Hi. I have a question on wet and forget also. I think you're answering them, though, as you go along. I'm old. And can I just put it on my hose and then it'll come out automatically? Or
Correct. That is correct. The one that's made to hook to a garden hose, you just screw it directly to the end of your garden hose. Turn the water on, and then there's an on-off switch or a rocker-type switch on the top of the bottle. You just push it forward, and it opens up and sprays everywhere. And, when you're all done, if the bottle's empty, just shut off the water and throw out the bottle. If there's still stuff left in it, you can, shut off the top switch on the bottle. And it's a very easy rocker switch knob on the top of the bottle itself. But it's a very, very simple product to use. Very simple.
is it now, if I'm spraying it on my railings and side, can it go on siding also?
You can spray anything with it. There's no harsh chemicals, and that's one of the beauties of the product. So you don't have to worry about it killing grass or killing flowers or killing dogs or rabbits or anything. There's nothing in there that is going to hurt anything other than organic matter dirt.
Do you need to rinse it down after a while?
You do not. You spray it and you walk away. Spray, wet, and forget. You wet it down and forget about it.
Sounds too good to be true.
The product's been out for quite a few years. It's not this brand new revelation. I guess I've probably sold the product for, 4 to 5 years. But I'm very, very, very happy with the product. I hope I'm not overselling it for people, but it's an amazing product. Now, it's not going to remove oil stains and gasoline stains and dissolve paint or anything like that. It's made for your regular organic dirt, so air pollutants and so forth that just make everything look dirty and grimy is what it eats away at.
We have a True Value, but he doesn't always have a bunch of stuff.
Well,
if he doesn't have it,
can
I get it online?
You call my store and we'll ship it to you.
Which store is that?
My store's in Bethel Park, but the phone number is 412-835-5780. And they'll ship it to you. Or if you want to go online, you could go to shopev.com. That's a website just for my store, but Shop EV, that's SHOPEVEY.com, and you could buy Wet and Forget there, and we'll just ship it to you.
Okay, because I had Harmony shipped to me.
And then we have Harmony also. We sell a lot of Harmony. It's also on our Shop EV website.
But it's not for this, what I'm talking about.
Okay, now Wet and Forget is different from Harmony. Harmony is our organic insect killer. Now, Harmony has its own website, but Harmony is also sold on shopev.com.
Shop EV. E is in ever?
It's SHOPEVEY.com.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, good stuff. Let's keep it going. Let's go to Ken, Penn Hills. We've got open phone lines right now to talk to Andy Amron, EV True Value Home Improvement Show, 866-391-1020. Go ahead, Ken. Good morning.
Good morning. And a simple question. How do I get rid of a groundhog living in my backyard under a garage?
All right. Groundhogs.
Besides pulling out the 22.
Any rodent that you're trying to get rid of, you have to understand the rodent. And groundhogs, you have to understand, are super, super neat, tidy rodents. And groundhogs are out during the day, not at night. So you have your option of using repellents, or you're really trapping them. There is really no poison for poisoning them. So if you are trying to use a repellent, once they leave their nest in the day, you spray the repellent around the area. So if they're underneath your garage, underneath the shed, you have to understand there's two entrances. They never have just one. So you have to find both entrances, or you have to spray the entire perimeter. A groundhog generally leaves the nest about 8 o'clock in the morning, and the groundhog generally comes back to the nest around 4 or 5 o'clock at the end of the day. So after you know that they are out of the nest, you can put a product like Repelzol, which comes in a liquid or a granular, and do it around the entire foundation of the shed or the garage, finding the holes and extra treating those holes, and then normally they will go somewhere else to live. Now, if you don't want to use a product like Repelzol, you use rotten fruits and vegetables. And I say that because, once again, groundhogs are very, very neat and tidy. And if you take rotten fruits and vegetables and shove them down their hole, they will never eat their way through it because they cannot stand the smell, and they cannot stand getting rotten fruit and vegetables on their paws, skins, nose, mouth, anything. But you have to find both. Now, if you're trapping them, the same thing has to hold. You have to rebait the trap every morning with very fresh fruits and vegetables. Day-old fruits and vegetables, they will never go near that trap because they are a super, super neat, tidy rodent. So if you're trapping and you don't catch them the first day, the next morning you have to go rebait it with fresh apples, fresh celery, fresh carrots, fresh lettuce, but it has to be fresh. Once it goes bad, they won't come near it. That's why it works by shoving it down their holes, because they won't burrow through it. And it's the same thing on the trap part of it. It has to be fresh for them to go into the traps. That's your best chance.
Do you carry the product?
The Repelzol, absolutely. It's made by Bonide, and it comes in granular liquid. It does work well on groundhogs.
Okay, one other question. How far down a hole do you have?
You're just spraying the entrance of the hole. It doesn't have to go too far down. I would spray it 6-8 inches down just to give it that heavy dose, but it doesn't have to be down 2, 3, 4 feet into the hole itself.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Listen, we got one more segment. Been a very busy day on the phone lines.
Love all the calls, Rob.
But still plenty of time to talk to Andy. So call us, 866-391-1020. We're going to talk Dolly World and a whole bunch of other stuff next hour with Andrew Benacki, AAA Central's Talking Travel.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Take a walk around your house, and unless you've had CertaPro painters paint your exterior recently, you're thinking the same thing. I need to get rid of that drabby paint. I did this with CertaPro painters, and wow, what a difference. Get the job done right because you're working with the owners. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, and I love that. And 70,000 five-star reviews can't be wrong. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, Andy, give me some other tips and tricks and things I can work on this time of year.
You know, we were talking about the barbecue grill, and I was, just going through the scenario and so forth in my head, cleaning it. They're pretty easy to clean. When I clean, the grill, I'll just pull it out onto the driveway, take all the guts out of the grill itself, meaning whether you got flavorizer bars or heat plates or cooking grates, and lay them all out on the driveway. Then I'll spray the grill down. It's something you've cooked on for probably a year and you never cleaned it, so you need a heavier degreaser. So I'll generally use something, like Grease Lightning or Crud Cutter. Those are two of your heaviest degreasers. Then I'll spray it down with those and let it soak in for 20 minutes or so, and then just hose everything off. And then you hose off the entire grill, the inside and the outside. And I get calls, people saying, hey, the paint's peeling on the inside of the grill. That's not paint peeling, that's grease peeling. So make sure you spray down the inside of that cook box and then hose it down real well after the grease cleaner has a chance to really dissolve through all that grease. Then you're just letting it dry out and putting it back together again. But, the areas that are critical is where the spider webs are, and that's inside the burner tubes or inside where the hose hooks up. The regulator part of it where it hooks up to the grill itself, because those are the areas that are going to prevent the propane or natural gas from flowing into the grill itself. So, whether you're cooking out tomorrow or tonight or next weekend, you want to make sure you're starting the season with a clean, fresh grill itself. So now I got to decide what I'm going to cook on Memorial Day. I don't know, Rob.
Have you dialed it back a little bit since the kids aren't home all the time, or do you still go?
No, I cook what I want now, not what they want.
What does Andy want?
Last meal we cooked on was asparagus, crab cakes, and shrimp. That's what I cooked on the grill. And then breakfast, eggs, and pancakes on my griddle.
I envision you and your wife like my mom and dad after they raised all those kids. And my dad was like our age then. I would go to their house, and there they'd be on the back patio having a little steak dinner, had a little fountain that my dad had got built, and it was just my mom and dad. And I said, "Do you ever miss us?" And he looked at me and he said, "Does it look like we miss you?" I mean, but
that nice prime cut.
Yeah,
of meat,
but you two
and
just found a way to make it better.
Absolutely. I'm very lucky that Mary still puts up with me.
You know,
So,
it's just
very happy. Very happy.
I was asking you during one of the breaks about, so how much longer can you and I do this? Because we've been plowing forward for 30 plus years, just you and me.
Yeah, the body's still doing well. A little sore in the thumbs from, I guess, arthritis.
I'm gonna get that fixed.
But other than that, Rob, I still love what I do. I love every day. I was at work at 3:30 this morning. Why would I be at work at 3:30 this morning if I didn't like it? And so I built a fleet of wheelbarrows. We were getting low on displays of wheelbarrows, so I built 10 wheelbarrows in 2 hours and get them ready for, because it's a busy gardening weekend. So I needed more wheelbarrows out so I could build them faster than any of my high school kid employees. So
what's up with this mushroom stuff you've been talking about?
Well, the North Shore is a brand of mushrooms that you could grow yourself. And Ed Pfeiffer found these at one of the markets. So he called me from the market all excited. Hey, I want everyone to grow mushrooms. So, all right. So we brought in a display of mushrooms. You could either grow them inside in the containers they come with, or they give you a container to put it right in the ground and grow them outside. And so right away we had to open it and start growing them in the store. And I tell you what, they grow fast and they are tasty. And we're on our 4th display of these mushrooms. They are just the hottest thing that we've been selling. We sold a lot of them for Mother's Day. It made a tremendous Mother's Day present. They're
Good Father's Day gift.
Good Father's Day gift. So come and get a kit of mushrooms and some Hunt Chef seasoning. And, I like using the seasoning and experimenting with them on all the different things we're making. There's one on for crab cakes. There's one for steaks. There's ones for chicken. Yum, yum, yum.
Everybody says everything that's old is new again. And one thing I've noticed, and I've been in all your stores throughout the years, this and that, but I look at the True Value brand kind of turning into the old company store, a little bit of everything, some food to go along with the nuts and bolts. You can get your garden seeds. You can get a new ball peen hammer. So it really is something for everyone.
Yeah, I had someone tell me that yesterday towards the end of the day, and he goes, boy, there is absolutely nothing you don't have. I says, well, short of milk and bread, and I even thought of that on the big snowstorm days, bringing in some milk and bread for people so they don't have to go out. But, from toilet paper and paper towels to mushrooms to, dirt to wheelbarrows to lawnmowers, we try and have it all.
Here's what else is becoming a big ticket item.
Oh.
And we're getting into that weather that'll be coming in the way of storms and high winds. It's these generators. Everybody I know. It's like I'm getting a generator.
We've sold more generators in the past 12 months than we probably have in 5 years. So I have to agree with you on that. It's something that a lot more people are looking at and having for the fear of needing them. So whether it's you're investing $10,000 into a standby generator for your house, or, what we have sold a lot of are the Generac battery-powered units with a solar panel for recharging them. So, because the biggest issue with generators, portable generators, is keeping the fuel fresh, because gas goes stale in 1 month. So if you fill that generator with 5-6 gallons of gas, and it's not the ethanol-free gas, you go to use it, and chances are the generator's not going to start. So now they make the tri-fuel or the dual-fuel units. So you can buy a generator, and instead of running gasoline in it, you could hook it up to a propane tank from your grill. Wow. And it runs on propane. Or on the same instant, you could run it on gas or propane, or there's even some now you can run on natural gas, propane, or gasoline, or even better yet, and this is the one I have a Generac battery unit that it'll run a refrigerator for 2 days.
That's pretty good.
On just the charge. Or if you have medical devices and you need to run an oxygen tank, you could have this sit right by your chair in your living room, and run the oxygen tank for a couple of days, and then you can recharge it by a solar panel, or you could plug it into your cigarette lighter of your car and recharge it.
All
Amazing units out there now.
List to the other stores, then we have to say goodbye. Go
Sure,
ahead.
absolutely. You got Sarver True Value, you got Pifer True Value, you got Slippery Rock True Value, you got RC Walters, you got Daniels True Value, or you could reach me at EV True Value, 412-835-5780, or shoot me an email, eveyhdw@gmail.com.
Days away, busiest home improvement weekend of the year, Memorial Day weekend next weekend. True Value, our True Value stores has everything you need. We'll be back. Andrew Benacki is next.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to ready.com, enter your address, and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to ready.com or call 888-525-REDY. 888-525-READY.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police investigating after a person was found shot Friday evening in Fayette County. Shooting happened around 6:30 Friday evening on Hillview Lane. That's in Salt Lake Township in Fayette County. Person who was shot's in stable condition. State police believe the person responsible for the shooting still at large at this hour. Incident is under investigation. Well, Murraysville Medic 1 employees facing multiple felony charges after being accused of accessing and storing child sexual abuse material on a work computer. State Attorney General's office says 31-year-old Gregory Kelly was arrested and charged this week after an investigation. The office says Kelly was using a work computer, and while he was still logged in, another employee began using the computer and noticed files that contained child sexual abuse material. The employee then reported the findings. Matt Panagal, detective with the Murraysville Police Department, telling KDKA Television.
It was accessed through his Google account. He had left his browser open, and the next employee came in after him to use the same computer. And in the browser that was minimized, when he pulled up the browser, he noticed what was clearly child pornography.
Kelly has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th. Well, Butler Memorial Hospital and more than 200 union workers ratified their first union contract on Friday. This comes after 10 months of talks and 3 days before a possible strike. New contract includes guaranteed scheduled raises, an experience-based wage scale, also a policy that implements a financial penalty for too many involuntary schedule changes. Union says 96% of techs voted in favor of ratification. Pranto's Bakery responding on social media to a consumer alert that was issued to the bakery by the Allegheny County Health Department. The department's report found the Shadyside Bakery had a presence of rodent droppings on multiple surfaces, also soiled food equipment and damaged exterior walls. The report called the pest management violations high risk. Joe Cugliari, owner of Pranto's Bakery, responded on Facebook Friday saying the citation involved rodent activity and droppings in an empty basement of the building that's no longer used for baking or storage, and that the issue has not affected the safety or quality of the products they bake and serve each day to customers. Health Department says if the violations aren't corrected in the next 10 days, the bakery will be ordered closed. KDKA Radio News Time. We're coming up on 11:03. We've got the AccuWeather forecast right now.
Ready for your next getaway? Let AAA Travel turn your plans into unforgettable experiences. From exciting cruises to expertly guided tours to relaxing all-inclusive resorts, they've got the perfect escape waiting for you. Looking for something more personal? Their small group adventures offer unique itineraries, immersive experiences, and more flexibility along the way. Want to skip the airport altogether? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey, and let your vacation begin the moment you leave home. Plus, their knowledgeable AAA travel advisors are here to help with personalized recommendations and to customize a trip that's perfect for you. Visit your local Western PA AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 today. That's 1-800-354-8761 and start your next adventure with AAA Travel.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for an afternoon thunderstorm around. Until then, it looks like clouds and sun today with a high of 75. Then more clouds for tonight with another shower and thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow also brings some sun with a thunderstorm in a couple of spots, most likely south of the city, high 84. Then hot for Monday with a good deal of sun, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The life of a broadcaster. Sometimes you hit a speed bump or a pothole and you just have to keep moving forward. You just never know because it's live and it's radio. Andrea Benacki is stuck in a traffic jam, but never fear, through the magic of radio. She joins us now, and we're going to get into this week's program. But if you are anywhere near the Fort Pitt tunnels and wondering why you're not moving, well, take a look to your right or left because she's waving at you right now. She's Andrea Benacki. How are you, Andrea? Good morning.
I am good, and I'm never late, so this is definitely a traffic jam that I have never experienced on my way here before. So, like Rob said, if you were going to the airport, I would probably leave about 4 hours early. It's like insane.
Well, we will definitely keep you going here on the show. No fear. I've been doing this a few years, so I've kind of got a little experience of this stuff. It's not the first time this has happened. Now, listen, I do want to talk about some other things before we go to Peru and talk about Dollywood and all the other good stuff that you have. Look, the summer travel season officially begins next weekend. Now you should be thinking about calling AAA 800-354-8761, getting that membership, stopping in. Please explain when it's travel season that gift that keeps on giving has never been more important or more timely. So get it now before the season of travel officially gets underway next weekend. Talk about memberships at AAA. Andrea.
Yes, you want to get those memberships because they are so helpful when you're traveling, especially road trips. We always have promotions. Make sure you call 1-800-354-8761 and see what the latest deal is, or stop into your local AAA office and they can give you all the information. You're going to want to have a membership while you're on the road, whether you break down on a road trip or you need a discount at the hotels, or really shopping, restaurants. There are so many useful things that you can have use your AAA membership for.
Yeah, and the price has never been better than it is right now. 800-354-8761. Now, the other thing that I want people to understand, can't help you with it, but we can remind you, if you don't have it, I've got one. If I can get it, you can get it. That Real ID, very important for the upcoming travel season. And explain exactly why you need a Real ID. Go ahead.
Yes, most definitely. If you do not have a Real ID and you are using a driver's license, there's a $45 fee for them to do extra screening for TSA to do extra screening once you arrive at the airport. You can use your passport, so if you have a passport, that's just as good as your Real ID. But even if you are traveling domestically, you need that Real ID, so make sure you go and get it. We at AAA, we don't do them on the spot. They send away for them. So if you have a little bit of time, you could do it that way. Or you can go, I think, to Bridgeville, right to the DMV, and they could do it right on the spot for you.
Now, talk about passports versus Real ID. How do they work, and how do you get a passport or get your passport renewed? Go ahead.
So passports, you can use that. Well, you have to use that for overseas, of course, but you can use it domestically if you don't have the Real ID. But make sure you check your passport before traveling. A lot of travelers that aren't experienced do not know this. But if you're traveling overseas, your passport needs to be valid for 6 months past your return date. So if you're traveling and your passport, you think you're okay because your passport's are expiring next month, that is not good. They will not allow you to go on your trip. So make sure you are checking your expiration dates. It's not something we look at a lot of times. A lot of people don't even keep them in their house. They keep them in a bank in a lockbox. Because I know a lot of people when we're checking names for airline tickets or things like that, because remember, they have to be exact. They have to call us back because they have to go get their passport from somewhere. So make sure you are letting your clients know, check that passport. I need to know the expiration date of that because they could have a lot of trouble if it's expiring past their return date.
And the other thing,
not past their return date.
Getting people ready to travel, a must. Travel insurance and who we deal with at AAA. Go ahead.
Oh, my gosh. Travel insurance is more important than ever. You never know what's going to happen when you're traveling. We use Allianz, and that is a primary coverage, which is really nice because they will, as long as you are staying in the hospital for 24 hours, they will pay your expenses up front, so you won't have to pay those huge hospital bills. There are other travel insurances that we deal with, but none of them offer as much coverage as Allianz does. I mean, you can even get a deluxe where it doubles the amount, and we're talking about airlifting to hospitals. We're talking about some really crazy things that you probably don't think about. And this also covers if someone in your family gets sick. So it's not just covering you, it's covering more than just yourself. It's covering a lot of your family members. I know they even have pet coverage now. So just make sure you are talking to your AAA travel advisor at 1-800-354-8761. Ask all the questions, anything you can think of. If they don't know the answer, I can assure you they will find it for you or give you the phone number for Allianz so you can contact them directly.
And speaking of AAA, I love the brick and mortar offices. They're open, many of them on Saturdays. You can get life insurance, you can get homeowners insurance, you can get auto insurance, and as she mentioned, pet travel insurance. Well, they have pet insurance at AAA as well, too. 800-354-8761. 800-354-8761. So here's the other thing. I believe, because people have rediscovered America in recent years, we talk a lot about those wonderful cruises that take you to the warm, beautiful Caribbean or north to Alaska, or these river cruises that can take you to the Rhine River. Bottom line is, never has there been a better time to see the USA, and I believe the East Coast is going to have a banner year beginning in just a few short weeks when we officially get underway starting next weekend and then roll right through the summer of 2026. Rehoboth Beach in Delaware, Virginia Beach, Ocean City, Maryland, New Jersey, Wildwood, New Jersey, Topsail, Hilton Head, Nags Head, Sunshine, Florida, Walt Disney World. I think it's going to be a great season of summer splash fun along the East Coast. What do you think?
Yes, I do. A lot of people want to stay close to home. They want to drive or take that short nonstop flight to Florida, to Orlando. So, yes, I think this is the most important time to have your AAA membership because you do get special inclusions with a lot of our packages. So you'll get discounts. You'll get, of course, your restaurant discounts, things like that. So make sure you're getting that membership. And you never know what's going to happen if you're driving far. You might break down. Hopefully you won't. You might get a flat tire, but AAA is there to help you. So make sure you're getting all that information. Even just if you're looking for just a hotel reservation, we have discounted rates for that, as Rob mentioned, anywhere. So if you want to go to Delaware, Ocean City, make sure you're calling your AAA travel advisor to get information. Discounted hotels.
All right, listen, I got to ask, and believe me, when the schedule announcement came out, everyone wanted to know more so than who the Steelers were playing throughout the entire year. They wanted to know one thing. Paris is coming up week 7, New Orleans Saints. Hey, Rob, ask your friends at AAA East Central, are they planning something like they did at Ireland? I said, it's way too early, but you got to be thinking about it, right, Andrea?
It's definitely on our radar. We are planning something, so keep your announcements. Call 1-800-354-8761. Check with your travel advisor to see if anything's been released yet. But you know AAA is working on something, so make sure you stay tuned, and we'll have more information shortly.
And, you know, many of the hosts that do this show with me, that carry me and are the brains of the outfit, they've been to Paris, and it would be wonderful to see the black and gold play in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower. Wouldn't that be special? All right, Andrea Benacki trying to make her way to the studio, stuck in traffic. It's a busy traffic day in Pittsburgh. Something going on down there by the Fort Pitt tunnels. But I do know this. She will be back after the break. So coming back, and we've got Peru to talk about, Dollywood to talk about, all sorts of wonderful things that you don't want to miss. And if you want to read along at home with us, these itineraries, go to AAA.com/radio. And if you want to call AAA to book these upcoming trips, go to 800-354-8761 early and often and get those trips booked. Dream it, plan it, book it, and as I like to say, your Pratt Pack, live it. AAA East Central's Talking Travel. Andrew Benacki and me back with more in a moment on KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the village perfect too. up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Sometimes you discover a product that changes your life. I'm talking about Harmony Organic Insect Control. My fear of a flea and tick infestation is over. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. End the painful itching and scratching that torments your pet. Spray Harmony on your pets, your clothing, your sofa curtains, and pillows. Harmony Organic Insect Control also works outside in your garden. Get a case of Harmony. Visit participating True Value hardware stores or online at harmonyoic.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Andrea Benacki, and it's time now for the first destination of the week, and it's one to remember, so you're going to want to be a part of it. Andrea, let's go. Give us the itinerary.
All right, so we have Explore Machu Picchu. This is with National Geographic Journeys and G Adventures. So before I get into the itinerary, this is something different that we are trying. We do a lot of our destinations that everyone's used to. We're trying to think outside of the box of places that we have our members calling in and asking to go. So this is with a new partner of ours who's G Adventures. And what's really nice about them is they love to immerse themselves in the communities of the places they're visiting. They're smaller tours, and they're really trying to get everyone involved and get a lot of money into the places that they're visiting. So this one, Machu Picchu, it's November 1st through the 8th, and this is a really great. There's some special inclusions in this. So with this, the National Geographic Journeys merges you into the legacy of science and storytelling with G Adventures, which is leadership in the community, as I just mentioned. So these collections are very intimate and very special to the tour companies that go there. So the great thing about this one is it has journeys which highlight the moment, and this one, with that, the journey moment is an exclusive, immersive experience designed to take travelers deeper into local culture and nature, often featuring behind-the-scenes access which focuses on expert-led hands-on learning. So this is National Geographic. So everyone knows what National Geographic is. It actually is taking you into the destination. So let's talk about the places that you're going on this. So you're going to Lima. You're going to Cusco, 2-day Sacred Valley tour. There's traditional style dinners. There's a scenic train guided tour of Machu Picchu. So for the first day, you're going to go into Lima, Peru. The second day, Sacred Valley, and then you'll visit the ancient salt pans and ruins. And then the third day, Sacred Valley, where you'll go to the Inca ruins, exclusive Potato Park visits. Day 4, you're doing the Machu Picchu scenic train, which is such a neat way to get up to Machu Picchu. A lot of people hike up there. It takes about 4 days. But if that's your main focus on this trip, you can just take a train ride right up. And I wanted to mention this because we have Hannah Haldeman working today, and she's getting married. I think we've mentioned that on August 15th of this year. But she's actually doing a similar trip like this, and she's taking that train up there. So if you're interested in doing a trip like this, make sure you call in to 1-800-354-8761. She is doing tons of research on this destination for herself. So I'm sure she could give you a lot of pointers on what to do, where to stay, and what she's discovered while she's planning her own honeymoon. And then you'll have a free day in Cusco. Day 7, you go to Cusco and Lima. And then day 8, you're traveling home. So the price on this is land only, $2,555, which is an excellent price. Remember, flights are additional, so you'll want to contact your AAA travel advisor, go into an office, or call 1-800-354-8761 to get more information on the flight. So make sure you're doing that. The trip inclusions on this: round-trip airport hotel transfer. So they're going to get you from the airport to the hotel, 7-night hotel accommodations, taxi hotel service charges. There's 1 bag per person allotted. There's 7 meals included. So, there are meals included: 7 breakfasts, 1 lunch, 2 dinners. Attractions and admissions included in the whole itinerary. To get the full itinerary, it's pretty deep, so you'll want to take a look, call into AAA, or go on to AAA.com/radio and get more information on the detailed itinerary. There's all land transportation, so when you are in destination, all transportation, rail, and local buses are included, and then international flights are included, and then services of a G Adventures expedition leader, which is so important because a lot of us, this isn't a destination that you're going to all the time. Most likely, this is a bucket list destination, and you're going here for the first time. You're going to need a leader with you that knows what's going on, that knows what they're doing. So we have those specialists there for you.
Let me just say, let me just jump in here real quick. What you just said just made me think how many times we have done this show through the years, over 30 years, and have brought out destinations like this that people would never even think of going on, and it has changed their life forever, not just because of this experience, but it teaches them a whole new aspect other than just traditional travel. And the thing about AAA, because of their buying power, Andrea, they can go on these trips that are once in a lifetime or 2 or 3 because they're affordable. And if you're a AAA member, that makes it even better. But how many times we probably made people say, I want to do that, and they were never even thinking of that, and they get a chance to do something that, well, they're going to create memories that are going to last the rest of their life. And this is exactly one of those trips.
Exactly. That's why we try to bring these destinations to the radio or advertise them, because a lot of people aren't walking around thinking, I think I want to go to Peru. But when we talk about them and give you what they're doing, where you're going, what you're actually seeing, it gets people's wheels spinning, and you're like, hey, I think I wanted to go to that destination, and I never thought of it again. So, yeah, and there are some really big wow moments on this itinerary, like Machu Picchu or the Sacred Valley. So Machu Picchu is one of the new 7 wonders of the world. I was just doing some looking up on the internet about some of these destinations and what's so special about them. So it says that you walk among ancient temples, terraces, stone structures built in the 1400s. Imagine that. You're going to these places that were built so long ago, and you get to experience them. It says the site feels incredibly spiritual and emotional for many visitors because of its dramatic mountaintop setting. So imagine being on Machu Picchu. You've never been there before. You've never experienced something like that. I could just imagine how emotional something like that would be. So there are some really great things to think about on this, and that's why you want to talk to a AAA travel advisor so they can tell you more about this destination and what you're going to do. You can even add a trail hike once you get there to, and it takes you to the Sungate entrance to Machu Picchu. So there are some active things that you can add to this. This is a level 3 active adventure, so there is some walking. It's not going to be one of the hardest ones that we have, but walking is required. So you want to make sure that you are active normally and that you can walk long distances, because we don't want to put you on a tour and you get there and you're like, oh, I can't even do this. So you paid all that money and you're not able to see anything. So just make sure you're talking to the travel advisor and make sure you can do this trip.
Listen, what I like about what you're talking about you let people know up front physically what they're going to be doing. So they go into it not fearful, thinking, is this going to be too much for me? But I'm going to get a chance to go here, and I'm not going to have to be in tip-top shape. I'm just going to have to be able to put some comfortable walking shoes on and get a real up-close and personal look as far as these beautiful sites are concerned. I love the fact that you do the homework to the point you leave no stone unturned for the consumer. That's why I love AAA so much.
Yes, we want to make sure that you know what you're getting yourself into before you get there. There's going to be a lot of ancient ruins. There's tons of culture, stunning mountain scenery, authentic local traditions. So you want to make sure you're prepared and ready for this. Also, we want to talk about what you need to bring with you, what to wear, and things like that. So that is something in a conversation you're going to want to have with the travel advisor to make sure that you are prepared while you get there. You know what to pack and that kind of stuff.
And that's what makes AAA the best. Again, we're going to give you the price before the next half hour is up, and we'll go over the itinerary again. But after the break, hello, Dolly, as in Dollywood, the Smoky Mountains. Wait till you hear what we have in store for the star of stage, screen, and one of the greatest talents of all time and looks great in rhinestones, Dollywood, Dolly Parton's own creation. We'll talk about it next on AAA Central's Talking Travel.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
We've got some marvelous May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural pork baby back ribs are $3.88 a pound. In the produce department, all-purpose Idaho potatoes, 5-pound bags, $1.99 each. In the deli, Coons fresh chef salads are $6.99 each. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Turkey Hill ice cream, 46-ounce containers, 2 for $7.
Get in on those marvelous May savings at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Candlelight Vigil was held on Friday for Danielle Jackman of Churchill. She was one of the 2 people who were killed last week in a crash involving multiple vehicles downtown along the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Jackman's brother, Kevin Jackman, telling KDKA-TV on Friday.
We didn't realize the reach that Danielle had. We knew how good of a person she was, but the amount of people that she touched through her career and through her personal life was more than most of us understood.
The vigil was held at Smitty's Place in McKeesport, where Jackman worked as a cook at that bar and grill since January. A crash occurred on May 6. Daniel Jackman was 58 years old. The other person who died in that multi-vehicle crash was 52-year-old Michael Smith of Sheridan. The crash still under investigation. Some Pennsylvania school districts still don't have AEDs in every building, raising questions about how they'll meet new statewide requirements. The law, sponsored by State Senator Rosemary Brown, requires defibrillators at all PIAA games and practices, along with trained staff and emergency response plans.
Well, the goal is really to have them within 5 minutes of a person having a cardiac arrest event. And, while the 5-minute notation is not in the legislation, the goal is to have that and have it be readily accessible, meaning you respond before the first responders respond.
Brown says the effort was inspired by Monroe County teen Greg Moyer, who died after going into cardiac arrest during a basketball game more than 25 years ago. KDK Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for this spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro Zero Turn, Stand On, and Walk Behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777.
Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly sunny this afternoon with a thunderstorm around into this evening, high 75. Partly cloudy tonight with a late night shower, low 62. Clouds and sun tomorrow with a thunderstorm, high 82. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We continue with Andrea Benacki. This is AAA Central's Talking Travel. One of my favorite performers who recently made the announcement she's got to step back a little bit from her residency in Las Vegas. So that's because she's been working a whole lot longer than 9 to 5. This woman is one of the most incredibly talented women in the history of music. Acting, she's incredibly talented there, too. Remember that breakout role with Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin in 9 to 5? And she's an exceptional business person, too. I absolutely love Dolly Parton, Dollywood. I've had friends that have gone there. They rave about it. She's now connected to 2 great brands, actually 3 great brands here in Pittsburgh, one being Kennywood and Sandcastle, none other than Dolly Parton and Dollywood in the spotlight now. We're in the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can click on KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch, because Andrea Benacki is going to tell you all about this incredible opportunity that we have available through AAA East Central. Andrea, go right ahead.
Yes, so this is Seasons in the Smokies featuring Dollywood. So we are taking you, this is in October, so October 25th through the 30th, to Dollywood, and the admission is included, which is awesome. So let's talk a little bit about the itinerary, what you're going to see. So it says, sit back and relax as we depart from Pittsburgh and journey south to Tennessee. This is a 5-night stay at the beautiful Dollywood Dreammore Resort and Spa. And then this is including breathtaking beauty of the Smoky Mountains. So what this includes is 5 nights at Dollywood's Dreammore Resort, Hatfield and McCoy Dinner Feud, the Titanic Museum attraction, the Mountain Mile, which is the shopping, which includes shopping, dining, and more. Array Theater, which gives you some variety show. Great Smoky Mountain National Park, so there's guided touring in there. Dolly Parton's Stampede Dinner Show. The Island at Pigeon Forge, which includes shopping, dining, and more. And then Country Tonight. So this is all included in this. We'll talk a little bit about the itinerary, but the price for this, and this includes your motor coach transportation. We depart from Monroeville, Cranberry, or Canonsburg. So no matter where you live, we provide parking and shuttle services from there. So you can use the lots. Make sure you call 1-800-354-8761 to find out where the lots are, because we change them up sometimes. But you are permitted to leave your car there, and then of course we take you to Dollywood. So the price for this, and this is double occupancy, $2,059 per person, and that includes that motor coach transportation and everything that I said.
And the ticket.
And the ticket to Dollywood.
That's a great price.
Yeah, it is a great price. So Dollywood, I wanted to see when you go. I think day 2 is when you actually go to Dollywood. So day 1, travel to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, of course, and there's dinner included that evening. You'll probably get in a little bit later, and then you'll experience the resort, which is a beautiful resort, which is nestled in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains. Day 2, it's Fall Magic at Dollywood and family fun. And that is where you'll have breakfast and dinner, and then you'll go to Dollywood. Day 3, you'll journey through time and Tennessee. So after breakfast, there's a guided tour of the Titanic Museum, the world's largest Titanic museum. And then you'll have a fascinating journey into the past. And then afterwards, you'll have Southern hospitality with a delicious buffet lunch at Puckett's. And then you'll return back to your resort. Day 4, you go to the Great Smoky Mountains and Gatlinburg. So there's some really great inclusions in this itinerary. There's breakfast included and dinner. And this includes dinner at Dolly Parton's Stampede Dinner Attraction. I love how these dinners all are themed, and they're just fun, and they immerse you in the Dollywood experience.
Well, let me jump in here because I am her number one fan. And let me tell you why this woman is so amazing to me. So Timothy Chalamet played Bob Dylan, right? Jeremy Allen White did Bruce Springsteen. Now we have Tiana Taylor, who's a great actress, going to play Dionne Warwick. I can't wait. But why hasn't anybody done the life story of Dolly Parton? Listen, it's and she knows the Smoky Mountains. She grew up. This is a success story of epic proportion. Not only did she take over the music world and write some of the most incredible music, including the one Whitney Houston made famous in Bodyguard, I Will Always Love You.
Yes.
But it gets even better. She's a smart, incredibly brilliant business person, because in this world of all these other theme parks and corporate America, she out of nowhere carves a little niche in that little home territory of hers, and with all these little different themes, it's become one of the most popular destinations in all of travel, not just here. People come from around the world.
They do.
And now, because of her love of communities and people, done a lot of work with the National Library Association. They take over Kennywood, Sandcastle, Idlewild. Are you kidding me?
I know.
That's why she is Dolly Parton. They should call her Hollywood Parton because she knows how to make it work.
She does. She does. She is fantastic. Yeah, and you're right. No one has ever played her. I don't know.
That's a story.
Yeah.
Listen, I remember as a kid, I was young once. I know that's hard to believe. But I fell in love with Dolly Parton. I would go to my grandmother's house and stay overnight. And she'd always say, "Why are you here so early? Why don't you go out and play? Why are you in front of the TV?" I waited for two things. The Porter Wagner show, in which she was his sidekick. I was in love with her then. And then a little show called Hee Haw that used to be on, okay? But I fell in love with Dolly Parton when I was like 12 years old. And I've loved her ever since. And then she comes on Johnny Carson's show one night, The Tonight Show, biggest brand ever in late night. And she composed a song for Johnny Carson and sang it in front of him acoustically. And she probably wasn't even 30 years of age yet. Incredible talent. First movie role, 9 to 5. Jane Fonda, Academy Award winner. Lily Tomlin, Laugh-In. Tremendous talent. And she just hung with both of them. So anything I could do to promote Dolly Parton, I'm going to promote. And she has a cake mix that we sell at Coons Market, too.
Oh, my gosh. That's too funny.
But this is, listen, for a little over $2,000.
Yes.
And they're going to do the driving? I just got to wait for you to pick me up?
You just have to sit back, relax, enjoy yourself, bring a book, your headphones, watch a show on Netflix. We'll get you there.
Oh, she's a treasure. And she's humble.
Yeah.
And, man, and can she still sing and perform? I just want her to have a speedy recovery. The world needs her. But what I've heard about Dollywood, and I've had a couple of friends that have gone there, some retired, some young with kids, they say it's good for everybody.
Yeah. I've never been, but it's one of the places that I'm definitely going to get to. I mean, and you could drive there, so maybe Mark will even go with me. He's never getting on a plane, but maybe we could drive to Dollywood.
Well, the night before Mr. Aldine, I was about ready to lean over and say to him, look, you done good, young man. You don't screw this up. You know what I'm saying? Because there will be people waiting for Andrea Benacki. But he's a good guy, and I got to tell you, I think this would be a great destination for anyone. You know what else would be cool? If you're grandparents and you want to do something with the grandkids.
Yes.
This would be
it is a great family vacation because there's Dollywood there. There's the old time kind of variety shows and that kind of thing for the grandparents. I mean, there's something for every age on this trip. So, yes.
Well, if you have any connections, I want to get her on the Coons Cooking Hour because she does these cooking videos. I get all excited when I see her in an apron. She's just... You know what? She's a part of my childhood, and she's still doing great things today. And I got to tell you, no one will ever know, but I can only imagine how many charities she's helped.
Oh, yes. Yeah, she is a wonderful person. She really is.
And and listen, you like country music.
I do, yes.
All these performers like Jason Aldean, who you recently saw the night before down there at that beautiful place at his Rivers Casino, they all owe her a great deal of respect because she wrote the book. She paved the way for all of these artists. Shania Twain, all of them. Carrie Underwood, they're all making big money and having great careers because of her. Kenny Chesney, all of them. All right, give me the money again. Give me the days, and then we'll tell everybody to call 800-354-8761.
All right, so this is $2,059 per person, double occupancy. And then, of course, this includes your round-trip motor coach transportation, 5 nights hotel accommodation, 9 meals, all admissions included in this itinerary, reserved seating at 4 musical theaters, taxes and gratuities are included, services of a AAA tour manager and local guide where noted, which is so important, as I mentioned on our Peru trip. When we have those local guides, they're the specialists, they live there, they know what to tell you about their town or the destination that you're in. So when we mention that there is a local guide, it's so important, and it brings so much out in the itinerary and makes it that much more special. So yes, 1-800-354-8761. Hannah and Jason are there waiting for you. Or you can stop into your local branch, ask about this, get this booked. It's going to sell out. Remember, October 25th through the 30th. So fall time, the weather's going to be perfect. Shouldn't be too hot, shouldn't be too cold. So, yeah. Make sure you get that booked.
800-354-8761. What better place to go than that, though?
I know.
The food must be incredible, too. People have raved to me about the food.
Yeah, and everyone wants to stay local recently. So we're giving you these destinations so that you can go visit more of the U.S., and this is a perfect place to do that.
All right, we come back. We're going to go over that first trip, all the details that you need to know. But as we go to break, tell them why the motorist is so important, and I never leave home. And I'll actually have it with me today.
I do, too.
That's a part of who we are when you become members of AAA, so talk about it.
Yeah, so our AAA motorist, we always have a trip that we're featuring on the front of it. So this month is the 2027 Member Appreciation Cruise, which is January of next year. There's $100 off per person if you book by May 31st. So there's always a special cruise, usually a cruise on the front of it. And then, of course, our departures are in the middle. We have all of our travel departures. So we showcase all of those. We have our motor coach tours. We have our cruises. We have motor cruises, which are so popular from this area, so you don't have to go to the airport and fly. And then we also feature a travel agent and a lot of our motorists where, because I know I've talked about it before, but our travel advisors go to these destinations. They visit them so that they can talk a little bit about them and know how to sell these destinations. So we do feature a travel advisor in all of our motorists. So make sure you check that out and read about the travel advisor, where they've been They have their own write-up on their experience and how they love the destination that they were at. But there is so much more in there. We have holiday tours. I'm just flipping through right now. We have Alaska cruise tours. If you haven't booked an Alaska cruise tour yet, make sure you get that booked. Those are so popular. They only go from May to September, so you want to make sure you're booking those early. And we do have some 2027 available, so make sure you get that booked. That's with Holland America.
Sounds good. We'll come back. One more segment with Andrea Banacki. She, of course, AAA Central's Talking Travel. Stay with us.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Curb appeal. That's a real estate catchphrase when they want you to know a home looks really beautiful from the outside. You want the same thing anyway. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters, which, by the way, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. You're dealing with the owners. Now, there's no reason to procrastinate. All you have to do is get the professionals to do the job right from the start. And all you need to do is schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, now that the traffic is flowing freely, and she made it here. One lane of the tunnels was shut down, so that's why she didn't get here until the third segment of the show. But she's now streaming live, Metropolitan Window video screen, where you can click on KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch. And I want everybody to get a chance to hear about this first getaway because it's a tremendous opportunity to get that once-in-a-lifetime dream vacation. Go ahead.
Yes, so this is Explore Machu Picchu with National Geographic Journeys and G Adventures, which are one of our new partners. This is November 1st through the 8th of this year. It's land only, so make sure you call 1-800-354-8761 to get more information on how much the flights are. This includes National Geographic Journeys, which is merging National Geographic legacy of science and storytelling with G Adventures leadership and community tourism. This collection embodies travel power to ignite curiosity and deeper understanding. So they're immersing you in these destinations here. They're small tours, which means that more people can get into smaller destinations and they get you right in the center of everything. You're going to places like Lima, Cusco. There's a 2-day Sacred Valley tour. Traditional dinners are included. There's a scenic train ride and guided tour of Machu Picchu. So day 1, you're going to Lima, Peru. Day 2, also Lima, and then that's when you do the Sacred Valley. Day 3, Sacred Valley. Day 4 is the Machu Picchu scenic train. Day 5, you'll spend in Machu Picchu. Day 6 is a free day in Cusco. Day 7 is Cusco and Lima. And then day 8, you end in Lima, and then you'll travel home. And the price for this, $2,555 per person. That is for land only, so make sure you are checking how much the flights are. And this includes your round-trip transfers from the airport to the hotel, your 7-night hotel accommodations, taxes, hotel services, 7 breakfasts, 1 lunch, 2 dinners, all attractions and admissions stated in the itinerary, your land transportation, the internal flights are included, and then services of a G Adventure leader. So that is all included in this.
So what made you decide to do that? That's a great trip.
I know we're trying to venture out and do some destinations, and this one is popular. We have a lot of people calling for Peru, so we thought, let's put something together and see how well it does. And their G Adventures is a new partner of ours, so we decided to work with them. So hopefully this does well.
So I've got a couple of personal text messages saying, did you ask her? Did you ask her? I said, well, you missed the first part of the show. So we talked about Ireland in detail. We took a tremendous amount of people over there for the Steelers. Pitt's going to be playing there this year as well. So, I mean, in the very near future against Wisconsin. Everybody wants to know, 7th week of the season, they're playing the New Orleans Saints in Paris. So it is in your wheelhouse, your thought process,
yes,
right?
Yes, it is. We start as soon as we got the news, we were on it. So we are working on something. Hopefully we'll be able to get something out shortly. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a go. But we're working on it. So hopefully it does as well as Dublin does.
Well, here's the thing about Dublin and Ireland. There's a lot of things for people to do within walking distance,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And I got to believe Paris is going to be the same thing.
Yes, I hope so. And I mean, Steelers fans, they travel. So that's why we're getting so many people asking you. We've had phone calls galore all week. So, I mean, they're ready to go. And if we had someone call in and they were on the Dublin tour and had so much fun, they're like anticipating this.
Do you realize they could light the Eiffel Tower in black and gold, and it would not only be the colors of the Steelers, it would be the cover of the New Orleans colors of the New Orleans Saints. So
someone should pitch that. Yeah.
Well, no, if I get Dolly Parton, would get it done.
Yeah, right.
But I'm telling you, what a great destination. I mean, some people are going to Australia. I mean, nice, but the plane ride over. But this place, I mean, the sights, the sounds, just the Eiffel Tower itself, the wine, the cheese, the food, shopping. This is probably a marquee place that many Steeler fans would have never thought about going to Paris.
Right. It's. I think they said this is the first time they've had.
First ever.
Yeah. So, I mean, good for them, too. They don't know what they're in store for with these Pittsburgh fans.
Well, here's the other thing. I know, Andrea, we talk all the time, you know, Alicia, you and Kristen and Caitlin. These are places that you've all been at one time or another. So you know the lay of the land, too.
Yeah, we do. And the nice thing about Paris is you can extend your vacation. So if we only have a 4-day trip, extend some days on and go to London, take the Channel to London, or extend it and do Normandy Beach in France. I mean, there are so many opportunities. You can add on a river cruise with Viking through the Loire Valley, or, you know, there's just so much you can do with this Paris trip if it's only 4 days. So please, if you are planning on going, talk to your travel advisor. Let them give you some suggestions, what you could do to maximize your time in Paris. So, yeah, we're waiting, and hopefully we'll have something out for you shortly.
All right, listen, before we get out of here, why don't we do the Dollywood again, too, okay?
So this is October 25th through 30. This is Seasons in the Smokies featuring Dollywood. So the inclusions on this are round-trip motor coach transportation, 5-night hotel accommodations, 9 meals, all admissions and touring included in the itinerary. There's reserved seating at 4 musical theaters, taxes and gratuities, and then services of a AAA tour manager and local guide where noted. Pickup points for this, Monroeville, Cranberry, and Canonsburg. And the price on this is for double occupancy, is $2,059 per person. We do offer single rates and triple rates if you're interested in that as well. But $2,059 per person. And that includes everything that's listed in the itinerary. To get the full itinerary, make sure you call 1-800-354-8761 or go into your local branch and they can give you more information.
All right, let's one more time before you go. So important, travel insurance. Go ahead.
Yes, travel insurance. We use Allianz. You're spending a lot of money on your vacation, so you want to protect it. You never know what's going to happen. You could fall, break a leg. You can't travel, especially if you're doing something like Machu Picchu. I would say if you broke a leg, I wouldn't do something like that. But I mean, you don't know what life is going to bring you. Plus, if you've ever heard my experience of going on my Alma Waterways cruise, I lost my luggage and there is luggage protection. So I was able to purchase clothes for my whole stay because remember, I never got my bag back until I got home. Was able to purchase all of my makeup again, was able to purchase everything I needed. I turned in those receipts and got a full refund. And I will tell you, I got home on Saturday. The refund was in my bank account on Monday. That's how fast it was. They're a fantastic company to work with. And it's cancel for medical reason only. We do have one that allows you to cancel for any reason with 80% coverage back if you purchase it at the time of deposit. And you want to make sure you're purchasing your travel insurance at the time of deposit because you are covered on pre-existing medical conditions. So make sure you're getting that right when you book that trip.
I always love seeing you.
Yes, I love being here.
Half of you, as far as the show, is better than no Andrea at all.
Thanks.
All right, listen, enjoy. Happy wedding today. Mother's Day getaway next weekend, a little late, but at Grand Concourse that I love. So
yes.
Give her a hug, okay?
I will. Thank you.
Stay tuned because it's time to talk law for the elderly, Alzheimer's, estate planning, and more. Don't miss it. That's moments away, KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
I was diagnosed with postmenopausal osteoporosis and thought, am I going to step off a curb and break my ankle? My doctor said I needed to start treatment right away. He prescribed Divinity and my bone density improved. Now I like knowing I have stronger bones.
For women with postmenopausal osteoporosis at high risk for fracture, there's more you can do to strengthen your bones. Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk in 12 months. Elaine is a real Evenity patient. Individual results may vary. Evenity can increase the risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. An Aliquippa police officer recovering after a scary encounter with old evidence. According to Beaver County District Attorney Nate Bible, an officer with the Aliquippa Police Department came into contact with an opioid while destroying old drug evidence. After destroying that evidence, he went out on patrol, and his partner noticed something was wrong with his breathing. Officer passed out, nearly died, had to be given 2 doses of Narcan back at the Aliquippa Police Station. Now, the officer in question, who is the department's evidence custodian, said he had no recollection of what happened to him. Aliquippa police are now reviewing their protocols involving old drug evidence. Prano's Bakery responding on social media to a consumer alert issued to the bakery by the Allegheny County Health Department. The department's report found the Shadyside Bakery had a presence of rodent droppings on multiple surfaces, soiled food equipment, and damaged exterior walls. The report called the pest management violations, quote, high risk. Joe Cuglieri, owner of Prano's Bakery, responded on Facebook Friday saying that the citation involved rodent activity and droppings in an empty basement of the building that's no longer used for baking and storage, and that the issue has not affected the safety or quality of the products they bake and serve each day to customers. The health department, though, says that the violations aren't corrected in the next 10 days. The bakery will be ordered closed. Butler Memorial Hospital and more than 200 union workers ratified their first union contract on Friday. This comes after 10 months of talks and just 3 days before a possible strike. The new contract includes guaranteed scheduled raises, an experience-based wage scale, and a policy that will implement a financial penalty for too many involuntary schedule changes. The union says 96% of techs voted in favor of ratification. Well, a candlelight vigil was held Friday for Daniel Jackman of Churchill, one of the 2 people who were killed last week in that multiple vehicle crash downtown along the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Daniel Jackman's brother, Kevin Jackman, telling KDKA-TV.
We didn't realize the reach that Danielle had. We knew how good of a person she was, but the amount of people that she touched through her career and through her personal life was more than most of us understood.
Vigil was held at Smitty's Place in McKeesport. It was, Jackman was cook at the bar and grill since January. Nicole Jackman is Danielle's sister-in-law. Here's what she told KDKA-TV.
She was my confidant in the family. Every time something went wrong, she was my phone call.
Crash happened on May 6th. Daniel Jackman was 58. Another person who died in that multi-vehicle crash was 52-year-old Michael Smith of Sheridan. The crash is still under investigation. KDK Radio News Time, it's 12:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell GoodRx wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'll put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call
800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly sunny this afternoon with a thunderstorm around into this evening, high 75. Partly cloudy tonight with a late night shower, low 62. Clouds and sun tomorrow with a thunderstorm, high 82. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is going to be an hour that a lot of people can relate to, sadly, but it's information that you could definitely use. We have a very special guest in studio today. Justin is here, and he's going to be joined by Sarah Murphy from the Alzheimer's Association Greater PA chapter. So it begins right now, a very special edition of course, Law for the Elderly. Let's get started. Justin, good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thanks for having us, as always. Good to be here. And Sarah, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. So I always start by saying I love to have callers. If there are listeners out there who have questions, please call in. This show is so much better when people call in and ask questions because we can talk about issues that you guys care about and want to have answers to. So Zachariah Brown, we do all estate planning, wills, powers of attorney. We do Medicaid planning, all of that. So any questions like that and anything related to Alzheimer's and all of the work that the Alzheimer's Association does. We've done so many events with you guys, but I think it'd be good if you start just by telling the audience a little bit about what you do and what the organization does.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. And we love doing events with Zachariah. We love the partnership. So my name is Sarah Murphy, Vice President for Programs and Services with the Alzheimer's Association, Greater Pennsylvania chapter. So if you're not familiar with the Alzheimer's Association, we are the largest voluntary health organization leading in eventually ending this disease. That is our ultimate vision. But in the meantime, we lead in how we're advancing quality care and support, making sure that people are being provided quality care for all aspects of the disease. We are an advocacy organization as well. So we look at what are some of the statewide and federal priorities and how are we advocating for those who cannot advocate for themselves. And research. We advance and accelerate research. So we're the third largest funder of research right behind the U.S. and Chinese governments. And so in my role with what I do at the organization, I sit in Pittsburgh, but I do cover 59 counties here in the Commonwealth. And I oversee the work that we do throughout Pennsylvania that's looking at building communities around this disease as a public health issue. We know this is a public health crisis because there are ways to potentially intervene. And we know that there's the importance of early detection diagnosis for planning that I'm sure we'll talk about. But really, we're here to educate and empower communities to know what the warning signs are, to know what questions to ask their doctor, but also to know where there is support for them during their journey.
I think that's what always strikes me about doing events with you guys is the community. You see a lot of the same faces. Everybody is so friendly and supportive because it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
All of this is so overwhelming. Navigating all of the legal and medical and emotional and social, implications to Alzheimer's. Having a good support group and support system for information, all of that. That, when we do events with you guys, is what's so striking, that there is that community.
Yes, and it is, and it is you cannot do this alone. And here in Pennsylvania, we have over 282,000. The Alzheimer's Association released our new facts and figures report. We just released it about a month ago. And here in Pennsylvania, we have over 282,000 Pennsylvanians that are diagnosed with the Alzheimer's type. right? But that means we have over 472,000 Pennsylvanians that are the caregivers that are providing, hours and hours of care, unpaid care. And we talk about the cost of this disease, right? Almost $17 billion, right? It's ridiculous. And so if anyone who is a caregiver, and again, happy to take calls as well and answer questions, but we really want people to be aware of that the Alzheimer's Association is here, but we also are here alongside of community partners. It takes a community in order to address this disease. And the Alzheimer's Association, our vision is to build dementia-capable communities so that we have the infrastructure in place so that your employer, right, is able to address it. We're looking at, do you have and aware of the resources? I mean, I talk to so many caregivers and they have no idea where to even start. And so at the Alzheimer's Association, a lot of times, we're talking to people who themselves, they are just diagnosed, or the care partner, their loved one just received the diagnosis and they have no idea what to do next. They receive it and then they say, okay, well, we'll see you in 6 months. And in between there is a lot of planning. There's a lot of, the emotional impact that this has, the physical, impact. And so really it's that caregiver that we really start to say, look, we need to have conversations and we want to connect you in the community with the support that you need. So to your point, it's very overwhelming.
Yeah. Where do you guys see individuals and families getting connected with you? At what point in that chain?
We want people to be aware before symptoms even start. Let me tell you, I want people to be aware. I want individuals to know that the Alzheimer's Association, that we're here before anything starts. Because I would say that what we are talking about at the association right now, first and foremost, is the importance of brain health. So that's the one thing that we're really focusing on, is knowing that individuals, about 40 to 45% of the cases globally could have been prevented if targeting some of these modifiable risk factors. So lifestyle interventions, things that we can do and talk about brain health habits as early as 10, 12 years old, right? Wearing a helmet, protecting your head, eating the right foods, exercising, good oxygen flow to the brain, to especially midlife. And so when we think about myself, right? I'll be selfish here for a little bit. So I'm in the sandwich generation. So I'm a daughter, I am a mother, I work full time, I have an aging parent. And so being aware of what things you should be doing, and that comes into your area, right, of to planning is so important. And so typically what we find is that people will connect with the Alzheimer's Association when a crisis happens or after there is a diagnosis, right? But we want people to be aware of, here are the things that we want to empower you. We want you to be aware of what is the difference between what's normal age-related memory loss versus something more serious like dementia. And then what should you do, right? Here are the questions to ask your doctor, right? Here are the special ed law attorneys, right, in your community. So you can connect to talk about care planning. So if you were to have a diagnosis, do you have your affairs in place, right? And so we want people to feel empowered to be aware. You might not need the Alzheimer's Association right now, but we want you to be aware and feel empowered to understand what the warning signs are, understand what you can do to protect your brain against it. And then most importantly, if you yourself or your loved one has a diagnosis, come to us so that we can help navigate and refer you to resources, support, and also to refer you to other people that are going through this. I would say the one thing I want people to be aware of is you're not alone in this.
All right, so what we're going to do this hour along with Sarah, we're going to give you a chance to talk about some things that families are dealing with, how closely estate planning is tied to caring for a loved one with Alzheimer's or dementia, and why timing and the right documents matter more than people realize, from power of attorneys to long-term care planning. This is the conversation you don't want to miss. So if you're out there and if you are the caregiver and dealing with a loved one who's dealing with this and you just need some answers to navigate, this is the show. Sarah's going to be here for the full hour with Justin, and the number is 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. You can reach them at the law firm as well by calling 724-942-6200. But to get those questions answered right now, all of our lines are open, 866-391-1020. 1020. Sarah Murphy and Justin Ellis back with more in just a couple of moments on KDKA with your Pratt Pack.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so if you're out there listening in real time and you're dealing with this Alzheimer's dementia situation and now you got to start to worry about the legal aspect of it, we can help you. So you need to call us, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Sarah Murphy is here. And before we get back to Justin, let me just say this. I've been doing a lot of things for a long time in this business, Sarah, talking about some very tough subjects. I think the biggest hurdle, and I've dealt with it personally, is to know that there is an issue. Once you are able to understand this is your loved one, you care about them, maybe a spouse, significant other, friend, family, sibling, brother, sister, doesn't matter, niece, nephew. Once you realize that someone needs help and you're dealing with that as a disease, I think that helps you and all of the other things fall into place moving forward.
Yes, absolutely. And I would say, and for those that are, it's a hard topic, right? It's very hard. It's very sensitive. But the one thing that I've learned, and I've been with this organization now for 10 years here in Pennsylvania and another 5 or 6 years in the South and Mississippi. And one thing that is just a difficult topic is to allow the caregiver to allow themselves to ask for help. I think that there's still a stigma behind this disease. I think that, and what we've noticed too, is that individuals, once they disclose, maybe to their friends or their neighbors or family that their loved one has a diagnosis, we've seen that people will walk away, right? They don't know what to say next, what to do. And so a part of, some of our strategies at the association through some of our education programs and support groups is, if someone were to ask, what can I do to help? Have a list ready, right? Say little things here and there. But I still think people, either are in denial as well. I mean, I think that's something that we've seen is very common, and especially depends on the role. So if you have maybe that daughter who is seeing their mom or dad diagnosed, they're seeing the person who raised them, right, going kind of backwards, and they're taking on a different role. And I think that can be, devastating. And I think that a lot of times, especially the sandwich generation, that full-time working parent taking care of kids, they don't have the time to reflect and realize the impact that this is having on them. And so then their health declines. And so I think that, what we're going back to, what you mentioned about the community, that's why we're trying to educate the community about this disease. And even how can you support individuals caregivers and living in the community, knowing that it's okay to talk about it, right? It's not a fun topic, right, to talk about at the dinner table, but I just, a personal example is my mom is 82. She, lives alone. My dad passed. She doesn't have any cognitive deficits, but, having those conversations, I mean, my mom and dad just decided to do a will and do all these documents 5 years ago. They're 82 years old. And so I think it really is just how are we, having open and honest conversations with families about aging, just general aging. So, whether there is a dementia diagnosis or not, having those open and honest conversations are so important. But I think the one thing we've noticed in the work that I've done throughout the years is we've done a better job in communities to destigmatize it. That it's okay to talk about it. We have individuals living with the diagnosis that are open about it. We didn't have that 5 or so years ago, but we have individuals who are diagnosed early enough that are talking openly about it. They're talking about, I'm living with it and here's how I've changed my life. And so I think when we talk about the advancements that we're seeing, especially over the past 5 years, people are getting diagnosed earlier. Because we have treatments now that can actually slow down progression for individuals in the very earliest stages of the disease. And that's really important because what that means is it gives them more time, to go to their, grandson's graduations, more time to do what they want to do. And so I think as we continue to see the science advance, we're going to continue to see different conversations, right, with people and their provider, different conversations with family members. And planning, again, is so very important with this.
The thing that I think people need to understand, if you are the caregiver and you love this person, if it is family, your significant others, I mentioned, brother, sister, whatever, it's okay to say, I need help. A lot of people are like, this is my family. I'll take care of my family. Nobody's going to tell me what to do. But in many cases, it can actually deteriorate the caregiver's health by just trying to do too much and multitask, plus run their own life and their own household. So it's okay to say, I need help, right?
Yeah, and I think that's where knowing that you aren't alone, that other people are going through this, knowing that there are resources available. Caregiver burnout is real. And if you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to take care of your loved one. Mm-hmm. Even something as simple as losing socialization when you're a caregiver, not having those interactions can have physical impacts on your health.
Yes. So. I think that social isolation, and again, I don't think it's intentional. I don't think anyone, and a lot of times when I've talked to caregivers and they say, I disclose, I did everything you said. I talked about my diagnosis, and now I'm too afraid to call people, or they too aren't able to go and do what they usually do because of their caregiver role. They're working full time and coming home and caring for their loved one. And then also that individual living with a diagnosis, a lot of times, they don't want them to leave, right? Or they're asking them questions and like, leave me. So it's all the things, right? But we know this is overwhelming. We know that there's the caregiver at times will pass before the loved one they're caring for, right? We know all of this, but the reality is, we have caregivers say like, well, what can I do? How can you help me? Right. And I think, the first thing, and we have a wonderful resource with the Alzheimer's Association known as the 24/7 helpline. I know we've talked about this in some of our joint community events, but this is a really important resource that we have available. That is literally this phone number is available 24 hours, 7 days a week, and it's available in over 200 different languages. And I think that's really important to be aware of it, that, language should not be a barrier in access and getting the information that you need. And so our care consultants are available to listen. So I'll stop for a second to listen, because a lot of times with caregiving, it's just talking. It's just talking and talking whatever that feeling or emotion is. And we have a lot of times that family members feel so guilty for feeling anger about this disease, or feeling guilty about, I just wish I, could just leave her for 20 minutes. But they feel guilty for feeling that way. And so, being able to talk through those feelings is really, really important. and taking the time to do that. And so our helpline fills that need. So if someone needs to talk to someone, or if someone needs to know, where's the closest Alzheimer's care unit to me, right? Where are the local resources to me? Our 1-800 number can actually help navigate them. And so if you're a caregiver and you were diagnosed, your loved one was diagnosed, and they're like, okay, what we talked about earlier, what should I do next? So our helpline can actually help them to kind of navigate them through that journey and connect them to the resources.
So what are all the ways that people can get connected with the Alzheimer's Association?
Yeah. So the number one source to do that is the 1-800 number, which is 1-800-272-3900. That's one way to get a hold. We have local staff here in the Allegheny County area, but we always say that, we're not 24/7, right? So if you want information and at your fingertips, to call them first, and then they a lot of times will connect them locally to individuals here. We also have a fantastic website, alz.org/PA, that has a plethora of information, resources, and tools. We have, there's an app for everything. There's an app for you to drink water. There's also an app called My Alz Journey. That is a wonderful resource for family members or individuals diagnosed with the disease to connect with other individuals and to get everything you can from the 1-800 number, but I don't want to talk to someone, right? So we have we are unique individuals, or every one of us, and we access information differently. And so at the association, you can access us, online, you can access through an app, through the website, or through our 1-800 number.
All right, we're going to get a break in here. Zachariah Brown Brakovic, of course, the law firm, Law for the Elderly. He is Justin Ellis. Sarah Murphy is here with us today, the Alzheimer's Association Greater PA chapter, and of course she'll be here until the show is over at 1 o'clock. So if you have any questions, you're dealing with dementia, Alzheimer's, and you're the caregiver, it's your loved one, you need help, you're wondering what you should do when it comes to power of attorney, estate planning, and more, don't let this opportunity slip through your fingers. Pick up the phone, give us a call. We'll give you some real answers in real time and give you some real, comfort as well, too, on what you need to do to navigate. And of course, she'll be here, Justin will be here, and that law firm is always there. Cranberry, McMurray, Delmont, Bradenton, Pompano Beach, Bonita Springs. Here is their phone number, 724-942-6200, 724-942-6200. But again, Alzheimer's and dementia, if you have any questions and you need some help, especially you caregivers, from power of attorney to long-term care planning, this is something that you want to be a part of. Give us a call. All of our lines are open, 866-391-1020. Before we go to break, tell them about your law firm. Go ahead.
So Zachariah Brown and Brakovic is an estate planning and elder law attorney. We don't dabble in this and that. We're not general practitioners. We focus on targeted estate planning, wills, powers of attorney, healthcare powers of attorney, public benefits like Medicaid to pay for long-term care, supports and services. We also do guardianship and special needs planning.
And they got some of the best legal minds in the business, and I can attest to that. So call them at 724-942-6200, 724-942-6200. And if you want to talk to Sarah, Justin, and me, dealing with Alzheimer's, dementia, we can help. Give us a call. All of our lines are open. Immediate access, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Our day is just about done. Rob's coming up with the news next at 12:30, and then we'll be back with the final two segments of our show today. So please, feel free, take one of those available lines and get in on the conversation. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Back with more in just a moment. It's your Pratt Pack today, KDKA.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
In 2026, I'd like to know exactly how cursive handwriting is a fundamental skill. Is there a study? Is there data? Is there something that supports such a claim? You don't live in 2026 if you keep rattling on about this cursive situation. I e-sign probably 95% of the things that I need to sign.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 72 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A Murraysville Medic 1 employee is facing multiple felony charges after being accused of accessing and storing child sexual abuse material on a work computer. State Attorney General's office says 31-year-old Gregory Kelly was arrested and charged this week after an investigation. The office says Kelly was using a work computer, and while he was still logged in, another employee began using the computer and noticed files that contained child sexual abuse material. That employee reported the findings. Matt Panagal is a detective with the Murraysville Police Department telling KDKA-TV.
It was accessed through his Google account. He had left his browser open, and the next employee came in after him to use the same computer. And in the browser that was minimized, when he pulled up the browser, he noticed what was clearly child pornography.
Kelly has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th. KDK Sports, Pirates back against the Philadelphia Phillies later today. 4:05 is the first pitch after that loss last night where they had a 3-run lead in the 9th inning and couldn't hold it. We'll see what happens this afternoon. You can hear the game 4:05 on 93.7 A Fan. KDK Radio News Time, it's 12:31. Next update's at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Coons Quality Foods now offers convenient curbside pickup and home delivery services. Visit coonsmarket.com to place your order and schedule pickup or delivery. Available now at all Coons locations. Coons Quality Foods, a Pittsburgh tradition. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the winter storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly sunny this afternoon with a thunderstorm around into this evening. High 75. Partly cloudy tonight with a late night shower. Low 62. Clouds and sun tomorrow with a thunderstorm. High 82. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, navigating issues with loved ones with Alzheimer's or dementia. Sarah Murphy is here. We're so happy to have her here today on the program representing the Alzheimer's Association of Greater PA, the chapter right here. And again, that toll-free number, 1-800-272-3900, 1-800-272-3900. And if you're listening to this and you're dealing with something like this and you're trying to make sense of it and you're trying to get all the things that you need when it comes to estate planning done for someone who you care about, any questions you need answered, give us a call, 866-391-1020, and you can reach the law firm at 724-942-6200. So, Sarah, what are some of the early warning signs that there's a problem?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say typically, Alzheimer's disease, let me define the two terms, which I think can be very confusing. So there's the term dementia, and then there's the term Alzheimer's disease. So dementia is the overall term used for the group of conditions that cause some form of memory impairment. But the memory impairment that impacts one's ability to do their activities of daily living. Things that you and I do every day that we take for granted, like being able to pay our bills, being able to drive to a familiar location and to be able to do that successfully. And so the dementia is the term, right? So there's many different forms of dementia, similar to there's many different forms of cancer, right? And so Alzheimer's disease is the most common type of dementia. And so that makes up about 60 to 80% of the cases of dementia. And that's why we talk so much more about it. The other forms of dementia includes vascular dementia. I know we were talking offline about Lewy body dementia. Vascular dementia is the second most common type of dementia, and that is a result of blockage of blood flow to the brain. So sometimes usually caused by a stroke or mini stroke. My grandmother had that. And it was a very stair-step decline, right? So she had very vivid hallucinations, right? She saw things that were real to her, right? But not to you and I. And then there's other types, like I said, Lewy body dementia, frontal temporal dementia, and I think Bruce Willis and some other folks have been their family have been very open, and that's why I hate to say this, but have kind of popularized some of these other forms of dementia. So I'll start there because I think that, when we think about the importance of early detection, we have a law firm sitting right here next to me about the importance of planning, very similar to any disease. Being able to understand what's the difference between what's normal age-related memory loss versus something more serious like dementia is very, very important so that someone can receive a diagnosis and then they can start to plan for what's ahead. And so we always tell individuals that just because you might be forgetting something, right? You and I, we always forget something, right? I mean, I probably have forgotten at least a couple of things already, like especially if we have a lot of things on our to-do list. We're going to forget things, but that's normal. If you have maybe misplaced your cell phone, right? And how many, both of you probably misplaced it.
Did it yesterday morning.
On the way here.
Yes. But you have that ability to maybe retrace your steps back and say like, okay, I was in the kitchen and from the kitchen, I was in the dining room and now here it is, right? But what we're finding is, again, I will say this a couple of times, it's that memory loss that starts to interfere or is more consistent. And so one of the major warning signs for Alzheimer's disease is memory loss that disrupts daily life, right? And so, for example, if someone is starting you walk into the room and you forgot why you walked into the room, right? But if you went into the room and you saw a set of car keys and you forgot the reason of like, what is the set of car keys, right? That ability to understand what to do with those keys. My great uncle who had Alzheimer's disease, he would misplace his keys and put them in the freezer, right? The other thing about this, it's an unusual place. One thing about this as well is that individuals in the very early stages of the disease will cover up extremely well things that are due to what is happening in the brain, which there's abnormal plaques and tangles that's causing some of these changes, right? And so in the earliest of stages, we do see those memory changes. We do see those misplacing things. We see some challenges with basic problem solving. So it could just be the ability to follow steps maybe in order. If any one task, if you think about any one task, right, in order to brush our teeth, right, there's many steps that go along with, getting the toothbrush and the toothpaste and putting the toothpaste on the toothbrush and then, brushing your teeth. So what we start to see in the early stages is kind of missteps, right, in all of those steps and planning, execution of a plan, the executive functioning. We also see trouble with visual spatial images and relationships. So the ability for someone to know depth perception, to understand how far down a step is in relation to where my foot is. And then we start to have some challenges of driving, right? So understanding red, yellow, and green, right? What does that mean? And so all of these things, again, they don't happen overnight. Right. So it's a very slow, progressive brain disorder. And that's what's so challenging about this disease is you might, say, my loved one's been acting a little different, or I've noticed some changes in them. It doesn't seem like Sally or whoever. We always strongly suggest that if you feel that there are any changes that could be concerning to you, to seek advice of your PCP. What your PCP can do is they can do cognitive assessment, right? To check to see, with some basic questions. They also will do a full physical examination, right? So they will check your blood work. They can check for potential nutrition deficiencies, metabolic disorders. A lot of times, now not all the time, but sometimes some of those cognitive deficits that we're talking about could mimic signs of dementia, but is not. A lot of times, we have people that could be dehydrated. They could be showing some signs, but it's not dementia. And so really what your personal, your physician can do is to rule out other things that could be causing these changes. And so that's why we always strongly suggest that someone goes to their provider, have an open, honest conversations and document, right? So, if you yourself or maybe you're the daughter, you're the spouse of someone that's noticing some of these changes, write them down. How frequently are they happening? Are they happening in the later part of the day? Are they happening maybe when that person is just waking up, right? Because you know yourself best, I hope. And then your significant other or, person who's closest to you knows you best. And so it's important to kind of document these changes, bring everything you can, to that doctor's appointment. And then if you're not satisfied with that, you can always go to someone else. And then if there is, concern from the provider, typically they will refer you to a specialist. So like a neurologist, for example, that can then maybe do some brain imaging, could kind of detect to see, what could be going on. And if it is of the Alzheimer's type or, rule out the other forms of dementia.
I feel like what we see a lot in our office is because it's such a slow progression, if you don't write down what you're noticing, it's easy for that to creep in and you lose track that it's not normal for you.
Right. Oh, yeah. Because, you could go in and say like, oh, how often, because the question is going to be, and we get this question when we maybe go to our annual wellness visit. And I will clarify too. So if you're a Medicare beneficiary and you're 65, a part of your annual wellness visit, your provider should be doing a cognitive assessment. A cognitive screening. And that's okay. It's okay. You're going to be fine, right? Cognitive health is so important. It's just as important as your heart health, brain health, heart health. What's good for your heart is good for your brain. And so, yes, 100% documenting anything you can do to make that appointment. Because, how long do you have with your provider, right? So, again, I think it's so important. And that can look at trends. That can look at maybe, did you forget your medication this day? Like I said, there's a lot of things, especially as we age, that we have to keep track of. And so I think that some of that can get blurred. And then when talking to your provider, they might say, oh, yeah, everything seems fine then, right? Because you might have said, oh, this just happened once, right? It could be that if you're let's say a son or a daughter and you don't live with your parent, you have to believe them like, okay, it just happened once. Great. So the family dynamics, and I know you know this, right? With this disease it's a lot. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of feelings that happen, but I think that absolutely being prepared and this is the most feared disease, right? One of the most feared diseases. And so we just want people to know that it's just as important to go to your doctor to talk to them about your cognitive health as it is with your heart health or anything else.
Yeah. And I think what we get a lot is once someone starts to notice all of these symptoms or there is a diagnosis, they're worried, okay, what do I do now? Does that preclude me from being able to do planning? So just because you're noticing these deficits or there is a diagnosis does not mean that you cannot do legal planning. Doesn't mean you can't do a will or a power of attorney. And actually, that's when it becomes so critical. You should do it in advance, but really, once you're starting to notice that, you need to consult with somebody.
A couple of things, Sarah, before we go to the break. I've had people that I know really close who have said to me more than once, something doesn't seem right.
Right.
I'm becoming forgetful. And I know people who have said, oh, they've always said that. But I got to believe if somebody's saying that to you on a semi-regular basis, you need to get something checked out.
Take it seriously, because I would say it's a lot of times if someone's saying that, I say that that's huge, because I've been around and personally I've had 4 or 5 people in my family who've been diagnosed, and all of them cover it up and they said, everything's fine. Right. It's occasionally, but if someone is actually saying, I don't, and it could be that there is a medication interaction. There could be something else going on, but you need peace of mind.
That's all.
Yeah.
Peace of mind. And the other thing, I got to believe if you have it in your family and you're of that age, starting your family, and you're in your 30s or 40s, you have to think about diseases like cancer and others that are hereditary. The sooner you can get that plan in place with, your law firm, I think that would be a wise thing to do, Justin.
Yeah, it gives you options. And that's what we never want to remove is options. If you wait and do nothing, it's going to limit what we can do. And so taking seriously recognizing any of these symptoms and getting information is going to only improve your options, both from a medical perspective, but also from a legal perspective.
All right, Justin, Sarah, one more segment. Zachariah Brown Brakovich. This is Law for the Elderly. Stay with us again. One more segment. If you want to get a question in here, you're more than welcome. 866-391-1020. A lot of interesting information. I know you're kind of glued to the radio, but you can always call us at 866-391-1020, or you can call their law offices at 724-942-6200. Back with more in a moment.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
We've got some marvelous May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, whole pork tenderloins are $2.49 a pound. In the produce department, sweet California cherries, $1.99 a pound. In the deli, Coons deep-fried turkey breast is $9.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Blue Bunny Bomb Pops, 12-count packages, 2 for $5.
Marvelous May savings, Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to ready.com, enter your address, and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to ready.com or call 888-525-REDY. 888-525-READY.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. And we're going to talk to Helen in Forest Hills, joins us on the program. Helen, what's your question? Go ahead.
Is it true that a urinary tract infection, a UTI, mimics the symptoms of dementia or Alzheimer's?
Helen, thank you for calling, and that you're exactly correct. And that's the one thing I didn't mention. So when we were talking about reversible, for dementias, we talked about medication interactions, metabolic disorders, nutrition deficiencies, but UTI is also on that list. Absolutely.
All right, Helen, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Now, this is why we have these guests on.
Yeah.
I would have never thought there was a connection there.
So I see this all the time with clients.
Great job, Sarah. Go ahead.
A client or a patient has a UTI, and it can
discombobulate.
Yeah, the patient doesn't know how they wound up in a nursing home because the UTI has them so disoriented,
delirious,
and then in a different location, and it can really cause a lot of cognitive issues.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's exactly, and even just you mentioned going to like a different setting, right? Environmental factors, can increase confusion, right? And so absolutely a urinary tract. So for acronyms, right? Urinary tract infection is what UTI stands for. And so we do see that there will be increased, right, confusion, some memory deficits, and that absolutely can cause alarm and concern for that individual. But also, yes, absolutely can mimic signs. And then what do you do, right? Go to your doctor, right? I cannot press enough. And I think that that's what we're finding is that, there is mistrust too with physicians. And we also see that unfortunately about 45% or less of physicians are disclosing a diagnosis of dementia too. So we're seeing both sides of it. And a part of what we do at the Alzheimer's Association is empower physicians to, here are the diagnostic guidelines, here are the questions, here are the new tools that you can use to be able to help guide your patient because we know that having a dignified diagnosis is so important, right? So if you are able to have a diagnosis and come see, Zachariah Elder Law, there's things you can start to get in place, right? You start talking about driving, you start talking about, before the break, we were talking about the importance of, for getting an early diagnosis, that individual still can be a part of that planning process, which is really important. I mean, think about, that you want to have a say in certain things of end of life, or, or do you, and I bet you get this question a lot, or this predicament is, my mom says I never want to be put into a
nursing home
facility, right?
Yeah.
And so I think there's just some really delicate, really important conversations to have. And I think, again, if someone who is diagnosed early enough and can sit down, with their loved ones, whoever that may be, and have some conversations, it's so important so early.
They're difficult conversations, but it helps the individual have agency and control over what their future will look like. It helps the family know that the decisions they're making are consistent with what that person wants. So you can't bury your head in the sand. You have to have those conversations because it's going to assist in having an outcome that is optimal.
Right. And, and younger people observe, right? So I just think about with my kids, where it's like being open, having conversations, you're setting precedent, right, for the next generation. I know I always preach that, right? So I think, we have had so many advancements, not just in the Alzheimer's community, but with cancer and other things and early detection and treatment. And I think the more we can talk about that, and that's a big part of what we do at the Alzheimer's Association, is we, again, go back and educate and elevate awareness with community partners alongside of people like you so that we are reaching more people about this, so that they have, again, to your choice options. And like I said, we have 2 FDA-approved drugs that can help treat or slow down the actual underlying biology of the disease, which is revolutionary in the Alzheimer's community. It's not a cure, but it is something that has helped people, has helped individuals, and they have more time, right, because they're on this treatment to make decisions or to have conversations that are difficult, but that are really important to have.
Yeah. So in our office, when we do planning, we're setting out powers of attorney, wills. For me, that general power of attorney and then the medical power of attorney are critical when there is any kind of diagnosis of dementia, Alzheimer's. We need to have a surrogate decision maker so that as cognition declines, once that person is no longer able to make decisions for themselves, they have decided who that person is going to be and what decisions they can make. From your perspective, outside of that legal area. What discussions do you see families having
in the early stages? It's, the conversations of really when it comes down to actual care and placement. And so we really, we talk with families and, families engage in conversation as, okay, so we know that in the early stages, right? So someone can live as long as 20 years, first of all, with the disease. It just depends on when they were diagnosed. And so we know that they still are capable of doing things for themselves in the early stages, but as it progresses to middle stages, we start thinking about safety. Right. So that's one of the number one conversations we have is safety. And so how safety proof is your home from fall prevention, for potential wandering. Unfortunately, about 60% of individuals with Alzheimer's disease will wander, whether it's by foot or by car. So we have conversations about the home setting, the potential of looking at who is going to maybe come in slowly to provide care when needed. And so those are kind of the first two types of conversations we have. And then when it comes to the actual, the medications and, the keeping up with all the appointments and all of that, just kind of that overall daily routine. And and the last thing I'll say is routine and structure is so important for someone living with Alzheimer's and any other type of dementia. And so just kind of coming up again with that care plan on how we can be as consistent as possible.
Yeah, and those are the same conversations that we're having with clients. We want to sit down with families, get that legal structure in place, but also create an environment that's going to allow the family members to put those supports in place and find ways to pay for care, things like that.
Sarah, thank you for coming here today.
Well, thank you for having me. We appreciate the discussion.
Listen, if I wasn't here, I would have listened to her today because that's a lot of good information. 1-800-272-3900. Justin, before we go, tell everybody about your law firm.
Yeah, so Zachariah Brown and Brackovich, again, estate planning and elder law attorneys. You can contact us, 724-942-6200. You can visit our website, zachbrownlaw.com. That's ZACBROWNLAW.com. So thank you so much, Rob, for having us.
All right, listen, enjoy the rest of your weekend, you too. In the meantime, again, their number 724-942-6200. Within a blink, we'll be back again tomorrow morning. Michael Bartley's here later today. Rob Taylor, 3 minutes away with the news at 1. Enjoy your Saturday.
The proceeding was paid for by Zachariah Brown and Bratkovich. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Take a walk around your house, and unless you've had CertaPro painters paint your exterior recently, you're thinking the same thing. I need to get rid of that drabby paint. I did this with CertaPro painters, and wow, what a difference. Get the job done right because you're working with the owners. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, and I love that. And 70,000 5-star reviews can't be wrong. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 74 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A person was shot on Friday evening in Fayette County. Shooting happened around 6:30 along Hillview Lane. That's in Salt Lake Township. Person who shot was shot is in stable condition at UPMC Presbyterian in Oakland. Right now, no arrests. Incident still under investigation. A Murraysville Medic 1 employee facing multiple felony charges after being accused of accessing and storing child sexual abuse material on a work computer. State Attorney General's office says 31-year-old Gregory Kelly was arrested and charged this week after an investigation. Office says Kelly was using a work computer, and while he was still logged in, another employee began using the computer and noticed files that contained child sexual abuse material. That employee reported those findings. Kelly now with a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th. A new Pennsylvania law mandates defibrillators and CPR training for school sports. Here's News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush.
Senate Bill 375, sponsored by Senator Rosemary Brown, was shaped by the story of a Monroe County student athlete whose medical emergency sparked the push for stronger school preparedness.
He was 15 years old, healthy young man, playing basketball, and during halftime in the locker room, went down with cardiac arrest. No diagnosed cardiac issues, nothing known in his health history. And unfortunately, they did do CPR, but they did not have an AED present. And he passed away at the age of 15 in year 2000.
Under the new law, schools would need to have an AED at every interscholastic game and practice, plus someone on site trained to use it and perform CPR. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Butler Memorial Hospital and more than 200 union workers ratified their first union contract on Friday. This comes after 10 months of talks and 3 days before a possible strike. A new contract includes guaranteed scheduled raises, an experience-based wage scale, and a policy that will implement a financial penalty for too many involuntary schedule changes. The union says 96% of techs voted in favor of ratification. Well, Prano's Bakery is responding on social media to a consumer alert issued to the bakery by the Allegheny County Health Department. The department's report found that the Shadyside Bakery had a presence of rodent droppings and on multiple surfaces, also soiled food equipment and damaged exterior walls. The report called the pest management violations high risk. Joe Cuglieri, who's the owner of Prandtle's Bakery, responded on Facebook Friday, saying the citation involved rodent activity and droppings in an empty basement of the building that's no longer used for baking or storage, and that the issue has not affected the safety or quality of the products they bake and serve each day to customers. Allegheny County